All right, boys and girls, we've made it. Clear through to the other side. 24 hours of Sebring on DriversEye Live. It still catches me off guard. Every time I have to say 24 hours of Sebring, it throws me for a little loop. And it's still pretty wild that we're the ones here doing it. And, WRL is the organization to be the ones to pull it off, and DriversEye Live here in support as well to help bring it to not so much the masses, but certainly an audience of people who is passionate about it and cares just as much as we do. Is a really special thing for us. So
pretty early in the race,
along for the ride,
Brendan, for you to be getting wistful already.
I'm not getting wistful. I think it's really cool. I'm enjoying the heck out of myself, and I hope those who can't be here are enjoying their experience from points further afield just the same. I will say this.
Oh no!
For all of the no. This is just listen, man. I'm not tired enough for that yet. No, I mean we are here to analyze and assess all of the things that are in front of us, and that's a lot of information. It's data. It's your data analysis. It's numbers. It's all the little nuggets that we've stored away over the course of the last 11, 12 hours, and storing that away and then reverbalizing that in a way that makes sense to people who are following cameras and following their teams and their drivers and their families and all of that. But stepping away from the booth for basically the first time so far today and going out and pulling cameras in, it's kind of just like this, maybe it's overly romantic, I don't know, but like you lose all the data, you lose all the numbers, and you're just standing there watching race cars go fast and make noise. Like the thing that got most people into racing in the first place, their initial exposure to racing in person, it's still just that, and it's easy to get wrapped up in what we're doing here, but standing trackside and reducing racing to the basics, race cars going fast and making noise, is kind of cool, and I'm appreciative of that opportunity to go stand there and take stock of that. So that's all. Just an observation.
It's one of those things. If we've got maybe if JT makes another pass, or whoever wants to act as camera person just for a little bit down there. I mean, seriously.
You called this a couple hours ago. You said if I'm going to go out and do camera stuff, do you want me to go take the camera with me?
Yeah.
And jump on Discord.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about it because we have 8 cameras out there.
Yeah.
But there's still so much of the track that we don't have.
Yeah.
A visual of that, we can get through onboards, but we can't really get a good trackside. So I just thought it'd be cool, just little bits here. Oh, hey, look, this is turn 10.
Yeah,
that sort of thing.
Angles we don't have vision of, and turn 10 is easy enough to drive to, right? You could go stand at the entry on the inside by the corner station.
Oh, yeah. Same with 7.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
At any point you feel like you need to get out of here and you want to do that, by all means.
7 has that raised platform now.
It does. They used to be at 17 on the inside. Over by Falls Creek.
Yeah. I think that one was moved over to 16 though, because that
was a
there
metal
last time.
one, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. I haven't been here in 2013. Last time I was here. I don't know what that means for 8 years, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the lap times have kind of come back out a little bit into the high 20s. For most of the GTO runners, which is interesting to me. I'm not sure what the story is there, whether there's something that's happened out on track that's created the yellow flag zone, or whether maybe it's becoming humid and therefore a little draggier air. I don't know.
I want to make a note of something that the projections actually have just flagged my attention for. We have a fight on in GP2. Chill Out had a very long stop. It basically amounted to a 9-minute lap, and 601's right there.
Yeah, I mean it's 2 laps, which relative to where that car was you know, a little while ago is basically right there. Now they
relative
do still
to being
own
5 or
stock,
6
right?
laps, yeah.
I also would not be shocked if Chill Out took this opportunity to
Change brakes.
Change brakes, yeah. We're coming up to halfway. You know, we've done a lot of the heavy lifting to this point. If you are going to change brakes at or around halfway, doing it on the early side when you've had the frantic activity is probably a better choice. You know, if you're hedging your bets and expecting that you're not going to have to push the car later, which, you know, by rights is fair. They've had the pace to open up a margin again, but there are competitors who are all going to have to do the same thing here eventually, right? 601, 211. No real recovery yet from the 197, although their pace is there and strong. Round 3 back in GP3 has not been out of the 240s in an entire stint. Started in the 44s, is kind of down, has done a 40.3 at some point, but that's it. You know, basically dropping 3 to 4 seconds a lap for the number 197, who, you know, we had noted had the penalty earlier. And also lost some time, I think, in the pits. With a long stop.
With the information that we've got now, we're at the point where overnight is going to need some issues from round 3 if they want to overhaul them.
I don't know that that's true. I think the pace is there on the overnight car. I mean, 3-4 seconds a lap over 12 hours is going to get it done. You know.
Hold on, I want to pull up some more plots for myself. I'm going to look at histograms and whatnot.
Also worth noting, our longest green flag run thus far today has been roughly 3 hours and 5 minutes. Our longest run between yellow flags, right? So between the yellow flag being thrown.
Right, sure.
So full course yellow 2 started at 2 o'clock, roughly. Full course yellow 3 started at 5:05. It is 11:31, and our last full course yellow started at 8:40. So give this about 15 minutes, and we will have equaled our longest green flag run of the day. It has been, well, it was that long, and it's been that long since we had the choice racing car stop at 16 and the 909 tires at turn 7.
That feels like it couldn't have been more than an hour ago. That's wild to me.
That's why I suggested those things in particular, because it doesn't feel that long ago that those things all went down.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, 100%. 8:40 p.m.
Again, it's flying by.
Yep.
I've sorted the issue with the PA. The output device for the broadcast was set to lock after 5 minutes.
Oh.
So we were on the PA for 5 minutes.
And then it went down.
Stopped being on the PA. So now I have changed that setting
to 10 minutes?
To forever.
Oh.
Is it on a charger?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be good.
In perpetuity.
So, hi to everybody down in the paddock. Levels are good, right?
Levels appear to be good. Yeah.
Very good. All right, cool. Then I think we're set.
Okay. And if you guys are wondering, down in the pit lane, we've switched to part 2 of the broadcast.
Yes, you will have noticed, those of you watching in the pit lane in your cold pits, that your screens are black. You're watching on YouTube, so you'll want to fix that. But again, happy to have everybody along for the ride, both down there and at points further afield. The W2W from 982 is lapping fairly rapidly relative to the cars around it and also to its classmates. 225.7. The car ahead of is Thunder Bunny, so it's a GP1 car, excuse me. But even the GTR 99 BMW was in the 230s last time around. So,
Yeah, well,
4+ seconds there. No, it's a 4-lap margin. So.
yeah, to go
Not
back
really
on
a
this,
concern.
we did see the 982 starting to reel in the 99 before the 982 had its problem.
Yeah.
So I don't think we've really seen a substantial difference in pace. We're just seeing it, just now with a larger gap.
No, I think that's fair. And we are, on the topic of larger gaps, sort of arriving at the time of the race where the gaps that are closing in any meaningful fashion are cars on recovery drives, and that is now also going to include cars in other classes, right? So there's not like a big push on to go chase down these positions because the positions don't matter, right? They're not even a class position. So not to say that we don't care about them, but I think many of the teams don't. Therefore, it's not a massive push. Also, we were saying a couple hours ago that we didn't have any situation where a lead car was... Well, let's say this. We didn't have a situation where every car was pulling away from the car behind it, right? Where the gaps were big and getting bigger across the board. I think we're getting closer to that now.
Yeah, and some of that has happened. I touched on this a little bit while you were gone, that because we haven't had any yellow, we haven't had a lot of restriction in a few hours, that all the people who were running above their skis, if you will, all the kind of lower class runners that were up the order, are now starting to come back down to earth because the pace is catching up.
Yeah.
So people who were fast are now still fast because nothing else has happened.
Yeah, Thunder Bunny's going to lose a spot here soon.
Yeah.
PC Racing is losing time to the cars ahead of it. It's back into 5th, where it had been up into 4th. The only exception to what I just said, I think, is Pro Sport, who is still pretty consistently one of the quickest cars on track, and last time Indeed was the quickest car on track.
Right.
But that's over a lap. It's got to make up to Team ACP Tangerine Associates. So,
which consistency over the course of 13 hours, you can do.
Yeah.
I figured out loud earlier that 3 to 4 laps, this was back then, if you have good pace and you're 2 to 3 to 4 seconds a lap faster, you can make up 4 laps.
Yeah.
Anything more than that starts to be, it's not really in your hands at this point. It's in your hands insofar as you need to have yourself in a good position so that if something does happen, you can take advantage. But it's not entirely up to you.
Yeah. Not to turn our attention elsewhere, but just scrolling through timing here, I noticed I haven't seen the Hammer cars in a while. Are they both still circulating?
One of them was in the pits and just came back out.
Okay.
That was the O2.
Okay, back in 20th.
Correct.
Overall, yeah.
The
O2's been
O1
circulating just fine.
Okay, the O1 is about 100 laps down.
And they are still circulating in theory. Yeah, they've been setting consistent laps in the 220s, 230s, high 220s, low 230s type of range. So they're out there. But 37th place and 100 laps down near as makes no difference. That's not what you want to see.
No, and it's not what I think literally anybody expected.
No, I don't think so either.
We certainly didn't. I know Tim down there certainly didn't. None of the drivers would have expected that either. Now, if you're chasing down points, Tim kind of hinted yesterday that it's not their immediate concern, but you still want a reasonable finish. Their nearest GTO competitor is the number 9 from Team ACP, and they are 16 laps behind them as the 982 comes in again.
Yeah.
Has it really been an hour since that car ran out of fuel?
I think so, yeah. Wow. Or a little bit longer even.
Wow, man.
We're getting close, Brendan.
Yeah. I know. And halfway here, I want to make a note of the lap count. Go ahead.
They're short stopping him a bit. I have them as coming in 3 laps, but you can't blame them for playing it a little safe.
Well, exactly. In the immediate aftermath of running your car out of fuel as far away from home as you can possibly get, I guess the response to that being to short pit the car by a few laps is probably not a terrible idea.
Number 7 is still out there doing laps, by the way.
I'm sorry, did we just cover this? Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. By the way, There is a lot of fuel down in this lane behind the tower here. Like,
Yes.
actively adding. Why is the green flag waving? Do we have a car at 17? Joseph, anything on the 17 camera?
Multiple
There's
options
a
for 17
waving
cams.
green at start. No, the 17 exit cam.
Oh,
Maybe we have a slow car coming on a pit road.
Yeah,
Right before entry.
perhaps.
There's
Yeah,
nothing in the
yeah.
lane.
No, this is. I don't see anything to driver's left there. There's no lights up against the tire wall or anything like that, but it is a vigorously waved green at start finish. And the assumption is that it's following a yellow, right? I mean,
Yeah, no, absolutely.
it's a safe assumption. So we'll jump on board with the Thunder Bunny 110.
I don't see anything at that post.
No, it might be on entry.
And I see. Ooh! No.
Was that a yellow on the right there?
Man, I don't know. Yeah, I see nothing. But we wouldn't be waving a green flag for no reason, right?
No. Couple cars down on pit lane. 982.
I have. It hasn't been ID'd yet, but we have stopped car prior to pit in listed on the race control log.
So probably driver's right. Far to driver's right.
Yeah.
So 982 has been in. 45 made it in. 909 is not out on track. 240 is Salmon. Man, another fall from grace there. That 909 automatic car. I know they had the incident down at turn 7, but
I am
they were on
missing
a promising road to recovery as well.
cars that would fit this issue. Fat Crack for in the number 969. Potentially the 982 we've seen, right? So it's not going to be them. 75 for AOA is another possibility. So just, you know, kind of scan outside the box and make sure that they're all there.
JT rightly points out down in the pit lane, brakes and tires on the 982.
How about the 240 Renton race car?
I don't think they were out on track.
Oh, right.
From memory.
No, I'm just looking at my own timing and seeing, because I get timestamps for when cars go missing.
Pro mode.
We had the onboard for Fat Crack, didn't we?
Yeah, but that has that went a little while ago.
Oh, okay.
Rocker Wrenchstall getting up close and personal with this BMW in front. I don't know if they got a bad launch coming out of 5 or what, but
The starter up in the stand, taking a break to kind of stretch his arm out here, has been vigorously waving for some time. Like blue flagging an ALMS race at Limrock.
it is the 75.
Oh,
Well, there we go. AOA's woes continue.
And now speaking of woes, that is already started to catch people unawares in terms of passing under yellow. Number 33 is the most recent suspect.
So, I will say this. Unless you are acutely aware that there is a yellow flag there, the 17A corner station is not the most visible one in the world.
Yeah.
Right, to the point that when you have a fully staffed racetrack, you mirror the flag on the outside so that drivers under the bridge have a fighting chance of seeing it in their vision on drivers left as they make the arc underneath the bridge. The 17A station is very far to drivers right, even to the right of your sight line if you're coming into the pits. And that's back there, you know? It's got to be somewhere, so I get it. But that is a very specific spot.
Well, we'll be on the
you
way
can catch
here.
people
This
off
is
guard.
this is probably our best available shot at it.
And let's see if you can see it, right? As you know, as a driver here on board with the Rucker Renstall Porsche, there's no flag at 17. Right? You make your arc. Now, granted, you're visibility here.
Now you can see it because there's a recovery vehicle with flashing lights there.
Yeah, but that's different.
Right.
That's not the same as having a yellow. But I didn't see a yellow flag. Did you?
No. I'm not sure where it would have been displayed. Maybe all the way back at 16.
Yeah, 75 is in on the tow rope. In the 45 comes in behind it. So to add insult to injury, it's also more or less blocked its teammate in the pit lane.
Oh boy.
Not anybody's fault, just an unfortunate byproduct of what happening. Fat Crack is headed out. Joseph, you can't see this because you're not here, but the car is black in sort of the rear end, white in the front end, and it's separated by sort of these inverse lightning bolts, right, wide at the bottom, thin up top, that are teal and purple. One is teal, one is purple. And then it has a set of, I think, purple wheels on the front, teal wheels on the rear.
That is
which
something.
Is a nice touch. I think it's a nice touch. Choice Racing in the pits. Where have they fallen? To P9, so they're there.
Mm-hmm. Would you describe them as there or thereabouts?
I would say there. I mean, it's relative, I guess. Like Pro Sport, if you're going to say Pro Sport is there, I would call Choice thereabouts. You know? But relatively speaking, for all the problems that they've had, remember that car was stuffed pretty comprehensively, back end first into a tire wall at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
So I want to come back to an issue from earlier with the 197.
Yeah.
That has since been updated. That was now some 3 hours ago.
Yeah, the penalty.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
it never was. It was reported passing under yellow. The penalty/action listed as no action needed. So it wasn't actually doled out. It was just somebody.
So they lost 2 laps somewhere, and none of them were due to a penalty. That is baffling.
Right.
Because that race, that car was, I don't want to say firmly in control of GP3, because the margin was never more than a minute or two, but enough that it wasn't in doubt that car was going to be able to stay competitive in GP3 in the long term. And, it lost a lap very suddenly, coming to right up to a full course yellow, and now it's gone out another lap. So I had assumed that one of them was the passing under yellow penalty because we saw it in the race control log, but if that's not the case, then I am baffled that in the last basically 3 hours it's lost 2 laps after being in control literally almost all day.
Yeah,
as the red race BMW comes back out, by the way, it's number 240.
I agree with that. I don't have an explanation for you, but I did want to just clarify that because that is. I have questions. I don't quite have the ability to audit it right now, but there's a part of me that wants to double check the timestamps of those laps under caution for the 197 to make sure that there wasn't a lap kind of erroneously deleted. I don't think that there was, but as you say, I can't come up with an explanation on time.
Yeah, it's. I don't think they had any long laps in there, and certainly when it happened, there was nothing that would make sense to us as being the root cause of the problem. Now, if they were docked a lap erroneously, the team would have noticed.
Yeah, you have to imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure the team in this circumstance is looking at their, the situation down there, having an explanation for why they are where they are. They have to be aware of their own, their own race and what's going on around them. So they're probably not in a panic, but question marks up here for sure. Rapidly approaching midnight.
I know. Rapidly approaching. All Hallows Eve.
Yeah, I looked over at JT about 10 minutes ago, and I noticed he was looking down, but then I was concerned that maybe he was actually just sleeping, standing up. Is that a talent of yours, JT? Have you been known to sleep standing up?
Every once in a while. not unheard of. No, I'm just watching this pit stop for the 982.
Yeah, the 982. This is the brake and tire change we mentioned earlier. It's ongoing.
Yeah.
You can only have one impact wrench over the wall at a time. That's going to slow things down.
Correct. Yes. And I assume it's up on air jacks.
Yeah, but the rule there, so if you don't have air jacks, you can only jack one side of the car up at a time, right? And you have to have hard stands, underneath. So to even things out, for the cars that have air jacks, you can only service 2 corners of the car per raise of the car. Right? So if you have air jacks and you want to do the left sides first, you can do the 2 left sides, brakes and tires, but then you've got to drop the car, let it settle on the ground, and put it back up to do the other side if you're going to do it all in one stop. It's very interesting. I get why it's done, but it makes the mechanics of the stop a little awkward, to the point that you kind of have to have rehearsed it.
Yeah.
You know? And this is, as far as I know, this is the first brake and tire change we've done in the pit lane so far today that we've been aware of.
Here we go, cars going back up.
Back up, yep. And now they go to work on the, what looks like the left rear.
I think they were already working on that. I think they've already worked on all of them.
No, now they've dropped the car again.
Did they torque?
Oh, they're torquing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think they've torqued the right front yet. And see, stops like this is very critical because
and that's why I was saying this is the first one I think we're aware of, because we don't have any sort of time reference as to how long this is going to take. 15 minutes 22 is the lap time. So let's call it,
12 minutes or so.
Well,
we'll say 11 minutes for brakes because there's fuel, whatever.
Right. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, right?
Yeah.
So,
okay, that's definitely reasonable, but I mean, at the same time, this is a multi-car team.
Yeah.
So I think that's something that kind of has to be planned out ahead.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm sure that's why they've done this one before halfway. So that next stop, okay, we're going to do, let's say, the 983, and then we're going to do the 981 or whatever. You know,
have the lowest running team be basically the sacrificial lamb.
Oh, to get all the kinks ironed out of your operation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just didn't have a number for how long that operation is going to take to do 4 breaks. I mean, in a professional sports car race, it's 60 seconds to do all 4 corners.
Unless you're a Corvette, then it's 27.
Nonsense. Yeah, sure. But it's either way, that number relative to what we're doing here is just pure nonsense.
Yeah.
Like, so how long does it take to do brakes and pads, or brake pads? I guess probably not doing rotor changes here. I would think.
I don't know.
I think in a hurry by myself, I could do the front rotors on my car.
A few hours.
No, I could probably do 15 or 20 minutes aside.
Rotors and pads.
Just pads.
Oh, just pads. Just pads.
I don't even think I can do that. Definitely not. I'm slow.
So now we kind of know. Everybody's going to have to do it, but the ones that do it better, stand to gain a little bit here. And like we said, credit to WRL for not mandating a minimum, technical stop number or time, and allowing the teams to just do what they do as well as they can. Nobody's going to cut corners here. This is all their mutual investment.
Right.
Writing a car off because you cheaped out on a brake change or you shortcut on a brake change is not going to benefit anybody. So I think everybody recognizes that, and the series certainly does in the way they've structured the rules. So,
yeah, that was kind of what I was getting at earlier. It's like, well, why would you need to implement a minimum? Because no one's gonna do something stupid. There's no incentive to.
Good news in Columbus right now.
Yeah, it was.
They escape again.
James Franklin, spent all week preparing for Illinois. Came into the big house, and it just didn't work out for him.
So
Gotta go celebrate at the old pint house.
Jeff Smith's got a question here in the YouTube chat. Watching some friends racing. Any chance you could delve into two things? One, let us know who we're seeing on some of the in-car. No, I can't do that. If the in-car
If the teams
has
tell
a
us,
driver label
then we can tell
specifically
you.
on there, then
No,
we can
but
tell
we
you.
can find. We can tell you what the car is.
Right.
Which we should do every time we jump on board.
Right, but he wants to know who's in the car.
Oh, that we
Well, no.
that we
Yeah,
don't know.
we don't really
driver
know that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you're asking driver, then that's we don't have a driver ID system. So that's
Correct.
we need explicit information from the teams to do that. We can tell you which car. This is Money Pit 346.
And then the other question he asks is, what are these guys paying per seat? Which is a sensitive subject around the paddock. I will say that for
Some teams
regular
advertise and some don't.
right, for a regular WRL weekend, I've seen it as low as $1,500 to $1,800 if you want to be part of the crew and it's a small team and you're just there to have fun. I've seen it on the low end of the $1,500, $1,800, $1,900, and I have also seen and been told about seats that are in excess of $15,000. So it really depends on the team and the level of prep and the type of car, how long you want to be in the car, how many other people are in the car, how many cars do they have, do they have a crew, does it include your catering, does it not include catering, you know.
Right,
So,
yeah.
Right.
I mean, if you're talking about literally, I mean, yeah, they're very different experiences depending on what kind of experience you're looking for. I mean, you can literally be catered to, but that's a premium experience and it commands a premium price.
Premium budget. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Had we mentioned at any point recently that the 701 has been circulating again for a while?
I think I mentioned it.
Okay, I may have started again while I was not here, but I hadn't really noticed it out on track recently.
We've got a 4-off noted for this car that we're on board with.
This is Rock Runstall again?
Yeah, the 211. I'm going to call a little bit of an audible. And I'm going to throw some ads.
Omaha!
How do we feel about ads?
Yeah, in 4 minutes-ish. We can do it now.
Let's do it now. Let's do it now.
Okay, yeah. All right. We'll go say hi to the Cooper Tires family again. And as we approach the halfway mark of the inaugural 24 Hours of Sebring, be back on DriversEye Live for a very long night of talking about racing. So join us here in a moment's time from Sebring International Raceway.
Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
Welcome back.
Oh, man. I didn't realize you were bringing us back.
I brought us back last time.
Yeah, I know, but that's because I wasn't paying attention. I was this time. Welcome back to Sebring, boys and girls. WRL 24 Hours of Sebring, inaugural. You got that one in stereo, too.
Is it really stereo?
Surround
It
sound.
was, yeah.
Well, is it?
Two of
Does it
us.
go out as stereo though?
Probably. Yeah.
Do we not know?
Yeah,
Sure
no,
it does.
it's mixed.
Yeah.
I always faded us slightly on different sides.
Yeah.
Excellent.
No,
Okay.
I'm sure it does.
Sweet.
But yeah, we are, like I said, marching towards halfway. You know, just 2 minutes left until we cross the flags as they do in NASCAR, and make it an official race. Using the NASCAR analogy.
How many fake cautions would there have been by now if this was a NASCAR sanctioned event?
Well, so I was thinking about that earlier. When was the last time you had 5 full course yellows at Sebring? through 12 hours.
Honestly, the year after they got rid of Prototype
ECs.
Challenge
Yeah.
was pretty
Is
clean.
the correct answer.
There was no full course yellows. 12 hours of straight racing.
Yeah, no, that checks out. But you know, we've tipped over the longest green flag run of the day, and this has gotten the race to a nice place here. The overall leader has just come into the pits, the number 983, and one would assume, I think here, that this is probably in for a brake change as well. Also very neat and tidy that it's pitted at virtually exactly halfway. So if you're looking to split the race, they've done that very effectively, although I'm sure also entirely by accident. Actually, I don't know if they're not doing brakes on this stop. I think this is fuel and send. They've not done a driver change, which you definitely would do when you're doing more significant service. It's a matter of a fire bottle at the front, aimed at the fueling location, of course, in the front hood.
The frunk, if you will.
Is that really a front?
It is a frunk on a Cayman.
Yeah, but wasn't that
done.
coined for the... Yeah. Wipe a little fuel off the filler area.
No,
there.
no. I want to know what car you think coined the term frunk.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Was it that car?
No.
No. Didn't think so.
I was hoping you were going to say Tesla, so I could just rip.
Dunk? Probably. I don't know. I mean,
It was no.
I had never heard it before that.
And away goes the leader.
I think it's a dumb word, so I mean, it kind of makes sense.
Happy Halloween, everybody, from DriversEye Live.
Halloween is over.
Hallows Eve, if you will.
These Hallows Eved. Huh?
If you come home from getting candy and all you get is mallow cups, does that make it Malloween?
I would consider
No, it
that
means you need to leave your neighborhood.
win?
Yes.
How much do you like mallow cups? I mean, they're fine, but like, no, you
Well,
got Charleston Chew. Don't
it's
come
the
at me
same
with
thing.
that. No,
It's the
no,
same thing.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Charleston Chew is garbage. You can mute yourself before you do that, man. Come over here and do it. I can't believe you got Charleston Chews. That's disgusting.
JT's in the way. I can't do it.
Now it's JT's fault.
And when I give
Clearly.
JT the Tom Brady to Rob Gronkowski like head nod, he like picks up his phone. So it's like, that's not really what I was looking for.
Just get up and mute yourself, man.
Fair enough.
Or mute yourself. It's fine. There's plenty of room over here. I don't bite.
This is
Plenty of room to
brutal.
squeeze
In my little corner of the broadcast booth.
This is fascinating. Let's do a rundown.
Man, you are on the ball. JT has no time for us. No time.
Where's Scott? I was told there would be Scott.
Scott's,
Yeah, I was
Scott's
too.
MIA. I was really banking on Scott coming so I could take a nap.
It's midnight, man. You can't be counting on naps now. You count on naps at 3,
No,
not
if
at midnight.
If I get a
You're
nap now,
way
I
ahead.
don't have to be taking a nap at 3. I can be up while everybody else
you are
wants to
way
nap.
ahead of yourself on the nap
Much-
schedule here.
Much like Will to win, somebody has to be the early nap, the mid nap, and the late nap.
That's fair. So you were planning on the early nap?
I was.
Classic Ryan.
I was going to wait until Scott
I'm gonna
got
nap
here.
first.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. I don't care.
Bet.
Eventually, at some point, somebody's gonna have to. I gotta be honest. I feel really good. I'm gonna regret saying that in about 3 hours, but I feel.
The commentator's curse.
Yeah. No, the worst commentator shirt. Doing it on yourself. You're all good, and then 15 minutes later, you look over and somebody's slumped over with their microphone still on.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Anyway, GT, are we doing this? Is this what you wanted to do?
Do what?
Well, you mentioned the rundown. I figured you were volunteering.
Oh, yeah, no, sure. I can absolutely do that. So, leading overall and in GTO, still the number 983 will to win Porsche, or Porsche, depending on who you are talking to.
Depending on whether or not you use the correct pronunciation or not.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the brand is German. It's you pronounce both. It's not French.
All
I'll
right,
fight
and
you.
meanwhile, the sister car, the 981, is in second place as well.
Did you say
so
Persia?
they're Yes, no. Meanwhile,
Davis.
third in GTO is still the number 52 Team ACP Tangerine Associates, BMW.
Excuse me while I go all the way into JT's bubble to unmute myself.
Sitting in fourth place, GTO, you have the Pro Sport competition Aston Martin, as they've been for a bit now. And fifth place, we still have the Team GTR BMW. Back up in GP1, it's been the number 44 PC Racing, as it has been since, I want to say, hour 3. Absolutely having a commanding lead up front with a 8-lap margin over the number 110 Thunder Bunny Racing. The 701 round 3 Racing ran into problems earlier, as did the number 348 Money Pit Racing. They have both been relegated to 4th and 5th respectively, promoting number 46 Ginger Racing BMW up into 3rd for GP1. Looking into GP2, we still have the number 678 Chill Out Systems Mazda MX-5, as I believe it has been all race. They have a 3-lap lead over the number 601 Round 3 Racing Porsche, with the number 211 Rachel Runstall 2 sitting in 3rd. We saw the Matt Connolly Motorsports BMWs running 3rd and 4th earlier today, but both have had issues a couple hours ago. Meanwhile, we have seen the number 13 JNR Racing Honda start its comeback after having a miserable start to the race. They're sitting 5th with the 245 Matt Connolly Motorsports in 4th. GP3 is the number 605 Round 3 Racing Porsche that is leading with about a lap.
Thank you,
over
JT.
What's up?
You said Porsche.
I'll just keep switching it every single time.
Oh my god, that's even worse.
Over the number 197 Overnight Motorsports, which I believe is also a Porsche. If I remember correctly.
JT.
They just set their fastest lap of the race this last time by at a 2:35 flat. They were initially leading, but they lost 2 laps for some unknown reason. We initially thought it was due to a penalty for passing under yellow, but that does not seem to be the case. So they are in their recovery drive to claw back that lead for GP3. Meanwhile, 3rd and 4th place are the 2 Lexus from 94 Motorsports, number 83 leading in 3rd, with the 84 currently sitting 4th. 5th place in GP3 is what I'm especially pleased to see, is the 3 Fast Guys and Denny. Yes, with Denny. That's the number 86, Toyota 86. They ran into trouble in the opening hour. Contact in turn 17.
Turn 17, yeah. So that left rear ended up being a little bit on the smash side, but again, I think it started to bear true. Not really any issues with that. The bodywork got a little crunched. They took the rear bumper off. They got the hammer out to make sure the fender wouldn't rub on the wheel, and the car looks like it's been good.
Yes, but to be fair, they did lose a lot of time early on. They are 59 minutes down from the lead in GP3. But they are consistently one of the fastest cars in that class. So they have been, over the past few hours, clawing their way back into the top 10, and they are now into 5th place. As we'll continue to see, hopefully, them with their march forward. They're still 7 laps down from the next car, but this last time through, they were 14 seconds quicker than the number 84 Lexus.
Joseph, I have a weather update, if you would like to do that.
Yes, I would like.
I was going to say, I'm going to assume yes on that. So right now, we're hitting about 63 degrees or so. I don't have the humidity number here. I'll wait for Captain Aviation to hit me with that. Otherwise, I'm looking at a projected satellite, which is always a, who the hell knows type of situation. I think, according to this, we have potential for... Oh, something is happening. There's gesturing going on.
What are we? Use your words.
No, sorry. I didn't want to interrupt, but I did want to draw JT's attention to the brake change going on in the 981 now.
Okay, perfect. Let's do that.
Yeah, 981 is...
Oh, I was going to let you finish, man.
No, you're fine.
I was just bringing
There's
JT's
race stuff going on.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the race.
Yeah, no, 981 is in from second and now third, but this is the second brake change on the W2W cars. We are mentioning them more frequently because they're the ones that we can see, but they've chosen it pretty much right at halfway here, and whereas the 983, declined the opportunity to do the brake change last time, not having a driver change as well, here the 981 has decided to take the opportunity. So front left first, wheel comes off, tire comes off, and they'll reach in and pull the pads out. Not to go all Speed Channel or Radio Lamar or whoever on you, but easy to forget how hot these things are.
Absolutely. Nearly 9,000 degrees
Okay.
Kelvin.
Okay. Well,
No, 9,000
that's
Kelvin.
not how
My
Kelvin.
apologies.
What?
I feel like the number is made up every time they talk
When
about
they
it.
come to a stop here in the pit lane, you're probably close to 500 still, Fahrenheit.
Sure.
400 to 500. I mean, I think that's
over
reasonable.
9,000 degrees.
Nope.
Centigrade.
Definitely not over 9,000.
Over 9,000.
If your brakes are 9,000 degrees, something else has gone very wrong.
So the gloves you just got, what are they rated at?
No idea.
Also, if it was
They have
9,000
rating
degrees Kelvin, it would start immolating everything around it.
Got him. Got him. He said 9,000 degrees Kelvin like a casual. Let's go.
Okay.
I think it's
These brakes were
it's
cooking
either
in the La Palma volcano.
no. What is it in Rankin? That's the real question.
How many BTUs are the brakes putting off as you pull into
B2 is a power measurement, idiot.
Yeah, of heat.
The 51 coming in.
So just to finish up my weather sidebar here, we've got. I think we will see rain between 115 and 145.
Wait, do you really believe that?
Yes, I think we'll see a spring.
Really?
I do.
Well, that's not good.
No, it's going to be just enough to cause chaos.
Not while I'm doing batteries.
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
yeah.
just
Oh,
when we have to go back out and do
that's
cameras
not-
again.
That's not going to be good. That's going to be all bad.
There are some showers around, you're right. Although the chances of one developing in this exact spot.
Are pretty good. I have it pulled up right here.
Yeah, AccuWeather seems to believe that is exactly what's going to happen.
I mean, what are the
It's
chances?
amazing.
70%.
Phenomenal precision. That looks like exactly what's going to happen.
It will 100% roll through right where the track is.
And
Within 10 miles north or south, no rain.
I
Just
mean-
right here.
so it was a little damp here at the start, but it wasn't
It wasn't bad.
wet, right? I mean, lap times came down from the low 230s into the mid 220s pretty quickly.
They had a dry line within 3 laps.
Yeah,
That's fast.
so
Now, you
It's
had the
not a
benefit
shock.
of the sun. It is a little bit colder.
and it's the relative humidity is
exactly.
much
The
higher.
dew point's different, yeah.
Right,
absolutely.
you are much closer to the dew point, right? So if your dew point's 15, which it was on the last METAR I looked at, your temperature is 17. No, I mean that's 2 degrees centigrade different. You know,
Here's the thing.
the evaporative
is
potential
we've
of the air
also
is much lower. Go ahead.
we've also had 12 hours of cars running around and depositing dirt and oil and all sorts of things onto the track. That's going to be slightly more challenging than I think it anyway than the beginning of the race.
And you're not really going to be able to see it either. You're not going to see where the dry patches and the puddles are.
No,
I
that's a
don't think.
really good point, actually. The lighting, even down the front straightaway here, we can see a decent amount, but almost all of that is light cast from the pit wall side, right? From our building here onto the pit wall, or pit lane. And this is what it's designed to light up, not necessarily the front straightaway. So you are kind of taking your chances when you sail off into a corner wondering where the damp or the wet patches are. Now, that being said, we've seen a couple times this year at Road Atlanta, right, on the Saturday. We saw it at the end of Saturday race at Coda last
real
year.
quick, we've got a waving yellow here. Did you see the recovery vehicle to driver's right out of 3?
No,
No.
but I've seen flashing off that direction.
I'll pull the log up here. Anyway, my point there was that we've seen it rain without it ever really getting wet a couple of times now this year. So
Looks like an AOA Mazda if I had to put money on it.
another team with just a kind of miserable weekend.
It's really commentator curse time, but it's kind of only W2W of the, kind of perennial heavy hitters that hasn't run into serious trouble.
Yeah. 75, car stop, drivers right at turn 3.
Should be noted, Pro Sport Competition is now on the same lap as the 981, which is getting its brakes done right now.
Yeah. So the mark to beat was about 12 minutes, right, for the lap?
Yeah, something.
Or 15 minutes.
15
we thought it was
total
about 12
with
stop.
everything.
Yeah. By the way, I think I kind of inadvertently got my answer on what happened to the 701 earlier and why it lost so much time right after Bryden Dinelli's interview up here. Mo Dodka posted a photo on Facebook of an absolutely shredded tire.
That's
so
unusual.
Not what you want when you have a puncture. No. We had some collateral damage from this, but we've got the grittiest team in the paddock, etc. A bit. So, again, +2 equals something other than 4. But if I'm going to guess what brought that car into the paddock for as long as it was there, my guess would be they had a puncture, and whatever damage it caused along the way, bringing it back to the pits with a tire that just was not a tire anymore, cost it as much time as it lost there. Position has changed now with W2W and Pro Sport Competition, and it means that 12 hours, 15 minutes, 277 laps into the 24 hours of Sebring, we have a GP1 class car on the overall podium.
Excellent. I do want to circle back there briefly, Brendan.
Yeah.
What methodology would you use to determine the grittiest team in the field?
Level of investment in having you there.
Proximity to Philadelphia.
How many? That's fair. I like that. And if we still have, does Lemon still do themed entries? If they do, we're all showing up to a race as gritty.
I was hoping the Kraken would take him as a trade.
No. We need gritty on the East Coast, man. That's all Philly has going for it these days. No, I think... nobody's going to come out and say, well, we punctured a tire and the team really phoned it in, Like, nobody's going to say that. So, grittiness is a measure of... Is that 981? Yep, all done. All right.
All done.
14-14, so they shaved a minute off of the first one.
Good job, guys.
Yep, because I assume they remembered to torque the tires as soon as they put them on this time, rather than having to race the car and drop it again to sort that out. But I don't know, man. If you're invested in running the car and your team is as invested as you are, then yeah, I think you'd call them the grittiest team. That's pretty subjective.
I was looking for a more fun answer along the lines of like, we need to get all the teams to do tug of war in the mud and then see which one wins, and that would determine who's the gritty.
Based on how long you've known me and what you know about me, is that the kind of answer I would provide for you?
I thought it was going to be 50-50. If we weren't in the context of this, job that we're doing, I think you would have given me what I was looking for.
I like to think that I stepped
we're past
up.
the watershed, and I figured you might give me that.
Yeah, Joseph got closer than I did, I think, to what you were looking for. I agree. Grittiest, yeah. The Lehigh Valley AHL team has a mascot that is a take on gritty called Melvin, but the LV is capitalized for Lehigh Valley. Like MELV.
Speaking of Melvin, congratulations to the San Diego Padres for picking up Bob Melvin.
Is that your boy?
Best manager in the major leagues.
When the second he leaves the A's, is he no longer the best manager?
No, he's going to take that team and win 9,000 World Series.
Oh.
Speaking of baseball, we did
work
have
out for the A's, did it?
You're going to need another number to find, Ryan.
0-1 Hammer, Audi's on pit lane.
Oh, very good.
The good guys of this year's World Series did win another game. The Atlanta Braves are now 3-1.
Oh, they won tonight?
They won tonight.
They were down 2-0 earlier.
Correct.
1-0, 2-0.
They were 2-0, yeah. So
3-1.
The trash can people lost, so that's good.
Okay.
I know a lot of
people
people
insult the entire city like that.
Yes, I can. That's a fact. That's a thing that happened. It's not an insult. That's factual.
You're gonna have to let it go.
Garbage team, Houston Astros.
Here comes 3 fast guys and Denny.
impressed that we have managed to stop saying 3 fast guys and Denny's. I really appreciate you guys making the effort on that one.
It's 3 fast guys and Waffle House.
Huddle
all
House.
right.
Denny's.
I heard they've renamed the Illo Chateau to the International House of 3 Fast Guys and Denny's.
International House of Sabiko. I like it.
Oh, what is?
Oh man, the 808 is dead slow in the pit lane, in the fast lane.
He's
and
pointing.
the 01 has
the
come up
01
behind
by.
him. I think the 808 has no power.
Yeah. You can hear him revving it.
But does he not have drive?
Yeah, no
May not have
drive.
a clutch or a gearbox. Oh, we've got an onboard now of that particular car.
Yeah. So he kind of comes into the pit lane pretty quickly here, gestures at the Lexus, and then
He's trying to point him by.
Yeah, he does do a point by to the right.
yeah, he knows he's got a problem there.
Meanwhile, it looks like new brakes and wheels down in Willow Inn.
That looks like a gearbox full of neutrals. He puts it into third and then second and tries to get drive, and he can't do it.
Now,
Pit road.
they were cited
okay,
for a 4 off at 15 earlier that lap.
Yeah. A rough ride. Well, there's no rough ride to be had at 15 because there's no grass.
Looks like the
Well,
808
but you
could
could-
be pushed back to its stall.
There is an elevated inside edge of those curbs, though.
Is it being taken back to its RIN stall?
It's being pushed by an emergency crewman and one of the marshals on pit road.
Oh, that's quite nice.
I've not seen that before.
It's all a big family here at WRL.
I mean, if the alternative is having a car sit stationary in the fast lane,
Yeah, no.
with no power, I think I'd jump out there and
I would.
push too. Years ago, I was working the 13-hour at VIR, the old Charge of the Headlight Brigade event, and they had gone black flag all, but they didn't have the pit lane ready for the cars to come in.
Oh,
So they all backed up at the pit entry and came to a stop. The very last car in the line was this Mazda Miata. Could not get the car refired.
well,
So me and one of the other marshals at turn 17, the only other dude, decided to run up to this car and push it from just past the exit of 17 at BIR up into the pit lane entrance, which, as far as I knew, was flat. You haven't lived until you watched 2 fat guys push a Miata up a hill 150 yards into the pit lane entrance at VAR.
hey man, at least it was a Miata, okay?
2,450 pounds isn't nothing.
It wasn't one of those big cams Mustangs.
I love
or
that you
anything
remember the
that.
weights.
Well, it was plastered all over the side of the car. And I was the one huffing and puffing trying to get it up into the pits. It was a time, man. Good memory, but holy cow.
Brendan walks up to the guy. Sorry, I only push CSRs up the hill.
Yeah.
So.
What's your dry weight?
Do you have
Over
Formula-
1,000 pounds? I'm out.
Do you have a Formula Ford, maybe? Maybe we can try that.
How much money you have on board with you?
Yeah. Is it that number? That number or higher? And I push.
Seriously, let's get a muffler on that.
Yeah, somebody complained about that, right? The noise on the 522?
Yeah.
Wild.
I postulated earlier that that car would not pass sound at Laguna Seca
No, but most wouldn't.
That's true.
93, right? Is the number
Yeah.
for Laguna?
for a quiet day. Yeah,
Yeah, that's crazy.
a stock Lotus Evora does not pass sound.
I know
Laguna Seca.
for a fact, and this is just public statement, that the WRL has been asked and considered in the future West Coast expansion. I get that Laguna Seca is a popular venue. That doesn't feel like the right fit.
I feel like
Not in the immediate future, anyway.
I feel like
Pacific
Sonoma,
Raceways.
I feel like Sonoma would be a much better choice. if you're
Sonoma
going
would
to
be
do a West
okay.
Coast
Honestly,
track.
there aren't that many West Coast racetracks I love.
Auto Club.
How much?
Portland?
How much do you have to pay the city
Portland
of Long
is
Beach
Portland is
to do
Run it on the
14-hour
drift weekend.
race?
On the drift
On the
weekend.
drift weekend, yes.
Portland is
Perfect.
too small. We'd probably only be able to put 120 cars there.
They really ought to do a
I mean,
race
2
at
miles, you might get 50,
Thunder,
right?
at Thunder Hill, and then
Yeah.
to be a little bit different, you should make it like an extra hour. So you do 25
26.
hours.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe that.
25, 25, 25.
I wonder if the SCCA would, who owns Thunder Hill, would be like, you know what? Yeah, go ahead and do another 25-hour event.
Yeah,
Let's see if we can.
yeah. No, if anybody's doing a 25-hour at Thunder Hill, in addition to NAS, it's the SCCA.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know what a good West Coast target for the World Racing League would be. And we have this discussion strictly as DriversEye Live,
Right,
with
yeah.
no representation of the series.
We have not been
whatsoever.
told or are at all aware of any
No.
possible plans.
But I don't know. Like, do you begin with a gradual push to, like, Utah?
I'm told that as a facility is trash.
See, I've actually heard the opposite.
Oh, okay.
I heard that the people that go there over and over love it.
I heard that it's great for like if you're going for like a
test
like
session.
a license school or a test session or like something like that.
But as a
like
racing
awesome.
facility,
But like
it's
as
no
a,
good.
if you're trying to do like a big event, it's like not set up for that.
Interesting. Yeah,
'Cause
I had.
it's Ford's performance.
I mean,
The
is
44 is slow down the front straightaway, guys.
oh my god.
That is PC racing. Now, it was being passed by the 601. So when I say slow, it was being passed by a car it should not have been passed by.
right.
It doesn't mean it's not up, it doesn't have power or whatever, but it wasn't going as quickly as it should have been. Last lap was a 313.9. I think that car is nursing a problem. I think your GP1 leader is in a little bit of strife here and still circulating, but not nearly as quickly as it ought to be. I think this is it. No, that's not it.
We should be able to get a better sense of speed here, turn 6 camera. It'll take longer for it to get here.
That's it to drivers right there in the camera shot. Just come through a couple of seconds ago. Blue LEDs. Black and blue car with blue LEDs. Is that right?
Oh, it's unrelated. So whenever you have
Oh, okay. Yeah, I want to sort this out.
Yes,
I think that's it on the
absolutely.
far side of the circuit. They're going slowly between 8 and 9.
A little bit of a lockup.
No,
from,
maybe not. No, you're right. It's the second one. Yeah. Bright white headlights. And so it's going quickly, but in a way that would suggest maybe it's stuck in a gear or something like that, where it's slow to accelerate. Once it gets up to pace, it's okay,
right.
but it doesn't have the pull it ought to out of some of these corners, and ultimately the lap pace or the lap speed isn't there. Now the question is, why is it still out on track?
Could it be a gearbox issue, and there's a certain gear transition that they're struggling with? And
It is possible. They're 29 laps complete on this stint, so they are kind of coming up towards the end of a fuel run here. But you wouldn't toss 30 seconds out the window in a lap to try and save fuel. You'd be nursing something there.
I have pit expected this lap, so we should see them soon regardless. This won't be an indication that they're trying to come in to fix an issue.
Yeah. There's nothing on the log that suggests they, had a spin or a rough ride over something and then had a problem. Wow, Tim brought himself to the booth for a change.
That almost never happens. So to finish up my thought from earlier, Joseph, you're aware that Auto Club Speedway has a Roval, right?
Aren't they? I mean, the reason that's kind of tongue-in-cheek is because aren't they planning on basically tearing that place down and shortening it up?
I mean, their current thing says that they're going to have a NASCAR race there in 119 days, which seems like kind of a short turnaround to tear down the track. So, celebrate 25 years of Auto Club Speedway in 2022. Bam, right there. So there you go. That's where we should do it. I have determined it's going to be the Auto Club Roval. Let's see, we got the 983 is in. They're going to be doing fuel. I imagine some brakes as well.
Is it the 44 that's coming under your nose?
I believe they just went by, and I was looking at the other
Yeah,
thing.
they're in the
They're in their
pits.
pit stall, right? Yeah. I can just barely see if I lean all the way forward here. They're looking inside the cabin. They're not checking anything else at this time.
Yeah, maybe it's the driver just missing shifts toward the end of the. I mean, it's 12:30 here. It's 12:30 in the morning. It's been a long run. I wouldn't be shocked if it was just, just driver error.
That particular car, you cannot be missing shifts. You are liable to have it in too low of a gear and blow stuff up. So you got to start being very careful. And I can understand.
Now, are you saying that
being
in
a
that
little bit
it's
more.
is it electronically actuated, or is it a bad idea to miss shifts?
If you're missing shifts and if you get in the habit of missing gates on that BMW motor, which we saw at Mid-Ohio, you end up going for 5th and you hit 3rd and you jerk the clutch back because you're trying to rev match and you zing that motor up to like 13,000 RPM, which it does not obviously want to do. So it's a good way to blow the motor if you're starting to miss stuff. So I think you would rather miss the gate and try again as opposed to just trying to hurry through the shifts. So that might be the case. That's just somebody taking it easy. If you're not 100% sure, try again. Try to find gear. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see. Having been given new brakes, the 982 has just done its best lap of the race by about a quarter of a second. Down
they
into
have the
the
hood open
low
on the 44.
23s.
I'm sorry, Joseph.
What's that? Oh, hood
They have
up.
the hood
Okay.
open on the 44.
Interesting.
Yep. They're looking in the cabin still. So, yeah, I do wonder if maybe there's a gear linkage issue because there's people under the car, there's people in the cabin, there's people under the hood. It looks like the 99 is going to come in as well. Alrighty, let's see here. Trying to monitor goings on in the pit lane. Looks like Will to Win doing rotors as well, which I'm impressed about. I'm willing to bet they're only doing front rotors and they're doing rear pads.
I think that's the 99 that's in now.
Yes, it is.
Seems like 678 should be due in soon. That'll be our GP2 leader, but that'll be scheduled.
Right. Looks like a scheduled stop for the 99 right now as well.
Yeah,
Tim up here saying very interesting things, but refusing to be on the radio, of course. Really good radio happening literally 4 feet from me, and it can't go on the radio, apparently. So.
It can't go on the radio.
He doesn't want to be on the radio, is my impression.
Why not?
I don't know.
We're not.
But
we're not going to get fined.
Brendan's indulging him, which is what's making me, salty about it.
We should offer people like a lap credit if they come on the broadcast.
Good news. You can get 2 laps back if you come up and spend 15 minutes with us.
Yeah.
Everyone would take it. Okay, here we go. For the first time ever, Tim has put on a headset.
Well, it's the first time ever not sitting in somebody's rental car trying to get into some air conditioning. Throwing it back to Daytona. Tim Myers from Hammer Motorsports joins us in the DriverSeye live booth just after midnight here, just past halfway. Tim, first, thanks for coming up.
He's already going for.
We know
JT's
you're a busy
laptop
man.
And everything.
Yeah,
he's all in here.
But we appreciate you all being up here. It's been a day, huh?
It has. Yeah.
So you told me some of the details off air. You can give the condensed version if you want, but let's key the listener in.
Well, so first, let me just mention one thing first. How impressive is it that we have a GP1 car in 5th overall, a GP2 car in 7th overall, and then another GP1 car in 8th overall?
That PC car was as high as 3rd about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I've been watching this.
Yeah.
And you guys asked me ahead of time whether I thought a GP1 car could podium. I said absolutely.
Well, I would have taken you up on that bet 100%.
That's what guys too.
Yeah.
But hats off to those guys. I mean, we're just over halfway here, and those guys are putting on a hell of a show.
Absolutely.
So cheers out to them. Also, round 3 racing got 2 cars that are in the mix there.
Yeah.
In their class, and they're doing really well.
Yeah, the 701 had a problem, we think, with a puncture, but the 601 and the 605 had a really nice
having
day.
a good little battle with
Yeah.
Yeah, they still are battling each other. It's pretty impressive, actually. We've had some problems today. Told you off air, I think we did different than some other teams. We put all new stuff in our cars, all new motors, all new gearboxes, all new diffs. all new fuel cell stuff, new shocks, basically everything, all suspension pieces, everything new. And we've had just a crazy day of gremlins. Our team, you guys know this, our team is, we either win, place or show, and we win when we run. When we don't hit shit and when we don't hit curbs, we tend to break suspension pieces. If we have wheel-to-wheel contact with somebody, we tend to break tie rod ends and trailing arms and
We've
stuff.
seen that a couple times already.
Yeah. So we always kind of joke that we don't really have reliability problems. We have other problems that are usually self-induced or, we're a recipient of another team that I won't mention by name, so we have quite a scoreboard with. But we usually break suspension pieces. Where the cars are kind of fragile when it comes to that. The front fenders on these cars is carbon fiber. They're sticking way out. There's not any protection on the wheels, so that tends to break stuff.
Sure.
And our front wheels are
interesting for a touring car. I mean, touring car racing has been known for decades for being the elbows out. Give them a shove.
Not so much for the TCR cars.
Yeah.
I will say this though, TCR cars can rumble with each other pretty well because we're talking about 2,800 pound cars.
Sure.
When we start getting with some of these heavier cars and stuff, but today we've had the craziest of stuff happen. Sensor, the motor. When you buy motors from Audi and TCR motors from Audi, they come fully dressed, so everything's brand new.
Mm-hmm.
They even come with oil and the coolant in them and spark plugs and new coils and everything. Turbo's new. And we have had a number of sensors fail today. And what was really unusual about it is we had stuff fail in hour 3. Right. It's really strange for all new stuff. And in one particular case, we put a turbo actuator valve in the car. We put a turbo diverter valve in the car. Came back reading codes and still looked like we were having the same problem. And just kind of for grins, we put another turbo diverter valve in that was a used one that we had, and it worked. And that fixed that. That was in the 02 car early on, and I'm sorry, the 01 car early on. The 02 car, what we thought might be that we ran out of gas or had some kind of really nasty problem, blown motor or something like that. We got it back to the pits. We very quickly diagnosed that we had a fuel line in our fuel cell that had come disconnected, and so we were able to rectify that really quick. But then we had another strange thing with the 01 car. We had a coil pack go bad, which is somewhat unusual for us. We don't really tear through coil packs like some other types of cars do, but all new coil packs for the race. Put 4 new coil packs in the race, sent it back out, came back in because it was misfiring still. And we had a misfire on one cylinder, and the oldest trick in the book is to move that coil pack to another cylinder and see if the misfire moves with it. So we moved it from 3 to 1, and we still had a misfire on 3. So we either had a really bad problem there, like blew it up or dropped a cylinder or something like that, or we had something in line, and we actually found a pin on our connector that had backed out. There's like a pigtail on that, and it had backed itself out. So the guys got that straightened out and put it back on. And I think that's just a symptom of racing at Sebring. Lots of bumps, and I think somehow just wiggled it out. So we've had some pretty crazy issues today. It's been unfortunate because we've had incredibly good pace. I mean, even now we've been running for a number of hours, and every time I check here, we're usually the fastest cars on the racetrack, or among the fastest anyway. We've been the fastest cars here for a couple hours, but we're far enough down the order. I think one of them was in a P10 or something in GTO, and we'll keep fighting back with that guy. And we're going to fight anyway. It's still a long race. I mean, there's 12 hours, and you saw earlier in the race. I guess Choice is back at it now. They're P9 here overall, probably 5th or 6th.
Yeah, they had a pair of incidents.
Yeah,
one into the tire wall down at turn 1, and the other one I think high centered on a curb over at 16.
Yeah, so they're a good example, right? So they're sitting here running at 6th overall.
Yeah.
GTR, you should never count them out. They're in P5 overall. When we had our problems with the 02 car, us and GTR were on the same lap, running together there for a long time. So it kind of gives us an idea where we would have been even after our first problems. But then you saw what happened with automatic racing. We didn't run at the front all day long.
Do you know what happened there? We know they ended up in the tires at 7, but we don't know what the cause was.
I don't know.
I know they've been running without a rear wing for hours.
Yeah, they're running without rear wing. Had left rear bodywork that was hanging, a mirror that was knocked off. But one of my guys was fairly close to him, and he wondered whether he lost brakes because he said when he left the track, it was an unusual high rate of speed.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I'm glad the driver's okay. I heard the driver's fine.
Nice.
I don't want to see anybody hurt, but it was unfortunate. They retired, but you're talking about 2 cars that were in the top 5 there, really consistent. But yeah, it's a long race. And then look, they're fighting back. Choice and Team GTR. These guys are in striking distance, 6-10 laps back.
Yeah.
You lost 12 laps in the first 12 hours. Somebody else can lose 12 laps.
We've said a couple times today, the recovery drives are often the most interesting.
Yeah.
And, WHW's kind of had a stranglehold on the top. at least with the 983. The 981's been top 3 for most of the evening, but you know, over time, especially with these long green flag runs, you see, you know, like you said, Choice is on its way back.
Yep.
Pro Sport has had a really nice run through the darkness so far.
Yeah, they sure have.
So
Dwayne Moses is a friend of mine that's on that team. He's
on the 143.
Yeah, on the 143, really good driver. They got a good driver lineup too.
Sure.
And Dougie Livingston, he runs a good program over there too. Catesby and the ACP car, they're doing a good job. But you know, W2W, they got it down pat, right? We're only halfway, so it's early. But if you just look overall, that car's not even close to running the fastest pace. But they keep clicking them off.
But
that's what this race is all about.
Literally 0 problems for that car.
Yeah, no problems. Yeah.
None. It's pretty remarkable, and credit to them. I mean, they've done a really nice job.
Very much so. And, you know, if the race was 8 hours, they would have won 8. If it was 10, they would have won 10. If they would have won, you know, 12, if it was 12. So they're on their way here. And they have a 1-lap lead now, so that's a little tighter than it was. They might have just done brakes. I didn't notice, but at any rate, yeah, they're doing a really good job. That crew's on point too this weekend. I think they've got their stuff straight this weekend.
So do you, with the position you're in, especially with the 02, the 01's a little further back, but the 02, you know, you stay on track. There's the opportunity to pick up some spots there, I'm sure. Do you set a target and say, hey, we think by noon tomorrow we can get this car if we stay on track and do our thing? Or do you just say, well, we just run the car as best we can and whatever happens, happens?
We'll just run it as best we can. You know, we'll keep fighting here. This pace that our guys are running, you know, like I'm looking at, you know, last lap Leader ran a 28.2 and you know, my guy ran a 24.7. Looks like there's one other car, one of the other WW car just curved a pretty fast lap, but we've told our guys to stay off the curbs and they're still able to run 23.24s.
Oh wow, that's good. Yeah,
good pace. Lots of 25s in there, and so they're staying off the curbs. We're enforcing that very strongly, but you know, we just saw there was a car that was 7 laps ahead of us or something. We caught them, you know, an out-of-class car. We caught them in like, you know, 1 stint or something. So we'll keep moving toward the front here. I think we in P10 overall.
Little.
Yeah, P10.
P10.
Oh, yeah.
GTO rather. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, you got GTO.
Yeah, GTO. We're in 10 or something like that.
Yeah, 19th overall.
19th overall. Yeah, so I mean that car came back out in 28th or something.
Yeah.
So we already kind of sawing through them. So. Yeah, it's a long race. I will say, too, you guys probably could figure this out, but when it was raining this morning, which wasn't really expected, we were frothing at the mouth.
Ryan said there's maybe a shower coming here.
So 1:30, we might have a little bit of something.
You might get something here.
I mean, our cars are obviously really good in the rain. Front-wheel drive, high bias diffs, traction control. You know, some of the other teams were saying, oh, my God, I bet you're in heaven. I said, yeah, but the second thing, when you get a shower like that, it didn't quite happen this way, but if the racetrack, even when it's wet and it quits raining, when our cars are already at 100% speed, the other teams will still be trying to feel out.
Yeah.
And so, you know, we got one car to the front there. I don't know if you noticed, but Mark Brumman started that car from Tons of Gas Motorsports.
Oh, yeah.
The 02 car. And he drove that car to the front.
Nice.
Pretty good testament to his stint today. We had a couple of faster guys in that car, but we thought Brumman would be good to start. Did him a good long stint in. He's got a lot of experience here. He's raced here a lot. Really good with traffic, but he drove straight to the front. It was a really good stint out of him. So we were pretty happy with the way that started. But even then, it was pretty damp at the beginning, and Mark just got loose in a hurry, which was actually really nice. But then it dried out real quick.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
I was actually standing out there saying, keep sprinkling, keep sprinkling. The closer it got to the grid, I thought that was longer. We might have a little bit of a head start on everybody.
Yeah, no, everybody's pretty evenly matched there at the start. I was actually pretty impressed with how well things kind of stuck together.
Yeah, it was nice. You know, really nice weather.
Yeah.
I mean, we like it when it rains, but this is really nice weather to have a 24-hour race in Florida and it not rain during the race, which it seems it's not really good. Race.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty nice. It's gorgeous outside.
I got 2 questions for you.
Sure.
Mostly because we know your standard of preparation is very high. You know, the lead into the race, you said you put all new stuff in your cars, and that's to be expected. First, from a technical preparation perspective, do you sort of expect the unexpected running a race that's literally never been run before, or do you try and plan for specific things that you think are going to become an issue?
We plan for both, actually.
Okay.
The unexpected we certainly plan for. We actually have a lot of experience running these long races. We ran a lot of 24-hour races back in the day. I've been racing since a lot of races, 24-hour races back in the day. A lot of 13s, a lot of 14s.
Sure.
And so we've been doing it for a long time, but we certainly plan for the unexpected. I don't know if these guys saw, but we brought a spare car, and it looks like Sanford and Sons. It's stripped down.
Yeah,
all laid out.
I did notice. Normally that car is well put together. It is not that way.
It's
right
all
now.
stripped out.
Yeah.
You know, all the parts are already off. They're all laying down. It's up on jack stands. I mean, everything's off. The front clip, splitter.
Yeah.
You know, all our shocks are laid out with all the tools with them and everything else. So it takes that level of preparation, and I think it's a good testament to our crew and Richie Trombley. I mean, the problems we've had today, 90% of the teams with on the tail end, I think. Those are pretty serious problems to be chasing after at the racetrack. And so, you know, testament to those guys. I really feel like we have the best crew. We've had the same guys 2.5 years. And they're a terrific group of guys. A number of them are racers themselves. They're very accomplished. They do it for the love of the game. And we're really lucky we have those guys. They do a tremendous job.
Even on an average day for you guys, you come home with the result. You know, you don't have to be perfect or have perfect luck or reliability out there to be able to pull off, make the difference down here in the pit lane. So
I mean, you know, success would be doing better, I think, but still, if we just continue like we are going all the way to the end, I still will find it to be a success that we didn't quit and we kept kicking the whole way.
So my second question with regards to preparation, when you tell your guys to keep off the curbs and, you know, just conserve the car as much as you can, do you set a pace and say, hey, let's run to a 225, let's run to a 226, or do you just say, hey, stay off the curbs, don't thrash the car around, and let the pace fall where it weighs? Oh yeah, look at that.
Watching the broadcast. Yeah, let me fill in for you guys. You know,
It's
go ahead, Joseph.
It's trouble outside of 3.
Trouble outside turn 3. That's good. So my guys will hear where that is. I'm sorry. Your question one more time.
No, I was saying, do you pick out a pace to set for your drivers, or just let it?
I do know there's some teams here that have picked a pace.
Okay.
We intended to pick a pace, but obviously we felt like in the order a little bit. We've actually replaced. You know, we're not sure what else could possibly go wrong right now. We are trying to tell our guys to be easy on the curve, particularly turn 7 and turn 15. That curb down there in 7, as we predicted, the rut on the left-hand side of the exit curb.
Okay.
Guys going through the dirt there will get quite deep. By the end of this race, it'll be a foot deep, where you really can tear something, suspension or something. On the front-wheel drive car, obviously, when you have the drive wheels and the turn wheels, same end of the car, that's a little rough on that stuff too.
Sure.
And then turn 15, the sausage curbs down there, which I know you guys are familiar with on DriversEye. You head through 15; those are actually really rough on the car.
Oh, really?
One thing I do know, and I had a number of teams actually mention it, our cars are incredibly compliant through turn 17. Like, we are destroying cars in 17. We set our cars up differerly in 17, and we spent all day yesterday seeing whether the compromise for the cars being really good in 17, because we don't have the best straight line speed of the other cars.
Sure.
We're getting pulled on the back straight by a number of cars. You know, to be expected. We don't have the same power. We're a little lighter though, particularly some of the GT4 cars. But we're really getting off of 17 much better than some of the other cars. So we've got a really compliant car in 17. And so yesterday we spent a lot of time, you know, can we take being a second faster through 17 and giving up 2 tenths there, 3 tenths there, where the car's not quite as good. And so we spent all day yesterday really getting that dialed in. And so your real answer is we intended to pick a pace. We wanted to run 26s and 27s the whole way.
Yeah.
But especially this time of night, we've got our guys on doubles here in the middle of the night, and we've turned them loose. They by now have gotten pretty disciplined about staying off the curbs too. And there's a little less traffic now. There's a few less cars.
Yeah.
That makes a difference too. We actually had one of our drivers say this is the first lap I've ever done WRL where I never passed a single car, which was interesting because you go to these races, usually 70 or 80 cars are all sold out, which is a testament to WRL. It's
absolutely
amazing. What they've done with this series is just amazing. But it was funny. The guy said, that's the first lap I ever could. He said, is everything okay? And we said, yeah. And he said, I didn't see a single car on this lap.
That's wild.
It's the first time that's ever happened. So.
He's about to bunch him up here. It's the 59 that's off at turn 3, by the way. It's Stratus.
59 Stratus.
FP01, yeah.
So I've got a question for you.
Sure.
I've got to do my thing as an obnoxious journalist. You know, you've dropped a lot of hints on Facebook.
Yeah.
You know, it's been discussed. People are talking about it. What's the plan for next year?
Oh, is now the right time to announce it?
No, you don't have to announce any. Well, you can if you want. I mean, we'll take exclusives.
I'll take an exclusive. But yeah, you know,
let us know where you're at, man.
I still have money on the FLM09 with an Ecotech.
It's
what do you have on?
FLM09 with an Ecotech.
Yeah, the old prototype challenge.
This will be amazing news to other people. Do you?
Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. You want to talk about this series? You want to talk about other things?
Any of the above.
Whatever you're comfortable talking
so
about, man. This is you. It's your
Hammer
business.
Motorsports will be running some select IMSA races and SRO races next year, I believe.
Okay.
And a pair of BMW M4 GT4s that we also will campaign at WRL. And so our intent next year is to run. There's your exclusive. Nobody knows this.
No,
Perfect.
I didn't till
My
just now.
crew knows it, and my full year contract drivers know. The guys that run with us for the whole year, they know because we're already talking about next year and what our plans are. Obviously, you guys know there's some other teams too that have some announcements. I don't know whether they've officially made them or not.
No, nobody has.
But that was hardest to keep our mouth shut, I think, during that, and so some of them will be a little bit surprised. But and hats off. I'm just going to tell you guys, I'm a data guy. That's what I do, and I love studying the GTR team.
Yeah.
And I've studied them for a long time, and they know this. I talk to Phil about this quite often, and I really watched how they bought that car and how they've been developing the car, and that car's got good pace.
Yeah.
They're still working through some things, I think, and I think they would tell you that. They've had a couple of issues today too, but that's a really good team. Phil does a really good job on prep. That's a team. Hats off to that team. I'm telling you, that team is a good target for any team in WRL. If you want to see how it's done, that's a pretty good team to keep your eye on.
Now that 99 team, they have what appears to be a non-standard parts to that M4.
Yeah,
is that something that you're going to consider as well, or are you going to try to keep it stock the way BMW intended?
Look at this. I'm getting texts during the broadcast from people now. Wow. Wow. And
Ryan, you see what you did?
This is an owner of another team.
Hey,
There's
man.
an F-bomb behind this. Wow. Iconic. Wow. This is one of my friends, actually. So it might be a certain camouflage team. And I just talk so nice about them too.
I know.
You talk nice about everybody.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? That's actually quite funny. Huh?
It is very funny.
But we are going to run the M4 GT4s
Nice.
and also the Audis.
Are these Audis? You're going to keep them, or are you going to pick up a pair of new ones here?
I'm not ready to announce that.
No,
just
that's fine.
yet.
Okay. All right. I had to ask.
We continue to talk to Audi Customer Support Racing Factory program. We couldn't quite strike a deal. We would have had the new Audis, 3 of the new Audis. We were close on a deal. I think it's safe to say we're still talking to them about that.
Okay.
But anybody who listens to the broadcast, Hammer Motorsports will have at least, I believe, at least 2 cars for sale. 1 for sure. Maybe a second car for sale as well. With a good spares package.
Nice.
And we'll give some people some technical help on it. So anybody who's on the fence or really wants to go to WRL or step up in another class, it's a fantastic car. I mean, I have to tell you, it's a really good car for this racing. This is going to be interesting too. If we were just to run one BMW and a WRL race and one Audi, our Audi is the car to beat.
You think so?
Yeah, if the Audi stays on the racetrack, the Audi's the car to beat.
Interesting.
It depends a lot on drivers, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But if just all things equal, the Audi can run a little longer in fuel. You guys have seen that. It's a 4-cylinder turbo. But if you had just perfectly equal drivers, the M4 I think could run a slightly faster pace. But when you actually model that out, the Audi can beat that car.
Interesting.
So now we have to go back to the drawing board. We've developed these cars quite a bit and made them really good for this endurance racing. Where's Joseph at, the model guy? Where's he at?
Joseph's
Ohio.
remote, so he's
Yeah.
actually on.
He's
he can
here.
hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So much like I like blowing up your predictive modeler there, Joseph. We've
It's
been
not very
blowing-
good. It shouldn't be tough.
Your model's actually I pay attention to that thing because it's usually not far off, but it can't. Obviously,
We've been chasing that one today.
Yeah.
I don't know what the deal is.
It's
in rough shape.
Yeah, I should look at it a little bit. But it can't predict obviously swings of things that happen, but also really good strategy, which you guys have seen us do that a few times. But much like that, Audi has been fascinated with what we've done with these cars. They've gotten really good. We have an Audi engineer assigned to our team. He's based in Toronto, Canada. We have direct access to Audi engineers in Germany, and they've been fantastic for us to work with via our support person in Toronto. And we've reworked a number of things. It's funny to listen to the Germans say, "You should not be able to do that." But,
Are they impressed or are they concerned?
I think they're impressed. I mean, I can give you guys one example. The fuel cells in the Audis, everything runs through a PDM. It's got 6 ECUs in it, basically, that talk to a single PDM. And when the Audi fuel stuff is not very good for endurance racing. Even in IMSA, they have a lot of problems with that fuel system. A lot of the Audi teams will tell you that's probably the biggest thing that they're always messing with. Well, we completely stripped all that stuff out, and as you can only imagine, when you first try to rework that, the whole car says, no, oh no, you don't. It's not the right fuel pressure, it's not the right fuel flow rates, it's not, that's not right, it's not the right injector cycles, it's not anything right. And so we actually devised a system to trick the PDM into believing that it's getting exactly what it wants. Still getting texts.
Big news day.
And so we actually have tricked those cars into getting exactly what they believe that they should get. And it's a pretty trick system because excess fuel that beyond what we need for fuel pressure, we actually run back into the fuel cell and dump it back on top of a Holly mat system. Familiar with that? So we run a Holly mat system. I think there's a few teams here that do that, but we run a Holly mat system, and so we're directly dumping fuel off a fuel pressure regulator that's in excess of what we need bar back into the fuel cell, and then basically keep soaking.
Yeah.
So that took us a long time. Richie Trombley, he came up with that. He built a big model in our shop and worked on that for a number of weeks, and then what became months, and got some help from some other folks, and some other people and longtime engineers in IMSA, and that's quite the system that we have actually. I don't know if you guys noticed, but there was another TCR team that came to VIR, and we anticipated they would have problems, and they did have a lot of problems, and they had entered for this race, and I think they withdrew. They know that they need to do a lot of work, so we've done a lot of work on those cars to be good for these races, obviously. So lots of hard work that the guys in the shop have done, and Richie.
I gotta ask you one question before you wrap up here. It's specifically related to Audi. First, I'll make a comment. First, to the World Racing League's credit, the fact that you can bring a factory prep race car and still toy and tinker with it enough to make it endurance racing ready and optimize it for endurance racing is fantastic.
Yeah, it's
right. Not a lot of places will allow you to mess with homologated parts like that. So that is a perfect recognition of what WRL allows teams like you guys to do that, have the resources and the ability to pull that off. Yeah. Second, back at Daytona, which I think the last time we spoke to you, at least on the air here, as we go back to green at just before 1 o'clock in the morning, we saw an R8 GT4 back at Daytona.
Yeah.
And you had voiced some concerns about how that car was going to be able to run. Did you ever get to the bottom of how that car got to weight and power?
Yeah, I sure did. That actually was not so we had a pair, I think most people know, we had a pair of Audi R8 GT4s in our shop for a little over a year. We could not get them to run at 9 to 1. At the time, 150 pounds of ballast was a max you could put on one of those cars. It then got increased to 200, but we had to run such a small restrictor on that car that wouldn't even idle.
Right.
We would try to drive it down our road and back again, and it would buck all over the place and everything else. And I got to be careful of the way I say this, but we tried to work with Audi on that. There wasn't a lot of interest from Audi on helping us get around some of those things.
Okay.
And I think that's okay, actually. That's a showcase car that runs in pro racing.
Sure.
And I did have one conversation with one person who said, they likely don't want to help you because more of those cars might leave the pro series and then come race in WRL. And they pay big sanction fees over there. I hope I'm not saying anything that a lot of people already know.
No.
They pay big sanction fees over there. And so that could be part of it. And that actually might not be a bad guess. But the car that was at Daytona was actually an R8 street car. And it was a V8.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, it was a V8.
It was on the entry list as a GT4.
So it was like a GT4 car.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And so I was like, wow, how are they getting that thing to 9 to 1? But it wasn't a true GT4.
Okay.
Yeah. And we since have sold it. We since have those cars that we have since been sold away. Actually.
Okay.
Both of them are raced in them. So.
Oh well, nice. All right, man. Well, if you got anything else, you want to get off your chest?
I don't think so. I do want to say thanks again to WRL. This is a terrific event. It's not shocking to us. That's not on the schedule next year. We actually said, I bet they don't do it again. It's interesting. This race didn't sell out, but I think that to all these teams that are here, or let me say it this way: there's a number of teams I think that were honest about this race would be very difficult for them to run. And so for every team that's here, from the biggest team here and the biggest rigs here to the, I saw, one open trailer here and a couple of very small trailers and small crews and some friends, hats off to everybody. This is a hell of a race to try to pull off. Clearly, there's a lot of people that are on point here. There's a lot of cars that are still battling like crazy all the way through the field. And so, hats off to all these teams. People will never forget this race, I think. Whoever wins this race will certainly never forget it.
Or let anybody else forget.
Since W2W is poking fun at me while I'm here, we'll never hear the end if W2W wins from Mark Martin. Although, I'll toast him. Whoever wins this race, I'll toast him and hold a glass high
For sure.
And that goes all the way through the field. So, but WRL, it's a fantastic series. Anybody who's still listening or on the fence, this is a terrific series. The series these guys have built here, your broadcast team, I marveled at Daytona that even your broadcast team, Joseph included in his modeler that I know he's still working on, have gotten better.
Yeah.
And, the whole surround of this series, from the officiating, and I think tech is very fair, and we've been on the short end of some of those things. I think the broadcast team, I think even the load-in procedure's gotten better, although I still like to poke about that some. And, the officiating on pit lane, just across the board. I mean, literally, when we came to this series 2 years ago, it was more just about the time on the racetrack.
Yeah.
And everything else wasn't great. But this series now is really great.
Yeah.
This is a great series. It's a fantastic series. Back in the day, we did a lot of pro racing. This is very much like Grand Am used to be.
Yeah.
So at one time, Grand Am used to be a little bit of a combination of factory teams building what I would call factory race cars, but then also guys in garage building Honda Civic SIs and things of that nature. And this is very much like that. Choice Racing, they bring a new car this year, right? That's a fantastic car. They're still working through something, but that car is fast. It's paced. That's another good team.
Mm-hmm.
Will and his father, that's a tough team to beat when they're on point too. And so you get both ends of the spectrum here. I love the 9-1 formula. I think it's a terrific formula all the way through the field. I actually know more about GTO than the other ones, but obviously the formula works because you see different teams win. And I love this series too because every race that you show up to, if you get 100% of the car, 100% of the drivers, 100% of the crew, you can win this race, even if you don't have 100% of the pace.
Yeah.
You guys know we started from 25th and 21st of the two races we won this year.
Yep.
And we've never had the fastest lap in a race, except for maybe one of the first ones we came to or something.
Mm-hmm.
And this is another thing too I'll mention to you because it's really interesting. The last time we were here, we're the defending champs of this race, 14-hour race 2 years ago. We ran a 25-1, and we had like the third fastest lap. I don't know what the fastest lap is today.
22, close to a 22 flat.
So just imagine that. That's a 3-second faster lap time.
Yeah.
And so look how much these teams have developed these cars. Now we were early, but look how much these teams and Catesby and Catesby Jones, Mark Martin. We were talking about what we thought the times might be, and I was guessing 22, 23, and that's where we're all at. But again, 2 short years, 3 seconds. That's what it takes. And but to all these teams, you can do it every single weekend. If you're on the fence about this series, first figure out how to register because that's the first race you have to win. Getting registered. COTA sold out in 18 minutes. And the other thing too, just that again, just to labor this point one more time, we finished second last year at COTA. Our car is not any good at COTA.
Yeah.
And at Road America this year, we led 6.5 hours one day, 4.5 hours the other. We broke in both those races, but our car is not the best car at Road America. Right. Not even close. One of the reasons we're going to keep at least one Audi, if not two, is because we'll take those to Barber in Mid-Ohio where those cars are really good.
Mm-hmm.
But geez, we were at Road America this year. I was like, how the heck are we winning this race? But when you, again, 100% crew, 100% driver, 100% of the time, any team here can win it.
Yeah.
I mean, this
we've seen it all year.
This GP1 team is a perfect example. If a couple more of these cars, you said they ran as high as P3 overall.
Yep.
Now look, they're down in 9th. They just came out of the pits, but they're a great example, right? A couple more cars have trouble, late in this race, and we would see a GP1 car potentially podium. And by the way, I actually think a GP1 car should be able to podium if they run a
absolutely, yeah, no problems with that at all.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think they should be able to do it.
Yeah.
So anyway, thanks for having me again.
Yeah, man. Anytime, you know that.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Joseph. I'll see you again.
Yeah. We're trying to get Joseph Dakota. So
yeah, Joseph. Where does Joseph live at?
Ohio.
Ohio. You're an Ohio boy, Joseph?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I grew up outside of Akron, actually. Where are you from in Ohio?
Do you know where St. Clairsville is?
No.
Yeah, nobody does.
Yeah,
like Wheeling, but worse.
Wheeling. Okay, so you're closer to the West Virginia line down that way.
Yeah, but now I'm up in Columbus.
Oh, you're in Columbus. Okay. All right. So I hope to meet you sometime, Joseph.
Yeah, likewise.
So I do the same thing every time. I don't really get to catch your broadcast during the race for obvious reasons. But when I get on the airplane, I start watching it. I watch it till I fall asleep. And then when I get home, I put it on the 90-inch TV and watch the whole thing.
Your poor wife.
Yeah, I did it after she goes to sleep. But that's when I really have the most fun with the model. I'm like, oh, they think they know what we're doing here.
No, we have no idea. We think he knows. We've gotten a little better at it, but
Again, you talk about teams working at it too. WCW, they wrote a software program that maps all these teams out when they're expected to hit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, these little things are how this series has evolved.
Yeah.
That every little bit you can do.
But I love that that's all independent. Your little tweaks, their little tweaks, they're all independent of each other. There's nobody going out and buying expensive software on their own.
That's very true. They have,
that's so cool.
They have at least one strategist this weekend that was, worked with an IndyCar team before.
Well,
so,
I mean, look at
there you go.
it feels like it's paying off here.
Yeah. And so, you don't need that to win.
No, sure.
It certainly helps, but you don't need that to win.
Yeah.
And again, anybody can put it together.
Sure. Yeah. You guys already have, so appreciate you coming up here, man. And like I said, you're welcome anytime. Best of luck to you for the rest of the 12 hours. And if nothing else, I'm sure we'll see you again at COTA.
Yeah, most welcome. And I don't want to let this guy's cat out of the bag, but Lawless Allen had talked to you guys before. He was working on a full deal season for next year in NASCAR trucks. He signed that deal.
Nice.
There'll be a press release here pretty soon.
Awesome.
And it's with one of the top tier teams. So we're really excited.
We won't steal that exclusive, but that's exciting stuff, man.
Yeah, I won't be able to mention the team.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I got to ask you, I haven't seen Alex Mayer yet. He said he was going to come up and then didn't. Did he get a new helmet after the runoffs, or he's got the scuff marks still there?
Yeah, he did get a new helmet. No,
Okay.
that helmet damaged.
Was it really?
Yeah, that was a
Yeah, he's a lucky guy.
He really
is. Lucky guy.
He's been on standby down there because we weren't sure if our other driver was going to get down there from waking up, but he did. So Alex will be in the car, not this stint, but the
I'll have to come up. Have him come up.
sure. Yeah,
Remind him.
sure.
Yeah. Give him a nudge.
Yeah, I can do that.
Thanks, Tim.
All right,
Appreciate
guys.
you being up here,
Thanks for
man.
having me. Always.
I appreciate you.
Get something to eat, Walter?
Absolutely. Look at me. Have I ever missed a meal? All right, Joseph. What have
How's
we
it
missed? It's going fantastic.
So there was a yellow flag that actually didn't get put into timing. I don't know if that'll make a huge difference to anybody, but it does. It'll throw a couple things off if you're going back through the records and trying to make sense of things. So the 983 made a brake change in that 14.5-minute lap about 3 laps before the yellow flag came out. The reason why that is important is the 143 during what seems like a 2 or 3 lap caution period only has one extended lap at a 9:35. Now, I don't know if they're fixing something else or if they've made a really speedy brake change. Maybe they've only changed the front rotors or the front pads. I'm not sure. But it's possible that they've saved themselves a lap or two by doing that during the safety car period. So that's just something to keep an eye out for.
Okay. Anything else?
Let's see. Let's take a look at race control. No, not really.
No. Okay.
The 240, they've already had a, if I'm remembering my numbers correctly, that's Renton Race. They've already had a pretty rough go of things. We're docked a lap for passing under the safety car.
Yeah.
Actually, they passed the safety car, so that's...
Well, and they were on the pit lane most of the first hour, if not more than that, as I recall.
Yeah.
The 240.
Off and on.
Yeah.
They
were there for a long time, and then they were off and on after that.
Yeah, they're sitting there in 33rd overall. The only GTO that they're in front of, unfortunately for Tim, is the 01. But the 01, I guess if I'm gonna insult them, I might as well mention that they're also putting in their best laps of the race right now.
Yeah, no, and that's what Tim was just talking about. Is that they've got good pace. I'm sure he won't admit it, but he probably just that sucks.
I can't imagine.
You buy all new stuff, and you're running hell of a pace, and you have this happen.
Yeah,
If it was
can't.
easy, everybody would do it, you know?
Well, and just you put all that prep in. I know it's a cliche. I know it's not news for anybody. But you're putting all that work in, and like we said at the beginning of the race, you're strapped in, ready to go for 24 hours, and then you just get hit with just punch after punch after punch. I can't. I know you don't really have a choice. I mean, I guess you do have a choice. You could just lay down, but
Right.
yeah, like you said, it's good that in the moment they kept plugging away at it and they worked it out, especially given that their days with that car may be numbered anyway.
Well, he did mention that he's going to at least keep one to take to the smaller tracks, it sounds like, for WRL at least. And, like, rightfully so. They put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into that car, it sounds like, to get it to where it works pretty well for this. And, you know, that makes sense. I didn't know they had changed anything on that car, but, you know, now that he talks about it, hey, when the other RS3s come and run, he ended up having problems. So that makes a lot of sense.
Right.
I also think it's wise that as, you know, the team to beat, you know, we've been talking about the 99 all day, that he agrees the 99 is the car to beat. And what car did they switch to after switching out of their super reliable, really good E46? They switched to this GT4 M4. So,
right.
You got to go where you got to follow to some extent. You know, you can't leave time on the table tremendously so. And obviously, if he's got an SRO deal, it's going to be a little bit easier if he's more familiar with the GT4 car. So that's going to work out better as well. Yeah,
I mean, it's worth pointing out the fastest lap in GTO has been the 909 automatic racing, 222.0. The next fastest lap set by the Team GTR 99 at 222.1. So I mean, there's several cars that are in those low 22s. I say several. It's really just those two, Stratus and ACI. But my point being, the 99 is the second quickest car in that class. I mean, flat out. And it's a little bit like a super speedway race. And they're like, if only the start-finish line was 100 yards further down the road. Really, this is like if you had like 8 more hours.
Exactly.
You could claw it back, but you know,
it's getting tight.
Right, but
you're no longer the captain of your own destiny.
No, I mean,
you're waiting for luck to fall your way, and obviously you don't want bad stuff to happen to other competitors, obviously. But
everyone says that. I don't know if that's true. If you've had your own bad luck, I don't know if everyone's running a flawless. Obviously, you hate to see something. You hate to see somebody go down from a mistake, right? I hate seeing competitions, you know, won or lost off of errors like that, and you know. But if you've already had bad luck, I don't know if you really mind somebody else also having bad luck.
I don't know. Like, there's a limit to the bad luck, I guess. Like, it sucks to see a competitor of yours, you know, somebody that you know in the paddock, bins their car, and like now has all this money.
That is
like,
right.
Well, you know, I can't get the car the next race now, so you know that's going to be a bummer.
Right. That's obviously like, unless you really don't like that team, which I don't know if that animosity really exists in this paddock. Maybe somebody will inform me otherwise. But no, that's not what I'm talking. I'm just talking about like, maybe you have like I don't know, something minor, like, you know, you have to repair a headlight overnight
like
or something
failure
like that,
or something.
Yeah, I'm not saying you ask for something catastrophic, but certainly.
I don't think a clutch failure would be catastrophic, but that's time consuming.
Right.
But like, the part cost is not that high, so you're not going to like put anybody out of business, but it is going to be inconvenient.
Right. Yeah, I'm not suggesting anyone would be like, oh yeah, it'd be super fun if they just couldn't run any more races.
Right. Brendan furiously putting his headset back on.
Angrily.
Sorry, I muted the wrong
guys.
JT and I swapped. Did we ever establish what happened with our GP1 leader, the PC racing car?
I was gonna, So as we were talking to Tim, I was monitoring that they just never came back. They
came into the pit and that was it.
Yeah, they had that long lap in, remember? We noticed that they were slow. We had speculated it was maybe a gear change issue. They came in on what was a regularly scheduled stop. I mean, it was perfectly on sequence. And we just haven't seen them since. And they were 4th or 3rd overall when they came in.
Yeah, I mean, of all of the classes, other than maybe, the GP2 situation, that was about as commanding as you were going to get.
By the way...
And now Thunder Bunny finds themselves, 7 laps out in front of them, 12 laps out in front of the Ginger car.
By the way, our GP2 leader is ahead of our GP1 leader and sitting in 6th overall.
Yeah, I saw that. The Chill Out Systems car, and that's a quick car.
Yeah, it has been all day. Should also take a look at GP3. Did you guys talk about that?
I didn't. I'm going to step away here and go take care of camera batteries. Anybody need anything? I'm out doing the thing.
I understand that Hammer has pizza, which is probably cold now. So if you wanted to bring us up a pizza...
Overnight? Oh, they're back into the lead.
Back into the lead.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good call, JT.
Round 3?
Yeah.
Paige said on the YouTube chat that the Round 3 Racing next pit stop was supposed to have brakes. I watched them do the pit stop. I didn't see the brakes get changed.
Oh, that was 44 minutes ago that comment was posted. So I think it's happened since then.
Okay.
It could have been.
I thought I had been keeping track of that, so I'm going to stick to my guns on because the 701 and the 605 came in at the same time, and there was not enough people roaming around for them to have done a brake change.
605 had a. I don't know how extensive these changes are for the different cars, but 605 had a 10-minute lap. Now, granted, that was under a yellow flag, but still, that's a 10-minute lap.
Right.
On their last stop. 601 is a little... 601 I'm not sure about. I don't think the 601s had their brake change yet. 701, while we're here, I don't think 701 has either, to be honest. It seems like those are both normal yellow flag laps, but I do suspect the 605 has.
Okay.
All right.
197. 197. While we're talking about it, I don't think 197's changed brakes though, so that is going to potentially explain the difference here. Potentially.
The 197 is a Miata, right?
I thought it was the red Boxster.
It is the Boxster. You're right. Well, so in the same kind of vein, though, not a heavy car.
No.
Do they need to change brakes? Alternatively, if you're the 197 crew chief, do you roll the dice on, listen, let's take it easy. We have track position. It's only 28 seconds. That's not really, never mind. If they had like a lap or two in hand, it would be different, I think.
Well, see, we also have to take into account the pace that they're able to do right now.
Right.
Now that they have jumped round 3.
Right.
So maybe they want to hold off until, we're getting closer towards daybreak.
Right.
Some of the things that I find curious is, so 983 having had to make that brake change under green flag conditions, 143 potentially having done at least a partial brake change under yellow flag conditions. I reran projections at the 11-hour mark, as in 11 hours ago, and that shrunk the 983's chance of winning pretty substantially. It gives an outside chance to the 52, in part because the 52 hasn't changed brakes yet. But the 143 is looking a lot better than it did before that yellow flag period.
Okay. I like this. This could be interesting.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of intrigue here for me.
In theory, well, and as we've just spoken to Tim, and he's talked about the extensive changes he's made to his car, and also understanding that Automatic's car is not a current GT Ford spec car, or there's discussion about whether it was a GS car anyway. So much to say. On one hand, I feel like the 143 might be capable of running Automatic's lap times, but at the same time, maybe Automatic has done stuff to their car that the 143 Pro Sport car hasn't. Anyway, my point was going to be the Pro Sport car should have some pace, I feel like, at a minimum over the M2 of the number 52 Team ACP car. Now, whether they have pace over a GT4 Porsche, they're probably a little bit closer there, and as their best lap times would show, they're actually 0.2 slower than the Will to Win number 983. Yeah, and they just clicked off a lap that was about 2 seconds slower than Will to Win's last lap. So maybe not a pace thing, but that's interesting to me, Joseph, that the Will to Win is like a pretty consistently fast car. They don't have the outright speed, but they're pretty consistently in that 24 range. How is the 143 in such a good spot?
Let me get some charts. I will see if I can tease out a real explanation.
Excellent. Glad to hear it.
Generally, it's staying out of trouble.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it is. How do their fast laps compare? I mean, that'll be a good heuristic straight away. They're close.
I mean, fastest laps are within 0.2.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both staying out of trouble. The Pro Sport car had that issue earlier on, and the Will to Win has been pretty consistent. So that's why it's curious to me that all of a sudden their odds have gone down. If they're still consistent, they appear to have a little bit more pace, but you're checking the charts right now.
Their odds have gone down because they lost 6 minutes by having to make their brake change into green.
Okay, all right. Fair enough. Do we know if the 143 has done brakes yet? I would imagine not, just given how the stuff is shaken out. But
yeah, we do not believe so at this time.
Okay.
Yeah, 983.
I dare say that an Aston Martin race car probably does need brakes in a 24-hour race. Typically a pretty heavy
certainly.
car. Yeah.
So something that's a little interesting is the lap time distributions between the 983 and 143 are very close, but there's a little bit more sort of. 983 has a slightly longer tail towards slower lap times that the 143 doesn't have. So the 143 is just a little bit more consistent. It's not by much, but it is there. It's noticeable.
Okay.
We do use log normal distributions in trying to simulate lap times. Waving yellow at turn 5, Brendan reports.
You trying to throw out some inside baseball stat info for Tim there?
I mean, it's just it's pretty simple analysis. It's not like
right.
I don't really know what I'm doing, so it's not that sophisticated.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Black car, unknown number, Brendan reports.
The AOA car has been a frequent visitor to the not quite running correctly party, if you will.
See, all of our cars that I have eyes on are past that scene.
Is it, Joseph, is this the car we're meant to be looking at that's right there by the Corvette bridge, or no? No, okay. Or JT, my apologies.
No, that looks like it is part of the infield there.
Okay. Is that Brendan?
It should not be.
Okay. Yes. Oh.
Sorry, it's a Mustang.
Beautiful. It's a Mustang. Okay.
Yeah, look at the taillights.
I wonder if that's the Mustang that's been in the paddock all weekend. Probably.
This is Choice, the 522, with the audio that is not coming from the Choice car, so don't. It's just there for flavor.
Flavor Flav?
Yeah, sure. I think that's a. I can't. Are there light boards out denoting yellow flags, or is that just a lamp by the side of the road?
I'm guessing that's a lamp. I don't see anybody waving at yellow. Also, I can only see about 40% of the track.
Oh, I think that is the 15. I've just seen it in a onboard the 211.
Okay.
Race Control's calling it the 245, so I take that back.
Okay, so that's going to be the BMW.
Yeah.
They were in the pit earlier for quite some time.
I think that was their outlap, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, that might be.
Ryan, you can't do this. It's too early.
I just had a nice cramp in my jaw after the yawn, too, so that was pretty pleasant.
83
What?
down pit road.
When it rains, it pours for poor Ryan West.
Yeah, absolutely.
Your name would be difficult to say if you had trouble like saying your R's. You ever think about that?
No, I
You'd
don't.
be like Ryan West, you know?
Ugh. Can't do it.
Ryan Rest. Yeah, like if you were like if you were on the struggle bus with that, you know, imagine.
I'd go for vest before I went for rest. Yeah, I'd switch to the V on the last name, that's for sure.
Okay.
They had changed my first name to Tom. Something nice and easy.
I was like, who's Tom Vest?
You just switched off of that onboard, which was the Hammer car chasing down the Aston Martin. I'm starting to get really into that.
Yeah, but it's not like for anything.
It's for pride.
It's for thank you. Yes.
Okay, but I was also gonna hang on the 211 because it's our best onboard for us to see how are we doing getting that car out of the way.
How are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly like that.
All right, so we are waiting for number 46 Ginger Racing BMW to come across the start-finish line. In doing so, it will inherit second place in GP1 from the 44 PC Racing BMW.
Let's look to driver's right. That car may have been pulled away to safety already. I'm not sure where the pull-through would be. Is there one out of 5? I'm trying to think where the short course would be. They would have missed it, right? Because it's on the run into 3.
4 3, yeah.
All right.
15 is circulating and coming across start-finish line here.
Live
How's
here. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to ask how Pac-12 After Dark was going.
I can check on that for you, that's for sure. I was going to do a station identification.
I will pause for 10 seconds for station identification here on the DriversEye network.
So we're DriversEye Live. I'm Ryan. Got JT on my right. I got Joseph up at our Columbus data center.
Up in London.
Brendan Kazmarek is on assignment. That's what they would say when, what's his name that does the Giants thing that also does the college football. They always say he's on assignment. Shoot. He was just on the last game I watched anyway. Anyway.
Dave Pash.
No. Dave Fleming.
That's right. The man who looks like a boy.
Yes, correct. Mike Kruko and Dwayne Kuiper, Dave Fleming is on assignment. So
there we go.
We're here at Sebring for the 24-hour race, the inaugural 24-hour race. I'm going to do a little rundown on the order, if that's okay with everybody here.
Mm-hmm.
Any objections there?
I object.
All right, on what grounds?
Villainy.
Overruled. Next? No one? Okay.
I object.
You were already overruled once.
I had a different objection.
Sustained?
Bailiff, please escort this man out of my courtroom. Thank you. For the 983,
Now bring in the dancing lobsters.
just ran a 126.851. They're currently leading GTO, and they're leading the overall. In second place, you got the number 52 Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M2. They just ran a 2:31, a little bit of a slower lap there. The leader has currently completed 300 laps, which puts us well within striking distance of being able to beat the WRL distance record for a 24-hour race. Third place, we've got the number 143 Pro Sport Competition Aston Martin V8 Vantage on lap 297. They just did a 2:26.922. They are 3 laps behind the leader. In fourth place, we have the number 981 Will to Win Racing GTO car. That's another Porsche Cayman. They've run a 2:27.909. And then rounding out the top 5, don't call it a comeback, the 99 Team GTR BMW M4 GT4 on lap 293, so that puts them 7 laps out of the lead. Next, we'll go to GP1. We got the number 110 Thunder Bunny racing car currently in the lead. That has happened after the number 44 PC racing car has dropped down the order with some issues. As far as we're aware, they're still having issues. So that makes the 110 Thunder Bunny Racing BMW 1 Series. That means they're in first place. You got the number 46 Ginger Racing car. That's also a BMW M3, older variety there. Nice E46. In second place. Third place is the aforementioned PC Racing car. Again, they're having issues somewhere in their 2003 M3. And in fourth place, we have the number 701 Round 3 Racing car. 38 laps down after having some issues, we believe, related to a tire that got cut down and then the damage that would subsequently cause. And then in fifth place, rounding out the runners, is number 346 Money Pit Racing BMW. Are they back out, Joseph? Is that something we can confirm? Because at one point they were stopped for quite some time.
And they're here tonight.
Indeed. So BMW heavy class, round 3 racing trying to break that up. We'll go down to GP2. The number 678 Chill Out Systems Mazda currently leading. They're on lap 289. Second place, we have the 601 round 3 racing Porsche Boxster / Cayman. 286 laps. That puts them 3 laps out of the lead. And then in third place, the number 211 Rocker Rinstall GP2 Porsche Boxster 1999. They are 10 laps behind second place, as well as 13 laps off the leader. JT showing me that the 601 appears to be doing their brakes. So that's going to potentially... they have quite an advantage. They've got about a 7-lap lead over... Oh, no, my apologies. A 10-lap lead over the Rocker Rinstall car. So they should be able to hold on to that second place. Fourth place, we got the Matt Connolly Motorsports GP2 BMW 330Ci. They recently had a 947 lap. So I believe it still shows them as in the pits, but they already had their long lap. So I don't know if they're in the paddock or if they are just doing a routine pit stop. They are 66 laps.
That was
behind
245, remember, was the car that was being recovered from turn 3.
Okay, perfect. And then we have the number 13 J&R Racing car. They are 101 laps out of first place in GP2, so they're pretty comprehensively out of it at this point, and that is the Honda Civic. They've had a little bit of a rough day here at Sebring.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
It would take a lot.
Hold on, let's go to the numbers.
They're working their way back up.
This is the 13?
Yes.
Joseph, what odds will you give me right now on the 13 winning their class?
I currently project...
Active odds. Active odds only.
I don't know what that means. I don't gamble.
I want you to actually give me a number that you will let me place a max bet of $10 on.
I would say... Probably... I'd say 1 in 1,000.
So we're 1,000 to 1.
Yeah.
So if the 13 wins, you're going to pay me $100,000.
I mean, that's... Wouldn't it be wouldn't it be 10,000?
Well, I'm giving you a $10 bet. 1,000 to 1, 10,000. It is 10,000. You're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that honestly, I mean, I'm just playing the numbers. If I was gonna go off of percentages, I think that's probably about where I'd put it. They're back there.
All right. So I'll do the GP3 runners then. We got the 197 Overnight Motorsports GP3 Porsche Boxster as well. They are running first over as the thing resets and closes the GP3 tab for me. Thank you very much. The number 605 Round 3 Racing Porsche. 33-second gap there, so I think we're actually getting quite close near the top of the GP3 field. And they are both servicing lap 283. The next best car in GP3 is the third place, number 83, 94 Motorsports Lexus IS. They are currently 14 laps behind the class leader, and then the sister car, the number 84, is 15 laps behind. So they're quite a ways out, but we do have, 10.5 hours to run still. So anything can happen in that amount of time, but on a raw pace, it looks like that's pretty well figured out. And then in fifth place in GP3, we have the 159 Start Racing car. That is the Mazda Miata, running in the top 5 now. Haven't spoken a whole lot about them most of the time, but they've steadily crept themselves up into the top 5 in class. That's your rundown. JT, how are you feeling?
Good. Looks like the 601 is done with their brakes. Just topping off on fuel by the looks of it.
Excellent. Oh, I forgot. I'm contractually obligated. I did mention Matt Connolly Motorsports at one point, so I have to talk about some obscure town in Pennsylvania. Is that correct?
I like that we're going to do this now that somebody's out in the field on assignment.
Oh, they're not even top 3. Well,
Hellertown, Pennsylvania.
That sounds like one heller of a town. Got him.
I'm being told in my ear. I'm being told the FCC is taking you away from the mix.
We're past the watershed, Joseph.
What?
We're past the watershed. We're good.
No. There's no watershed for bad jokes.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
Yeah.
601 is fired up, and away it goes.
So the 601 is just like me. Fired up, ready to go.
Is that right?
Yes.
No, here's a genuine question. I was wondering if you guys were in a better spot, kind of sleep schedule-wise, on account of, Ryan, you're 1 time zone over. JT, you're typically 3 time zones over.
Mm-hmm.
I am not in a better spot. I'm actually in a worse spot because I then have to go to work at noon the day I get back.
Well, that's whatever.
So no, I am not. Thank you for asking, though. I appreciate it.
Anytime.
Right, but you're going to gain a bunch of time back.
Hopefully.
That's fair. All right. Yeah. Well,
If I can sleep on the plane, yes.
Okay, all right. You're more likely to be able to sleep on the plane, given that you have presumably at least one 3-hour-plus flight.
Yeah.
I have 2 less than 2-hour flights, so that'll be nice and fun. And then a 1-hour drive when I get home. So,
yeah, there you go.
Joseph, what's your travel situation look like for work on Monday?
I have got to get out of bed and walk, a whole at least 45 feet.
Wow, 45 feet across your house?
Yeah.
Wow. That's a big old house, dude.
No, there's some serpentining, because I gotta get tea.
Oh, okay, got it. I was like, wow. Wish I had a...
So not as the crow flies.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, as the crow drunkenly wanders.
Got it. Okay, all right.
Yeah, because I gotta go downstairs, I gotta make tea, I come back upstairs.
Do you walk up to your kettle and say, tea, Earl Grey, hot?
No, I
wish they would dispense you some tea?
no, I tend to just, you know, hit the buttons. It is one of those ones that it'll let you specify what temperature you want to
Wow.
get the. Yeah, I got it as a Christmas gift.
Is there a more millennial appliance than a kettle? Like an
I mean,
electric
they've had
kettle?
them for centuries. So
I know, but it hasn't been very popular. Well, maybe it's a California thing. Nobody I know other
California.
than people my age have kettles. They just boil water like heathens
I think it's
on the stove, which takes approximately 45 minutes.
my
Do you
impression
count
is
the
that
air fryer? Is that
Now,
an
the air
they-
fryer is used by a lot of Gen Xers, though.
no, the
that's
air
pretty
fryer is very
solidly-
trendy.
Yeah, it
Uh,
is. What about a smoker?
No, smoker's been
A
around for a
Traeger.
while.
That's also-
Traeger seems.
Traeger's a Gen X thing, too.
I don't know. I hear a lot of people my age talking about it.
That's because you're
I've got bad
slowly
news for
dipping
you,
into that
JP.
demo.
Oh, goodness.
I still got 20 minutes until I can run projections again.
Nice. Is that what you're looking forward to now?
Yeah. Just like every hour, I'm just like, all right, how? The problem with this model is, and this is why I've got to make some tweaks to it. It's too volatile. It's too like, it'll see these like little changes in conditions and it'll just like go haywire. It's like, that's settle down. We got
Well, it is trying to forecast 11 hours out.
yeah, but so then it should say, okay, there's a lot of uncertainty here, which is not what it does. It says, okay, well, this is, there's a 90% chance of this car winning. It's like, well, maybe. The problem is it's not trained off of any, like, historical data other than the data from the current race. you
Right.
know. So, works in progress.
0-1 in the pits.
Oh, alrighty. Good to go. Should be a good pit stop again, as usual.
Hard to tell, but it looks like a driver change.
Excellent. Supposedly that's
I
Alex
think
Mayer
he's great
getting out of
just the
car?
way he is.
Is that not what we talked about?
Now, so Alex is listed in the O2 currently.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that's accurate or not.
I could be getting the cars wrong.
So we don't
Well,
know. The answer is we don't know if it's Alex Mayer.
It's 150 feet down pit lane at an oblique angle.
We used to have a camera there.
Which one?
The hammer camera. The hammer.
Yeah, it's 0-1
Yeah.
as it pulls out and rolls down pit road. It's always
Yeah.
good to see those cars pull out of their box without starting to chug as it fails to get up to speed right away.
Yeah. I'd agree with
That's
that.
a good point in favor of that Audi right there. That had no issue getting back up to speed.
Absolutely.
Glad they solved that fuel issue.
Yeah, I've now reached the point, Joseph, where I'm trying to decide if my next move is Nap or Red Bull. And
It's a
decision has-
challenging move.
And this decision has been made difficult because the relief squadron that was supposed to come in has apparently
Been shut down.
gone elsewhere and done other things.
AWOL.
So we're approaching the actual time that he said to give him, because he confirmed one time and then told me that I was stupid for not accounting for an up to 2-hour difference from the time he gave me.
I regret to inform you that the flight has been diverted until tomorrow morning.
Oh, great. That's just happened now as I've been talking about it. Cool. All right. That's fun. Yeah. Okay. Well.
Yeah, so he definitely went down over the channel. So we'll just.
That is it's what we
There's the Glenn
refer to as
Miller
a controlled
issue there.
flight into terrain.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That was pretty comprehensive.
All right. It looks like the Overnight Motorsports Porsche is slightly pulling a gap over the round 3 racing Porsche.
What on earth are you doing?
I'm doing what I can.
I know it's late in the race when JT's voice noticeably slows down.
Changing things. Anyways, cool to see the two Lexus running together on track right now. A moment ago, they came across start-finish line completely side by side. 84 was lapping slightly faster, but they're still within a second of each other, just pacing each other as they navigate the track at night. Always cool to see team cars running in close proximity of each other while out on track.
Absolutely. Fun fact, I did learn at the drivers' meeting that bump drafting, even with your teammate, is still contact.
Yes, that's generally what happens.
That's not too bad.
Again, we try to aim for no contact in World Racing League.
No contact unless it's pretty fun.
Right, exactly. No contact unless you really need to do it in order to catch up to the first place car.
Yeah, just don't tell RJ.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, they don't run cameras apparently, so it's see no evil, there is no evil. Apparently.
Yeah,
nah,
that's
we're
it.
the ones with cameras.
Right.
Did I make the note recently that Rocker Runstalls just put in a new PB for the session?
No, you did not, but please share.
Nice.
It is a 233.471, which is an improvement of 0.04 of a second.
Stunning.
And that is good enough for second best in class.
Outstanding.
Speaking of which, as it comes across start-finish line here,
And they just did another 233.
Consistency.
if you can be comfortable at night, it is a great time to drive. It can be a bit difficult if you're just throwing in a new driver who has not driven since, like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But right now, the track's pretty decent in terms of grip level.
Now,
if you're awake enough, you can be consistent. It could be a good stint.
now, Ryan,
Yes, sir.
I was told at one point that I should expect rain between 115 and 145.
And it has not happened.
It's 146.
Yeah. I'm going to check on that for you. That's good.
This is why we don't make weather announcements ahead of time.
People
all
shouldn't
I
make
do.
predictions during the race.
That's all I do is predict the weather during the race ahead of time.
What's
That's my
more
only job.
foolhardy? Trying
If
to
I'm
predict
not
the
doing-
weather.
If I'm not doing the weather, what am I contributing to this broadcast? Really, let's be real about this. Okay.
Snack.
Tell me where to buy car parts.
I can kind of do that.
But you have a lot of options in Sebring as the number
Yes,
7
yes, there are.
Porsche comes down pit lane.
Yeah. So the storm that was rolling, and I say storm, that's a loose term. It's
The
near
drizzle.
the Tampa area, the sort of Dade City, Kissimmee region.
I think it's Kissimmee.
Yeah, whatever.
You can't
I
say
don't care.
Kissimmee. That's
I don't care. I don't care about the state.
you can't say that.
Anyway, that storm moved a little bit further north than I would have expected it to. It does again look like we're going to potentially see a little tiny baby cell heading our direction at 3:15.
Spooky.
After all, it always rains during the 24 hours of Sebring.
Yes.
It always rains in Le Mans.
That is a fact.
Yeah, so 3:15. See me again at 3:15 for rain potential. That's where we're at.
Stand by.
Okay, Nico. That's all I got. I don't have a message.
Cool, man.
It's a great contribution.
Thank you. That is what I aim for.
Still no sign of PC racing.
Here's an idea for an event. How
Oh,
about
boy.
a...
Hear him out.
I so often I hear him out, and it is a mistake. 10 out of 10 times.
a 24-hour race,
Nope.
right? On the Intercoastal Waterway. And you just go back and forth until...
What about, I'll do you one better. 24-hour fan boat racing, only on TNN.
Also available on Motor Trend on demand in the off-season.
I feel like that would be better placed on the USA Network.
There's definitely going to be rain in Wauchula, which is
The Wauchula Awangata.
west of here. There's also going to be rain in Arcadia.
All right, timing shows 3 fast guys and Denny either in pit lane or on their pit out lap. That shows them pitting from 9th in GP3. Seems like they lost a bit of time though. I remember seeing them in 5th. We see the 159 start racing up into 5th now. So it seems they lost quite a bit of time at some point. Saw the 808 Sweetwater Racing MX-5 go by just a moment ago. It's good to see them still running full power. We did see them have a slight issue on pit lane earlier. So it's great seeing them at pace out on track. As we have a car coming down pit lane here, it looks like it's the number 117.
That's Braunschweig, yeah.
Yeah, coming down for their stop.
I'm busy setting up a camera playlist so I can just set it and forget it.
Fire and forget.
There you go.
Yeah, spray and pray.
So, Joseph, I do have a football-related question for you.
Oh,
Speaking
good.
of Pac-12 After Dark, this isn't strictly Pac-12. The BYU versus UVA over-under was 64 points. Would you have taken the over or the under on that?
I guess... Ooh, I think I would have taken the under.
Okay, so you would have lost, and not only would you have lost in the first half.
Yeah, never take the under.
Is the fourth quarter, and the score is currently 49-66. BYU hit the over by themselves.
GP1 leader on pit lane, driver change and fuel.
Eventually, I think the sport of football is going to just progress to the point where they're not even going to bother recruiting defense anymore. It's just going to be
Certainly don't.
just score as fast as you can, because it doesn't matter.
Here comes our overall leader, the 983, coming down. Looks like, yep, driver change right now.
That is on schedule.
Fuel going in. Looks like they are vacuuming out the water from the cool box with a brand new bag of ice. Oh, good toss of the seat insert. I believe it is now up on top of the... oh, there it goes.
Here's a question. It's going to be a little bit on the brisk side down at ground level now. What are the chances that any of the drivers are actually having warm water put in their cool suit?
I would say none. They might have the cool suit off or not be wearing the shirt. I don't think they'll be putting warm water in it. No. It's still a pretty physical activity. You're still in a metal box. We do have a full course yellow.
And I think this is why the 159 is stopped. I'm not sure. Maybe race control has the log here. So this is at turn 13, I think. It's a 159 that we're looking at.
Okay, I believe that is the third place Miata in GP3, I believe.
Yeah, they're now sitting 4th, but it's definitely the 159. It's start racing, yeah.
Okay, and you said turn 13? Yeah, on board.
Here if we switch to the track side, which is a little bit hamstrung by connection, you can see that it's, basically just stationary headlight. So we'll cut back over to the 159's on board.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Pulls out.
I'm not sure what's happened there. They're well off the racing surface, so I'm a little surprised that. Have we gone full course yellow? You said?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we did. We are full course yellow here. This is our 7th full course yellow.
That hasn't been reflected in timing and scoring.
Interesting.
Which I mostly say as an open letter to race control to please update orbits.
There is a safety car out there. It is approaching the Mobile 1 bridge before the hairpin. As the 99 Team GTR comes into its pit box and the 01 past the start-finish line. So we are just waiting on Race Hero to update on that. But safety car is definitely out there.
Race control tentatively confirms that it is the 159.
Okay.
Not that that's a surprise. We have the onboard. Thankfully.
Yeah.
So recovery vehicle is on the scene. I wonder if they're a little more quick to throw the safety car in these situations now that we're under cover of darkness.
I think it's also going to be due to the location of the car.
Hold on.
Which wheel came off? Which wheel came off?
Yeah, come on out. Shut it down, put it in neutral, come on out.
You want me to get out?
Yeah, shut it down, put it in neutral.
He's asking what wheel came off, so he's lost a wheel. The track worker that's come to him has told him just put it in neutral. Then basically, we're gonna put it on the flatbed and take it back.
That's a bummer. So not a Jerome Bleakmullen situation.
Sorry, wheel what?
Now leave it like it is. It's okay.
Is that
the drivers?
Baltimore Grand Prix.
No, I'm
Drivers.
talking about the noise in the pit lane. Is that the Audi sounding poorly?
No, that's the Team 99.
Oh, okay.
The GTR. Team GTR 99.
Gotcha. I will finish up the Pac-12 After Dark scores here real quick. UCLA 24, Utah 44, Oregon State 25, University of California 39, Colorado 29, Oregon 52, Arizona 34, USC 41, Washington State 34, Arizona State 21, and Washington and Stanford is 20-13. Stanford's going to have 21 seconds to try to score. Nope, it's final. 20-13. That's unfortunate. And that's your Pac-12 After Dark.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. The driver, the 159. You're in the car. You're still full of adrenaline. He wants to get going. He says, which tire came off, and I'll figure it out. I'll be able to bring it back.
Yeah.
I think it was. It sounded like it was one of the. He was unsure which corner basically it had come off of. I think he said either right front or left rear. So it's it's definitely come off somewhere. The question is, had they pit recently? And
the 159, yes, it had.
I don't actually know that it. I don't have them as. My data doesn't show that they've pitted.
Okay. I thought I just saw them on pit lane. 346 comes by with their stop under yellow.
I have them doing a handful of laps, but I don't know if they've come through and just haven't tripped timing. Maybe this is their outlap. But
yeah, a lot of timing is kind of going wonky right now, just because of the lap right now.
Oh yeah. That's just another a notice, if anybody in race control is able to pick this up, Orbit/Race Hero is still showing a green track, which could be confusing. Certainly is confusing for us.
Yes. I can send a message to the same.
Rapidly approaching 2 a.m. on the eastern seaboard.
All right. Here's the number 9 Team ACP. Getting a little lost on its pit location. 701 comes into its box in front of us, as does the 982.
Everybody's coming in.
Yeah, there goes Choice Racing and Ginger Racing. Ginger currently inheriting the second place position in GP1. There's the 197, your GP3 leader. 605 comes in front of the 701.
I think this is the most populated single pit sequence I've seen.
Yeah, all race.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we see the O2 Hammer down there as well. Okay, it looks like fuel only on the 982. Great teamwork with the empty fuel jug there. Looks like they're just checking over with the driver, making sure everything's good. And he gets his sign to head on out, and away he goes. Seeing some signals down at 701 on the racing. And it looks like they're going to put the car up on jacks. It might be a brake change
Yeah,
for the
this will be
701.
about the time here. And for all those guys that did it under full course yellow, if you are embroiled in anything like a 2 to 3 lap battle, this is an advantage for you.
Absolutely.
You know, if your time is up around the W2W time, somewhere around, you know, let's say 10, 12 minutes.
Yeah.
For a four pad change plus tires. This is an opportunity. See if they do pads here as well. We see the tires come off the left side on that 701.
Yeah, so they should be working on the
Yeah,
left
I think they're
front.
doing pads now. I think they got one guy working the left front, one guy working left rear.
It would be very unusual to do rotors and not pads.
No, but pads, you can do pads and not rotors.
Yeah,
True. Yeah, they're definitely doing pads there. I don't know if I saw rotor. Did you see rotors come across the wall?
I did not catch it.
Oh, yellow, there you go.
Yeah, I mentioned it to the guy who just came and visited.
Oh yeah, we have yellow
Yeah.
on race here now.
Thank you.
Have we, I apologize for being away, although you guys sound very good down in the paddock.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Have you sort of assessed this pro sport competition situation?
We've been
Now being
active.
within 3 laps of the overall lead?
Yeah, so my assessment is that it's because they were...
They haven't done brakes.
Yeah,
No,
there's a break.
Okay.
No, they did do brakes, but they did it during a yellow flag.
Well, okay, so it's a legit scenario then.
As far as I can tell.
Yeah. Something to keep an eye on here as we march ever on towards sunrise.
Certainly their stop is too long to have been a...
Jet fuel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a yellow flag lap. A yellow flag lap around here should be about 5 minutes and 30 to 6 minutes at the most. Theirs is about 9. So it's a quick brake change, whatever it was. But I do think that they've made at least a partial brake change. I don't know if anybody's going to change just the fronts, or if someone's going to change just the fronts and then do the rears later. You know, do the fronts on one full course yellow and then do the rears on a different one. I don't know if that's going to be chaos to try to drive around.
I did speculate earlier that you may see front pads and rotors and then perhaps just rear pads. Since typically you get a little bit more front bias in the brakes anyway.
Yeah, I don't think that's that unreasonable. I mean,
This
especially
701
if you have windows in which to do it and then not lose time, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
This 701 stop, by the way, I don't know if we have any of our pit lane cameras still up, but this is impressive to watch from here. They've done the left side already, and as they came around to the right side, we could kind of see the whole thing in action. The right side, the front tire changer, excuse me, assisted with the jack and the jack stand on the right-hand side, while as the car was going up in the air, the rear tire changer immediately went with the impact wrench to pull the tire off. Tire comes off, the front tire changer grabs the wrench, the impact wrench, and immediately the rear tire changer goes to work on pulling the pads and installing the new ones. So now 2 tires on the car, just on the left side, which is on the ground, the right side up in the air, pads going on both sides. The air wrench is already around to the rear tire changer, ready to be set back up with the new pad and the tires as we go back to green here.
So new tires going on the right side as well.
Yep, already the rear tire and pad is done. Done with the wrench. It's handed over towards the front tire changer.
Interesting. They're doing a driver change.
Yes. Interesting they've chosen to do that now. Yeah, I think there's a chance here this actually kind of becomes a limiting factor.
Okay.
I don't know if this is a personnel over the wall scenario or what, but I agree. This is an interesting time to do it. 197 into the pits. This is Overnight Motorsports.
They were previously leading GP3.
Right, they had just taken over the lead when I left.
Yeah.
And now come through 17 seconds behind the 605.
Did they not come in a moment ago?
The 197?
They pitted on back-to-back laps.
Interesting.
Wonder if maybe there was a vibration or something.
Well, and we've just seen a competitor lose a wheel, so
Yeah. So any sort of weird feeling right now is let's come back in and
right.
double check.
Yeah, and it ought to be that way through most of a 24-hour race, right? You play it conservative. Now,
well, but there's proximity bias, right? As soon as you see something happen.
Well, and on top of that, you are, well, the other side of that, I guess, is you are embroiled in a battle there for your class lead. Literally, on the same lap within a handful of seconds, even under full course caution. That is a tough thing to pry yourself away from. So there's got to be some discipline there as well.
And 701's away. How long do we think that was? We can just wait and find out, but...
Absolutely. 5 minutes?
That's
6
not
minutes?
fun.
I'd say longer.
Okay.
I'd say about...
20 minutes? 30 minutes?
No, I'd say about 9.
Okay, cool. By doing a guess low and a guess high, I was able to convince Shady to give me a time.
That's all it takes, man.
There you go. Give me a window to work with.
We are into the single digits on hours remaining. So that's a milestone, right?
We've completed a Daytona 14-hour distance, or time.
It would be a 14-hour time literally anywhere.
Well, that's not really true, is it? Because general relativity.
Okay. Yeah, but that's not place. That's velocity.
Well, it's a space-time, isn't it?
I suppose, yes. Go find a black hole and then we'll talk. Briefly.
All right, so
spaghettification.
Keep an eye out on the number 9 Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. They are 3.9 seconds behind the 117 Corvette.
It's a class position battle as well. Braunschweig just very quietly on the outside of the top 10 at the moment. Overall, obviously. It's well inside the top 10 in class.
Yeah.
By the way, you guys are probably not looking at this, but Three Fast Guys and Denny is still... that car is in the garage, but it is still under active maintenance, I suppose.
Okay.
So... Fingers crossed if they make it back out.
Yeah.
I'm sure they will. They're a very determined team. Their drivers are very fast. I believe they're all SCCA runoff
If only somebody had
extraordinaire.
added information.
I know you did, and
Man, he does not care.
Chris Picola also texted me as well.
I can shed some light on this. It's Denny Stripling, Richard Stevens, Charles Turner, Dave Ogburn. They've been in that car all year. Every time that car's run, it's been those four. Three fast guys. Denny Stripling, right? Based out of McKinney, Texas. Stripling has run Spec Racer Ford since 1994, albeit with a gap between 01 and 08, and then ran MX-5 Cup again back in 2016. Richard Stevens, Spec Racer Fords in 19 and 20, and Formula Enterprise.
Okay.
Between 08 and 10. One of my favorite choices of entry-level open-wheel Formula. Charles Turner run Formula V's since 2013, Spec Racers since 2017, and FE since 2019. And then Dave Ogburn, also SECA, Spec Racer Ford since 2017. So mostly from a Spec Racer Ford tree there.
Yeah, that's very much the connecting thread.
Yeah. SCCA racing in general, but
It almost feels like there's two tracks to WRL. One of them is through Spec Racer Fords. The other is through GTS.
Yes.
yeah.
It's wild how, like, I kept going through the roster, being like, okay, all right, they've done GTS, they've done GTS. I love this playlist feature on it. Well, I did love it, and then it.
When was the last time you manually selected a camera? You going on hours here?
No. I've been
okay.
manually selecting them for quite some time.
Yeah, Ryan's going to take a little leave from us here.
I am.
Yeah, I think he's hurt.
I can't be around you guys anymore. I just can't do it. Sorry.
Well, you
I just need
you
quiet
gave
time.
us our late night update there for the sports.
For
and
Pac-12 after dark.
Sure, whatever.
They are losing, right? I
They
think
lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
It is what it is.
no, I watched.
They had one shot, one
one
opportunity.
opportunity. They blew it.
Yeah.
Even though
Did you
they
see
beat
the
Oregon.
BYU UVA score?
It's still going. It's 2:00 in the morning, and they're still playing football in Provo.
Did you see the score though?
66-49 last time I saw it.
Provo.
What?
It's not 2 in Provo.
It's 2:00 in the morning, and here, and they're still playing football
here.
in Provo.
Right, yeah.
It's midnight in
That
Provo.
game
Yeah,
is going on for 4 hours.
Did they have a weather delay?
No, I
No.
think they just keep
I think
scoring
they just
touchdowns.
keep scoring left and right.
That seems pretty rude.
The Bronco Bowl, the Mendenhall Bowl. Right, Bronco Mendenhall left BYU to coach Virginia. No,
That's-
that's a statement of fact.
I
It's
don't
not-
care.
Yeah, okay,
I'm sure.
It's the
I
Bronco
believe
Bowl.
you.
Go
So-
take a nap.
Okay,
Speaking
sounds
of statement of facts, the number 9 team ACP did get around that Corvette in GTO.
Oh,
taking
the
over
Braunschweig
eighth.
car,
Yes.
One of my memories of Braunschweig, and I don't mean to bring this up in the if you're down in the pit lane, but Joseph, when we covered Circuit of the Americas, the U.S. Endurance
2017.
Championship in 2018,
2018.
this one in
okay.
particular, yeah, they were in the running for a championship, I think, in GP1, and
I think about that a lot. Like, no lie, I think about
did
it
it
quite a
go
bit.
their way or did it go the other way?
I think it went against them.
I don't
In the
remember,
end.
but I do remember things taking a very dramatic turn very late, and then taking another dramatic turn on Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, while this is happening, okay, because I've got the playlist going. We should talk about points, shouldn't we?
Yeah, now's a good time. 2:00 in the morning while nobody's watching.
Yeah, because that will mean that while nobody's paying attention to us, we'll have figured it
You
out.
get it wrong.
Right.
And we wake. Everybody wakes up in the morning, and all of a sudden we're geniuses.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's a good
Imagine
time.
having to listen to
Yeah.
us at 2 in the morning in Central Florida, just over a PA.
Feel very badly for the people in the paddock.
Do you remember?
I'm gonna.
Can we talk about that kart race that we did? The wake up call at like 6:30 in the morning.
We are not doing that.
That makes me irrationally angry just to think about.
That's why they didn't go back. 6 a.m. wake up call. Oh, is Alex Mayer on board the 02 now? think he might be.
I don't buy that that's correct.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
It's listed him as the driver since
Yeah.
Timmy Mayer was up here?
Well, I thought he said that Alex was going to be going in next.
Yeah, he
or
was
something
on
like that.
standby for a while because they weren't sure their guy was going to be able to wake up. But Alex wasn't immediately getting into the car. But that was an hour and a half ago. Right?
I realize I
Yeah, we
probably
talked to Tim.
critically
I mean, it's
confused
been a
somebody
while.
who thinks Timmy Mayer is in this paddock.
Tim Myers.
Yeah,
Alex Mayer.
I know who
Yeah.
it is, but I'm doing a bit, and now I'm
There's
like, oh no,
also
people
a
might
M.
actually take
Myers
that
as well.
seriously.
And M. Myers
M. Myers?
in a different car.
Oh, Mike Myers.
Yes.
He is here, yes. But not Michael Myers.
Correct.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. They're all related to Tim.
All right, so in GP1, is Ginger Racing still in pit lane?
Yeah, GP1, they're dropping like flies all of a sudden.
Yeah, it seems to be. So good news for round 3 racing. They've got a way to go, but I mean, as long as they can stay out here.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna get to the point eventually where you're looking at classification issues. I mean, we're north of 12 hours in, so that'll help. But yeah, it's all of a sudden it's hopefully we can get all these guys back out on track. Well, we know for sure that 17 for Core Motorsports and 348 for Chattanooga probably aren't going back out. But we do have 6 other entries in there that it would be nice to see them back out and turning laps.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't heard what happened with the Condor OMP entry.
They made a reappearance briefly, but we haven't seen them in quite a while. So what do we obviously the national championship is relevant. East championships are decided noon tomorrow. Well, really, it's scrutineering after noon tomorrow. So let's dig into that. Let's see, what's most points you can get today will be 39, I think, right? It'd be it's triple points. Most you can get is 13 for a win.
Okay.
Technically, okay. So this is interesting. Ginger Racing and Thunder Bunny both came into this race on 60 points. 30 points behind PC Racing.
Correct.
This is in GP1.
Yes, and that's also why I brought up Chattanooga earlier today, because they are an additional 1 point behind that, I believe. So I believe like second and third were both at 60 points, and then Chattanooga was at 59.
Now I gotta work out drops. Ugh. That's the thing. I understand why they do it, and I'm glad that they do it. But I trying to work out the drop system on the fly is a nightmare.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is something that's usually done a bit more later on.
Well, that's
even post race.
It's
Ooh, there goes the 46 Ginger Racing down pit lane. So it looks like they're going to be returning back out on track, and I'm coming across timing. I'm seeing PC Racing back out on track. So there we go. We just took a slight timeout for a couple cars in GP1 there. You know,
so,
I don't know if there's like a tea break or something. Just past.
The 44, I think, will have had more comprehensive issues, but there's
absolutely
hour and 48 is the time loss.
Yes, and 18 something so far for Ginger.
The issue for Ginger, depending on this outlap, it's not impossible to think brake change, slow brake change.
Yeah, or maybe assessment of another issue.
Yeah, maybe
Right.
do it all simultaneously, and it may have been easier to do so in the paddock instead of on the pit lane.
I say this just looking at the top of the field at the moment, but keep your eye on the 52 here for a couple of laps. I think the Team ACP Tangerine Associates car made a driver change at their pit stop under the 7th full course caution about 15 minutes ago. And since then, they have not been able to break out of the 36s, which is giving up somewhere in the region of 10 seconds a lap to the car ahead and behind it. Now, that's not a desperate issue. I mean, there's a long way to go here, but it could mean that the Pro Sport Aston Martin, the lone remaining Aston Martin, let's not forget, now the automatic car is retired, and the Pro Sport car that was stationary by the side of the road with a brake fire, has a chance to be back up into the top 2 here. Now that third isn't already impressive, but... Go ahead, JT.
Do we know for sure it's retired?
That 909?
Yeah.
That was Tim's suggestion, yes.
Okay. I didn't know if it was retired or just...
We didn't hear anything from the team. We generally don't have too much conversation with them, but the assumption was that car had some kind of braking issue at turn 7.
Okay.
And given the runoff situation there, that would make some sense. Getting that far into the runoff out towards the tires, that's not missing a braking point, you know?
For some reason, I want to say they've had ABS issues previously. Is that correct?
Ooh, I don't know.
Who is this?
Really stretching my memory there. The 909, not necessarily today, you're saying, but in the past in general.
Yeah. For some reason, I could have sworn.
I remember Hammer had them.
Yeah, I was going to say, you might be conflating it with Hammer.
Absolutely.
Oh, speaking of, is this... Oh, the front-facing camera has stopped.
Yeah, that's been a kind of a recurring issue.
That's odd.
Okay.
They're chasing down Braunschweig at the moment, aren't they? Oh, but they're always back.
So
Yeah,
I want to nail down this
14 laps. Oh,
this GP1 championship real quick.
Yeah.
So the point haul that PC Racing has at the moment, this points advantage, means it's not, winning this race is not capturing the snitch, right? It's if they finish 10th, which is where they sit now, or sorry, 10th. If they finish 3rd, they get 10 points.
Mm-hmm.
So
that puts them up 40 points.
And
isn't only Saturday count towards points for Coda?
No, they don't do that anymore.
This is no. This is just in the East Championship. So this will be settled by Sunday.
Tomorrow.
Gotcha.
The East Championship ends tomorrow.
Okay.
Yep.
So PC Racing would need to drop 30 points to either Ginger or Thunder Bunny to lose the GP1 championship. Where would that be? That'd be 39 minus 30 would be 9. So they can only finish with 3 points or worse, which would be
times 3. Yeah.
Now I gotta go back to the rules. Remind myself what the points table looks like.
Sounds like what you need is more monitors.
Now I've got 2 monitors. That should be plenty. The problem
like
is
too few.
The problem is brain cells. The sound of BMWs coming through the press box into the mixer is iconic.
It is fantastic. So I need to do some math real quick because, of course, why not?
I'll let you guys kind of handle that since you've already done a little dive there.
So, Thunder Bunny currently has about a 15-lap lead in GP1. So that comes out to about 40 minutes.
It is amazing how quickly the PC issues have turned the shape of things in GP1 kind of on its head.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the PC car had a fairly decent margin, but now your lead margin in class is 15 laps, whereas it was 4 or 5. That is a pretty remarkable turnaround in terms of the landscape there in GP1.
Yeah, PC Racing's about 70 minutes behind Thunder Bunny right now.
Yeah, they lost an hour and 48, so that makes sense. There goes the Aston. Gap's down to a minute 16 up to Team ACP, who is just, like we mentioned, sort of hemorrhaging time here to both the car ahead and behind, who are really kind of making hay while the sun shines. 224 from the 983, 225.7 from the 143. Which means that actually that Pro Sport car isn't catching the leader either. That this second place spot is kind of where it ought to land. That being said, quickest car on track at the moment. Team GTR 99, 223.121.
Nice.
And a little bit to play for there because they're only a lap up behind a little over a lap behind the number 981 Porsche came in from WTW.
Should be noted in GP3, Overnight Motorsports, we did see them come back on pit lane. They are now down 3 laps from round 3 racing.
Yeah, this is odd. They drop little chunks of time and then claw it back and end up back in contention.
In the fight. And
Second time this has happened. I assume it was a long... Oh, this was the back-to-back pit stops, wasn't it? Joseph pointed that out when it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. They did reemerge. They were...
Yeah, no, they did. They
9-minute lap, so...
Unfortunately, yeah. So maybe they came in and they did brakes then.
Yeah, do we think the 605 has done brakes yet?
I
Doesn't
believe
look
so.
like it. Oh, no, 10-minute stop here. Yeah, they definitely
I believe they did brakes earlier.
Yeah, they definitely did.
So maybe that's what initially closed up that two lap
makes
gap.
sense. And this is closer to where it ought to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd buy that.
Yeah, because it just updated, but it's about 2.5 laps to 3 laps.
Yeah, I would buy that.
Okay.
It's a good work from round 3 there to build that margin out over. It was a little after nightfall when things kind of turned there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sort of the 8-9 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Since then, they've done a really nice job to build that gap with consistency and a little bit of pace, but not things I think we necessarily expected to see here.
Back-to-back fastest laps for the 45 AOA Motorsports, down 9th in GP3, and coming across the line, the 808 Sweetwater Racing takes 7th in GP3 from the 159 Start Racing, which was the Miata we had off in turn 13 with a wheel missing, I believe.
This keeps happening. This is not the first car we've seen just straight up missing a wheel tonight.
I hope it's not a trend. I don't think so. Maybe it's...
I don't know if it's a hub issue or, just a wear and tear
from the track.
Issue. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. This is when Joseph has to figure out championship situations. He literally just disappears for like 20 minutes at a time and then comes back and says, I've got it.
And then sometimes I'm wrong anyway.
Wait, why is this
Yeah,
weird?
but your failure rate is
VIR.
about the average human success failure rate, so we'll allow it.
Okay.
I mean, look, when you're trying to do a championship with drops and calculating triple points and all of those things, like, this is not something an automated system handles well.
No.
Well, the automated system handles it great. The manual system handles it extremely poorly.
No, but the automated system is meant to handle it in the last hour, right? Like, when you get to a point where you have enough points to drop and you can make sense of all that. But otherwise, as a human, you're staring at a table and you've got to process that information and make sense of the various scenarios, that could play themselves out here.
right, the number 15 AOA Motorsports is now within 2 laps of the 3 fast guys in Denny. So it looks like they've got about 5 minutes before they're going to inherit that 10th place position in GP3.
I am a bit shocked. This isn't a knock or anything, but I am a bit shocked we're sitting here talking about a 10th place battle in... It's not really a battle, I guess, because the 86 is in the garage, but in GP3, that these are positions still actively changing hands. It is Alex Mayer in the 02. Thank you, Tim.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Joseph, if you're looking for points totals, I believe it's 13 for a win, 11 for second, 10 for third.
I need the rule on bonus points.
It's 8 cars in a class, I believe, pays the extra point. I think. It is a challenge when it's not linked on the places you expect it to be linked.
Just hold that thought.
Okay.
Everything's made up and the points don't matter.
'51 comes across start finish line.
Hello from Switzerland.
Yes,
Nice.
absolutely.
Hop Swiss. No.
Idiot.
It's okay, I'll recover. So the 51, they're like I talked about them a little bit earlier. They seem to have had an issue at least quite early on, and have been since then the past 4 hours or so, just steadily clawing their way back up, just putting in those laps.
Here's motivation for you guys. It's probably like 6 or 8:30 in Switzerland right now. It's already morning somewhere.
Yeah.
We're fine. We got this.
That is the saddest rendition on It's 5 o'clock somewhere you could possibly have provided us.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Hey, you got what you got.
We are little less than 5 hours away from sunrise. What's that number? 7:34. 7:34. We're pretty much right on 5 hours there.
I need to know that, so I need to know when to go take pictures again.
You planning on a nap between now and then?
I have no idea. We'll see how it goes.
I actually feel okay at the moment. I'm tired. I can tell, like, I would feel better if I slept, but I'm not feeling that just brutal, burning need to be horizontal.
See,
when you've just had it and you're like, I can't do this anymore.
I was good until Tim took over for me here.
Oh, and
I
then
sat
once
down
you
right
stopped-
there and I was nodding like crazy. So
Yeah.
I chugged half a 5 hour energy. 5 hour energy extreme.
So you'll be good for 2.5 hours.
The last time I remember doing a 24-hour race straight through, I remember being, like, literally falling asleep in the middle of sentences.
Yeah.
Right? You're just fighting because somebody else is taking a nap, and you sort of zone in and out in a way that you catch yourself in the middle of a sentence, not realizing what the sentence was about.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're saying words, and you think they're making sense as a whole, and they probably are, but you don't know that for sure because you didn't hear everything you just said. That's an insane thing to say, but it is an accurate depiction of what was happening.
Yeah, and it's you.
I don't feel that right now at all.
You get to a weird stage where it's kind of like almost like an out of body experience.
It is, yeah. Yeah.
And it's one thing for, as a broadcaster to be going through this, but imagine being someone on pit wall or someone who's, trying to prepare themselves for an upcoming stint or something like that.
My take, and the reason I was thinking about this earlier, I think the reason for at least part of that is if you have a task that is impending, like you are waiting on something to happen and you have something occupying your time and you're counting something down, it's okay. Yeah, I know I'm going to go have to pull those batteries off the chargers and take them back out to the cameras as soon as they're done.
that will probably be 3:30, right? 3:45, somewhere in that region. So, till then, I've got a race to cover. We have things we can talk about. If you're in your shoes or in Ryan's shoes, knowing that, you know, this is kind of what you've got at the moment, that's a brutal stretch. You know?
And keep in mind, we're not lifting tires.
No, absolutely. and so that's the other part of this, right? If you are down in the pit lane, you've got a single car that you look after. If you're in general production, you might see that car once every 90 minutes, right? Yeah. It might actually be encouraging you to fall asleep.
Yeah.
You know, sit in the chair. Yeah, take what you can when you can get it. And we'll wake you up if we need something. On the other hand, you know, you don't have an unlimited fuel supply in your cold pit, right? You've got to go manage that. If you haven't done brakes yet, you've got to be planning for that. You know, there is still some work to be done. And I have to say, when I drove through the paddock a little earlier, there's still, you know, some activity down there.
Yeah.
Guys working on their cars getting towed back into the pits, fuel being transferred behind the garage building here in the parking lane area.
Yeah.
You know, plenty still happening, and teams still very much active at the moment down there in the pits. So, I'm all for the take what you can get while you can get it, but you don't always have that opportunity, even in these stretches between pit stops. So, I am fairly confident that of most of the WRL, let's say, staff here this weekend, we might be some of the few who are doing this right through.
Yeah.
Even RJ said he was probably going to have to go lay down for a little bit.
So that's fine.
Flag to flag, baby. 24 plus.
Yeah, no matter what, there will be somebody here on this broadcast.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm gonna pay for it on the drive back to Orlando tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely.
Today, I guess now.
Yeah, you know, 2-hour drive.
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah.
We stopped for coffee. Under 9.5 left to go. This is if I'm sitting watching a race at home, let's say you're watching Le Mans, something like that, you get to this point, you sort of wonder where the race has gone. Oh, there's only 9 hours left. We're getting towards sunrise. This is kind of the exciting part. I want to be tuned in. On the other hand, you're looking at it like the race has sort of slipped you by. You know, what have I done? What has happened in the last 14 and a half hours of significance? Now, we've been very tuned into this, and a lot has happened to virtually every car in this list. I don't think there's a single car in this list that hasn't had some kind of meaningful problem other than the 983.
Yeah, I mean, even then, I mean, I'm sure they might have
maybe something minor, but nothing we know about.
Yeah, no.
Right? So it can't have been that significant in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, just little minor heart attacks maybe out on track.
Yeah, but they're actually kind of set up okay here. Yep. And for everybody else, there's been enough activity and there's been enough change and tumult and turnover that, you know, it's made these first 14 and a half hours actually pretty well defined. You know, every portion of the race has felt like a distinct segment, you know, pulling out these individual events of things that have happened, whether it was, you know, in the daylight, at sunset, you know, in sort of these deep night hours. It's easy to kind of identify them and call this first chunk of the race, these last 14 and a half hours, a pretty well-defined and meaningful segment of the race. I am not sad to see them in the rearview mirror. You know, I'm ready to march on towards noon tomorrow. So I don't, you know, feel that sort of bummer like we've lost a portion of the race here, because we haven't. We've gotten through this all pretty well here.
Shout out to Michael watching from the safety car.
Oh, nice.
Absolutely. They're doing 6-hour shifts.
Hi to the safety car guys, man.
I would find that to be rather rough.
You muted the wrong mic again.
Muted me.
Yeah, I forgot you were on my headset, my old headset.
My point is that I think that's actually slightly difficult to do sitting in that safety car.
That is hours of boredom followed by about
Absol-
15 minutes of terror.
And you're in relatively comfortable settings, not doing anything.
What do you do?
Climate
You crank
control.
the AC while you're sitting there?
You're waiting for something that may not happen, but if it does happen, you need to be able to respond instantly.
Absolutely. And you need to be aware of what's being said over the radio, the communications from flaggers and from race control, dispatch. If you're in a safety truck, you may not be waiting for a full course yellow call. You're, as soon as, somebody stopped on track, you're kind of sitting up in your seat, pulling the seatbelt on, getting ready to move again. And like you mentioned, you get yourself a little too comfortable in that environment, and it is lights out, man. You are in trouble.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't do that.
Hi to all the safety crew that's on staff at this particular hour. You all are doing an amazing job. I saw at least 2 or 3 hot poles while I was out servicing cameras an hour ago. So, nicely done by all of you. Appreciate you all.
I feel like the move is just to wear like a shock collar and be like, I'm going to sleep. If you need me, here's my number.
Yeah. I mean, look, from an effectiveness standpoint and a resource conservation standpoint, it makes a lot of sense.
There we go. Looks like the 981 is in. Yep, 981's coming
What's out
in.
of P4 overall, P4 and GTO?
Looks like just fuel. No driver coming over the pit wall.
Worth revisiting this battle for P2. It's not much of a battle at the moment. The 52, actually, to their credit, has stepped up their pace. They're down into the 33s, which is, definitely an improvement here. It is tricky at night. I'm sure the track is greasy. There's not a lot of temperature being generated, through the track and put into the tires. And the visibility is not phenomenal. So, it is a perfectly understandable situation. But that 143 has just been so quick. The gap is, I think when they come across the line here, it's going to be under 25 seconds between the BMW from ACP and the Pro Sport Competition Aston Martin Vantage.
Yeah, it seemed like the last couple of laps have been, between like 5 and 6 seconds each time as the 981 pulls out of its pit box, just fuel only.
Yeah, 20.6, there it is. So let's give this probably 3 more laps, and I think it'll be a done deal for P2. Joseph, have we made any progress with the point situation?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh boy. Sounds like he's eating, which suggests to me he's just thrown in the towel and decided to eat food instead.
No, I'm actually, the thing that's upsetting is I'm not eating. I'm just that tired.
It's understandable. I mean, I gotta give you good props here. I mean, you're at home and you've been with us all 14 hours and 41 minutes.
You taking a nap?
Am I?
What's your plan here? Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of want to just kind of push through it.
That's your call, man. I can send you a text if things go haywire. We lose a camera.
A text isn't going to wake me up, bud. That's the thing.
No, fair enough. That is fair. I'm reading our own ticker for a rare occasion here, and it looks like the 245 from Matt Connolly Motorsports is back out on track.
Yeah, it just came down pit lane.
Oh, there we go.
Just went off to the right.
Who's this in pits?
This is the 969.
Oh, okay, the
959.
fat crack car.
Yeah, the Accord.
That word makes me very uncomfortable.
Yeah, because you have to be very careful with that.
Absolutely. There's a couple of those here. There was a sponsor, I think I mentioned earlier in the race. It was like Fast Truck Parts or something like that. I said it out loud, and I'm like, I have got to say that much slower next time. Be very careful.
Looks like driver change. Yes.
Oh, man. Is our turn 17 camera down? 16, 17?
Oh, it probably just needs refreshed.
Oh, okay. I went
Let's
all the
find
way
out.
out there, and this is what happens.
Oh, no.
I mean, it had been stable all
Yeah.
day, so if it's gone down, I'm going to be slightly annoyed. Yeah, it's back.
Oh, okay.
I'm on a playlist, so, you know, we can't
No,
all...
that's fine. I was just bringing it to your attention while I was aware of it.
Well, I would, you know, next time don't.
Oh, well, I can do that too. 33 flat from ACP that time. Pace has come up a little bit again. That's good. And Pro Sport has dropped it a little bit, or I guess brought their pace up a little. 227.2 last time.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that the Aston is consistently
Yeah.
running under 230.
Check out the last lap time from Team GTR 99.
Yeah, 22.4.
Yeah, less than 3/10 of a second off of their PB. Set on lap 26, and here we are at 322.
Yeah, like I said, if you can be comfortable out here in these conditions, I mean, the track can be quick right now.
Yeah, that, you know, conditions is an overall term, right? It's not just about ambient conditions, temperature, wind, sunlight, that sort of
It's
thing.
going to be the car, it's going to be the driver. There's so many different factors.
Yes, traffic, traffic
absolutely.
density, visibility.
Your knowledge in the dark of your marks.
Absolutely. And, you know, the drivers that adapt to that best are, you know, you often find that these endurance races are won or lost in the night.
Yeah. These
Especially the longer the night is, you know.
These are some of the more important stints.
Although I will say, to everybody's credit, the pace never really dropped off like I thought it might when it got really, really dark.
Mm-hmm.
We knew the pace was going to, you know, come down into the 23s, 24s, 25s when the sun went down and the track got cooler. But I thought there might be a phase of the race where everybody just tooled around doing 27s and 28s because it was dark out and, you know, nobody wanted to really push very hard. But that's not been the case. So much of the top 10, top 15 has been within, you know, a couple of seconds of their personal best, which is actually really impressive. And a handful of them have set personal bests, you know, in this phase of the race.
I have news, I think.
Oh, okay.
I like news.
I think with the attrition that we've had in GP1 and the 44 managing to run half the race, I think they've secured the Eastern GP1 championship.
Just based on distance covered?
Just based on they can't be caught on points. So if they finish 5th, I'm assuming that Condor OMP isn't going to be able to overhaul them. If they finish 5th, they'll score 21 points, 7 by 3. They will drop a 4-point result. That'll be a net 17 result. So worst they can do is net 17. That'll push them up to 107 points.
Yep.
If Ginger Racing wins, they will get 13 by 3. That'll be 39. They'll drop a 3-point result. So that'll be net 36. That'll only bring them up to 96. Thunder Bunny is in a slightly better... No, they're in a worse spot, actually, because they'll drop a 5-point result. So they'd be on 94. So I don't think PC Racing can be caught at this point by virtue of the fact that they will be classified.
Yeah, no, just quick math shows that the Condor is behind PC Racing by about 8 hours and 26 minutes.
That is not what I expected
That's
you to
doing
say.
a 240
There's
average.
There's an hour and 13 in that, JT.
Yes, but that's at a 240 average.
That assumes we're ever
So-
going to see that 210 car again.
Very, very minor
Yeah.
chance. It's still there, but yeah, most likely not going to be an issue for PC Racing at this point. Then again, there can always be post-race stuff as well.
That's true. That's true. A disqualification would change things, but that's not something that we can really account for.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. No, that's correct. Team ACP and Pro Sport have got the gap down to 5.7 seconds.
Actually, I'll play that card just for fun. If something were to happen and PC did get disqualified, then it would be basically a it'd be close to a straight fight between Ginger and Thunder Bunny. I won't bother going through the permutations because I don't think they really matter.
Are they tied right now at 60?
They're
They
tied
are,
on 60.
but the drops are different.
Yeah, so 110 will drop 5 points, 46 will drop 3. So basically that comes
finished by 2 more points, more than 2 points.
No, that is a straight fight, Joseph. With the triple points, I think that
is
that 2
Yeah.
point margin, 13 to 11, becomes 6, which negates whatever the difference in drops is.
yeah, especially since it's only top 5 finishers right now.
so that's the state of play in GP1.
Move down for second.
Yep, as they come across.
So for the first time in possibly the whole race here, certainly a very, very long time, pre-dusk, Pro Sport Competition finds itself second overall. And a mere 3 laps off the number 983 from WGW Racing. I am saying this from memory, but it feels correct that the 983 lost more time than just, the 143 lost more time than just 3 laps in its issue earlier on down at turn 7.
Seems like it.
Yeah, between the slowing to a stop, stopping, putting out the brake fire, waiting for a tow back to the pits, and then getting themselves back out on track, you would assume that's more than 7 to 10 minutes, of time stationary, not turning laps.
GP2. I don't even know how to go about talking about this. The highest placed car in GP2 that's running tonight is Chill Out, and they're 5th in the championship. So I mean, silver lining of that is that obviously, like, it's great that we've got turnout of different entries in this race. But it will not make a difference for the GP2 championship, so that'll be sewn up by Fat and Furious. And it wouldn't have even made a difference if HQ Autosport had shown up. 39 points would not have been enough to overhaul them. That's a 41-point gap.
At least for Eastern, yes. But if I remember correctly, they are in the fight for National.
I'm doing one at a time, JT. We cannot.
Yeah, all right.
Don't do this to me.
Yeah, because I believe they're 5th in the East Championship, but 2nd in the National.
GP3 is going to be a little bit of a mess. I don't actually... It's going to be a straight fight because... Well, not a straight fight. Nobody's really done a full season. I think AOA, the 85, might be the only one who's in position to drop anything.
605 looks pretty good.
Yeah, well, I don't even know what the standings are right now. So 605, 197.
So 605 is currently leading GP3.
197 is down in 14th. That'll be, what is that, 38 points different. I think I just heard Alex throw to woo coming out of turn 7.
Which is kind of wild in a front-wheel drive car. You wonder what the circumstances were that led to such an exclamation. Also, it's a shame the front-facing camera has appears to have gone on that car long term. Yeah.
O2 is in the pits underneath here, it looks like.
Isn't that the car we're on board with?
Yeah, but there's a delay.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize you meant, like, on the way in. I don't...
Is that...
Oh,
we got
yeah,
full course yellow.
Oh, good call, JT.
Turn 10 exit. I'm seeing flashing lights and turn 10 entry.
Yeah, I wonder if they're just preparing to send these vehicles from where they are here. I'll check the log. Yeah, and write the
right down.
This is full course yellow number 8.
Car stopped would be number 15 at turn 17.
Oh boy.
Car turn 17. Car 15. Do we have trackside cameras in that region that might be able to pick this up? Perhaps the bridge camera?
Yeah, there's nothing doing, I'm afraid.
Well,
It's okay.
Looks like Will the Win is getting ready for a pit stop here.
So car 15.
15 AOA. Currently
Yeah.
10th in class.
We're on board on the way in here.
Because Fast Guys and Denny are back out on track, and they are down 3 laps from that number 15 as the 983, our overall leader, comes in. Looks like it's just going to be fuel only, and topping off the our cool box. Yeah, there goes the vacuum hose.
So I didn't see much there, other than the fact that both of those cars, the Thunder Bunny car and the one in front of it, seem to stay fairly wide going underneath the bridge.
This will be a slightly wider angle shot. On board the Money Pit 346. Oh,
Yeah,
it's right there. It's on the inside. It's right under the bridge. Hold on. Is it on the shot and I just am stupid?
Oh, that car's facing backwards. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's up against the wall.
Oh, yep, there it is. Yeah, but you know what? You wouldn't have seen that without headlights. Without something to bounce light off of it from the side like that, you would never have seen that.
Which is it's an awfully scary situation to be in.
No, but that's exactly why we're full course yellow.
Yeah,
the 44
I'm
is missing
into it.
a rear wing. The PC Racing BMW has come into the pit lane, sans a rear wing. That was not that way.
No. And they had just recently gone back out, I think, within the past 30 minutes.
Time is a disaster at this point for me, so I'm not sure what that actual number is like, but it was recent. Fairly recent.
Yeah.
Race control hasn't logged an incident with the 44, so I have nothing to add there.
Okay.
Not to say that there hasn't been an incident, just that there hasn't been one noted.
Sure.
So both 605 and 701 round 3 cars are in for their stop.
02 is in for tires and pads.
Yep, I can see it from here. As the 84 moves past. Looks like they're finishing up on the 982. Car restarts. No problem by the looks of it. Just making sure driver's belts are good, and away it goes. Team GTR looks just like fuel only.
You know, for all the unfortunate luck that AOA has had through, especially the overnight portion of the race, it's actually the first time any of those cars have been involved in anything surrounding a full course caution. And a lot of it has just been poor luck, mechanicals, stopping in a bad spot. It's been a rough night for them, and this is, brutal. And whoever is in that car, in that 15 car, very lucky. To be unsighted under the bridge in the dark is a pretty scary place to be as a driver.
Absolutely.
As they send out
not a lot
again.
Not a lot of reaction time there.
No, and not a whole lot of visibility.
Absolutely.
Leading into it. You're pretty well committed by the time you head underneath the bridge itself. Pit stops from the top 2. My guess is we'll get a stop from the 52 if we haven't already, but we're last in at 3:08. It's not 3:29, so you're about 7 to 8 laps short of a stop anyway. 981 should not have a pit.
Away goes the Team GTR BMW, which sounded fantastic as it pulled out of its box. I'm sure Tim took note of that.
I wanted to say something there on that, and I really didn't take the opportunity while Tim was here, but that GTR 99 has been setting the standard in American endurance racing circles for a long time. That's not as a series, that's just the community as a whole, right? And we first saw him here. We've seen him in other series, but they have been doing what they do remarkably well for as long as we've seen them on a racetrack, Yeah. And if you're going to pick a target to kind of model your team after, model your efforts after,
that is kind of the one.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
Yeah, because you always want to, competition improves. It makes things better. So I mean, that's the mark you need to aim for to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tim, with credit to those guys, said they've been open about stuff. They're willing to help and to give them advice. And if you're really good at something and you know that you have a difference maker as a team, or you are a difference maker collectively as a team, then you're always willing to lend a hand and find ways to help other people be better surrounding you, because it's going to make you that much better. Is phrase iron sharpens iron? Is that it?
Something like that.
Yeah.
I noticed 846 coming down pit lane there, going a bit slow under the 35 mile an hour speed limit. That's the Money Pit Racing that's currently in GP1.
346.
As we get more cars coming in here, there's the Accordion. Here comes our Thunder Bunny.
Yep,
right in front of us. That's our leader. Here's the 52.
7 is in. 211 is in. Rocker Renstall. 02 pads are done. Pulls out next to the Sentinel car.
A little bit close there.
601. Yeah.
601 comes in. There's Choice Racing.
I'm a little surprised to see the 52 here, but okay. They had just taken the spot away from Pro Sport, but that's obviously going to go the other way here in a little bit.
Again, I would assume the good call here is just top off while you can.
They were actually very close to a stop. They were about 6 stops away from a stop, and I don't think they've taken a brake change to the 52.
Yeah.
I think we're probably a little late in this full course yellow period to be going for that now. I maybe would have done that earlier, so I doubt that's what they're going for.
Still see safety vehicles on track, so.
Yeah, but it should only be the one, and once they
Thunder Bunny
move that
pulls
car,
away, but it looks like gas cap is still open.
I want to make a point real quick about the GP3 East Championship. So with the 85 being out, there's nothing really in this unless the 605 falls out of the top 5, and even then, 3 fast guys and Denny has to win. That is because of their various issues. I mean, really, they were. But let's not beat around the bush. They were taken out in the first hour, so that's the only competition really to speak of. Technically, the 15 is in it, but for the 15 to win it, the 605 would have to not score any points at all. So that seems even less likely. So until something dramatic happens to the 605, I think we can consider that basically dusted. Certainly penciled in for the 605.
It's certainly looking like it. As the 84 comes by, currently sitting 4th in GP3.
GTO is going to be interesting, by virtue of the fact that Screaming Goat's not here, and they're the class leader.
Yeah.
The door is, really wide open for the 99 here. Stratus has a shot. There's a few permutations here. It's basically your favorite would be the 99 to overhaul Screaming Goat. Then it would be Stratus, which have they?
They're still not out yet. I do not believe it. Haven't seen them in a while.
Okay, so they're basically cooked.
Yeah, they're 93 laps down at this point.
Then W2W would be the 982 in this case would be the last car to look for, I think. The 983, I don't think. They're mathematically in it, but they would have to. Let's game it out. What happens if they win? And by which I mean that's rhetorical, because I'm gonna do some maths.
Interesting timing showing that Team GTR on the same lap as the 981. We'll have to see if that stays the same once all of these pit stops have cycled through. Three fast guys and Denny, a lap away from getting that 10th position in GP3. After that, they'll need another 10 laps to catch the 159 Start Racing Mazda, which we still have not seen come back out after they had that issue in turn 13.
It's quiet.
Yeah, basically just waiting for the cars to navigate around the track under safety car. Still see safety vehicles by turn 10.
Have you looked at the race control log lately?
I have not.
Okay, so there was a note put down just before just after the 15 spun. I would guess this is under full course yellow. Surface condition oil down at turn 16.
Turn 16.
So that...
Yeah, it's 16. Yep.
Okay. Sorry,
So
I kept saying turn 10, but was it turn 17 that was...
The 15 was spun under the
Gotcha.
bridge at 17. Yeah, this is down the other end of the Ullman Straight.
So then what's...
It turns 16.
Oh, and look at in the background there, they're putting down oil dry and cars are
Yeah,
running through
I
it.
assume that was why they sent the blower out
Okay.
to make its way around the track.
So now's a great time to be doing brakes as the 197 comes down pit lane. Went a little bit fast.
It does feel fast, doesn't it?
Maybe radar guns don't work at 3 a.m. I don't know.
I haven't seen any in use today, actually.
I did at entry as
okay.
Ginger Racing comes by.
Yeah, the overnight car was going quicker than the cars on track. The Ginger car is going decidedly slower. Yeah, maybe it's just perspective there. But yeah, overnight's got to be careful here because too many long stops here under yellow is this race can get away from them yet. I mean, they are on the edge of contention with round 3. You know, with all things being equal, obviously. If something were to happen in the round 3 car, it's a different story. But too many of these long stops, and you're going to find yourself in a position where you can't do anything about the gap anymore on track.
Yeah,
you're just going to have to let it happen as it happens.
If you need to take care of something, now's the perfect time.
I have points
true.
news.
Yep.
If things finish as they stand and the 983 wins this race, that would put them on 71 points. That would put them top of the table. In order for the 99 to preserve their advantage over the 983 in that case, they would need to finish 6th or better.
Where is right now? They sit 5th. So
It's kind of right on the line.
yeah.
They will not be able to tie.
It's there. They will not what?
I don't believe they'll be able to tie here.
With the triple points on offer, that would be awkward.
They've got 9 hours to duke it out.
And then, so the 982, I'm sort of neglecting the 982 for now, because there's the 99 and the 983 are in better spots than they are. We shall see. But those would be the only three I think that are worth looking at. Would be the 99, the 982, and the 983. If you're looking in terms of regional championships.
The silences here are awkward. it is, you get used to, and we did for a long time get used to the quiet running, the rhythm of sort of the extended middle portion of the race here. And now since 12:45 we've basically had a caution every hour, where you get this break in action, and it's kind of it changes your feel of the race.
Are we finally, I guess the question would be, and I feel like this is a question that Ryan would ask, so I feel like I'm doing double duty, but are we finally seeing Sebring take its toll on these cars?
Yeah, I would say so. Just going down the order, looking at some of these gaps. So if I'm looking at GTO, I'm seeing, the top 5 cars are within 5 laps of our leader here. But if you look, the next 5 cars, the O2 Hammer, which is now in 10th, is 33 laps off of our leader. Whereas the sister car, the 01 Hammer, which is in 14th, is 93 laps back. So you can definitely see in some of these classes where the reliability factor, trying to stay out of the pits, out of the garage is getting a bit difficult. I mean, GP3, your second place car is within 3 laps of the leader, but the third place car is 15 laps. So you can start to see it's definitely starting to stretch out at this point, as the race is taking its toll, more so perhaps than we've seen at other tracks.
Yeah.
Like I'm not too sure, but I'm like, did we see such issues at Hallett previously?
It just feels like are you thinking of High Plains?
Yes, High Plains, sorry.
It's that time of night. Yeah, it's a good question. It's one of those things where it would have been nice to have a presence there, to be honest. Because now looking back in hindsight, you're like, well, I don't know. I'd have to ask someone who was there. I don't know if I want to switch gears back to the national championship discussion. GP1, I think you were in the process of making the point. If PC Racing doesn't end up recovering and Thunder Bunny wins this, that'll really tighten up the GP1 championship on the way into Austin.
PT1 is circulating right now without a wing.
Yeah.
But it still looks relatively okay, at least pace car speed. Doesn't look like it's suffering any issue.
So we'll see, but the gap is about 32 points right now. That needs to close up to realistically much better than 26. It needs to close up by probably about 20 points in order for Thunder Bunny to have any sort of real shot by the time we roll in Dakota. So let's see, they got to make up 12 points. So 2 or 3 spots in the standings would help. It would get them close. But it's a matter of they're kind of just running out of time to do anything about PC Racing. I'm kind of just hanging on this shot right now because I think it's very apt. It's very appropriate for the season. I'm putting down dust everywhere, actually, that all the way through 17. So I don't know who put it down. Presumably 15 spun on that oil. I don't think they put their own oil down. I don't think they spun on their own oil. But if anybody has information either way.
Yeah, I do like it. It is a good shot. We do have the 52 on pit road right now. Looks like they're working on the right-hand side of the car. I would assume brakes. Hard to tell. They're about 200 plus feet down to our right.
Let's see. In GP2, national championship wise, if Chill Out if Chill Out takes this, they will be level with Fat and Furious going into Coda.
Okay.
So it's a 39-point gap right now.
They're in second right now, correct?
They're in the lead. Actually, I take that back. They'll be down 3 points because GP2 only had 6 entrants, so they don't get the bonus point. For they don't basically get the large field credit. So they'll be down 3 points going into Coda if they hold the lead here.
Okay.
But I mean that's good enough to be neck and neck.
Mm-hmm.
They're just going to be ruining the fact that 2 more cars didn't show up. GP3 is kind of an extension of the East Championship, to be honest. Only difference is actually no, it's not even different about TC Klein. So round 3 is going to be looking at extending an advantage and putting that championship out of reach by the time they get into Coda. So there's a chance that they could seal it today.
Yep, today now.
GTO is going to be really interesting on the national side, primarily because Stratus is the leader of that championship by 15 points. The 2 cars trailing it are both will to win Porsches. 982s on 75, 983s on 73. Obviously, if things hold as they are, God, look at that must be. Let's go on board with somebody. Oh, it's not quite as bad as it looks. So I'm not going to move away from the shot.
Do we think whoever this was, I'm not going to assume it was the 15, but I suppose it's possible, dumped oil all the way down from 16 to
they've run oil dry from 16 down around 17.
Oh, through the corner exit, basically.
Yeah.
Wow.
So this is a long cleanup.
Our 52's out of its box and returning back to the track.
So National GTO Championship, certainly nobody can seal it tonight, but they can get awfully close. The 983
is currently sitting third, I believe.
So they're 17 behind Stratus right now. They will leapfrog them by 12? No, 14. No, 39. 22. They'll leapfrog them by 22. So they can't seal it, but they can get awfully close. Have we covered anything? Is there anything that we're missing here?
In terms of points or on track?
Either, I suppose. I was thinking points.
I can't help with points. I can help a little with on track. The lead margin, 983 to 143. They're not at the head of the pacing order right now. The field is being led around by the 033, or the 33, I guess, KBT Corvette. But the lead margin is exactly 3 laps. The 983 is immediately in front of the Aston Martin on track. So, when we do go back to green here, which will be with, something like 8, a little over 8.5 hours left to go. That will be sort of how things set up here. The Stratus car is in the pit lane.
It's coming back out.
Yeah, that was man, when was the last time we saw it?
A while ago. But yeah, no, rolls back into its pit stop. They are adding fuel, and hopefully they'll send it back out, no issues. A little bit further down pit lane, we had the GP2 leader, the 678. I believe they just came in to top off because it was a short stop.
Yeah, 197 was back in as well, for what that's worth.
Yes, as was the 3 fast guys in Denny. Stratus rolls down.
2 hours 39 minutes, almost 2 hours 40. A whole IMSA race in the paddock.
Maybe that's what they had to do. They had to go watch
a rerun of
VIR. VIR, always a good one. They got to get in the mood for petite.
Yeah, but they were prototyping VIR CT only. Yeah.
It's relatively trivial, but it is worth pointing out. If you've got if you have extensive repairs to make, we made the point about brake replacements. Yeah.
Yeah. So PC Racing.
But that assumes, well, right? That's part of it. Yeah.
Anything
for sure.
that's optional, this is the time to take it.
Remember that we didn't know this full course yellow was going to be this way. This issue with oil being down for, roughly a mile between 16 and the exit of 17 didn't present itself until we were already a couple of minutes into the full course yellow.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still been a few laps, a few very slow laps, and I think a driver coming down the back straight could notice that this might take a while. A little bit of radio communication, if that is possible, as we see the jet dryer come across, start finish.
Yeah, I would say that's job done or nearly done down the back straightaway then.
Yeah.
Though there are still flashing lights off to drivers right. About halfway down the back.
Still out there as well, out towards 10.
Yeah, those may stay on for the duration of the yellow.
Yeah. And it looks like right now under safety car, we're doing 5.5-minute laps.
Yeah, based on
that's
flagger,
normal pace for the safety car.
Yeah. Based on the starter's demeanor here, I would say we're probably going to get one more lap under full course yellow before we go back to looking at a green flag here.
Yeah. Yeah, because I believe where's the safety car right now? I see cars going backwards on the track from 17.
Yeah, those are trucks. They've been basically going back and forth. The field's all bunched up, so I think they're basically instructing them go ahead and go counter race.
Mm-hmm.
So the 02 did pads and tires. We mentioned that earlier. Total time on that set was 3 minutes 36. Fuel, driver change, front tires, and pads. The 01 is on the way in. They're going to do the same.
Okay.
Pads and tires. I think that may be a stationary. Is that a stationary camera, Joseph?
Where?
The 13 camera. Looking back to 13.
No. There's just nothing there.
Oh. Fair enough.
Everyone's bunched up.
Safety vehicle stays out.
Yep, so at least one more lap under the full course yellow here.
Should we do a Cooper ad real quick?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Let's run that and come back here in a couple of moments' time to Sebring.
As the 701 passes.
Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tire. These ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
And back at Sebring, the inaugural WRL 24 hours of Sebring on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company, even at this obnoxious hour. Especially at this obnoxious hour, I suppose. We're pressing on towards 2/3 distance. Will be kind of our next milestone here. 8 hours, 36 minutes to go. We've rattled through 15 and 24. And all things considered, I think we've done pretty well here. So
we're approaching our second WRL race distance.
yes. Next thing to watch for as we sort of set the stage to go back to green here, hopefully, in not terribly long, as we've gone past the half-hour mark under this full course yellow, which is a shocking number to me, but
time has dilated in such an insane way.
Who is that? Somebody saying hi?
I don't know. I figured I'd wave. The whirlwind, boys.
Somebody. Oh, I thought somebody was flashing a light up here.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Oh, yeah. It was very noticeable. Hi to W2W down there. Wheel to win. I'm sure, actually, if we're still on the PA, I'm sure folks can hear us. Nice.
They're making sure we stay awake.
Your winning numbers for the 50-50 raffle are...
Yeah, to kind of set the stage here, Team GTR 99, 17.4 seconds under the yellow here, behind the number 981. So, they do stand to lose a little bit here, and 99 can pick up a spot. Not terribly long after the restart here, depending on what that 981's pace is like. So, worth keeping an eye on that.
It looks like the Hammer Audi is just about to wrap up its brake change. We have one of the Team AC ACI cars up ahead.
I think we're probably going to go green this time by.
Both
I
seem
would
to be
say that
finishing
feels
up.
right, but oh yeah, so the starter still has double yellow in his hand, but
he
also
has,
just picked up the green.
Yeah, in his right hand, he's playing with the green flag, so he's getting ready for that call. I believe the safety car is exiting 13 right now. Hard to tell.
I think they're coming out of 16.
I think they're coming out of 16 on the cameras here.
Okay.
Yeah, double yellows go down at start finish, and now just the starter stands there with just the green flag in his hand. So, having gone full course yellow at 2:52, the clock says 3:26, so 34, close to 35 minutes under full course yellow here, and roughly a mile worth of oil dry put down, and we should go back to green flag racing here in a couple of moments. With 8 hours, 33 minutes left on the clock. Everybody kind of fighting through these last 4-ish hours of darkness here before we get to see the sun again.
The ACP car pulls away as the green flag comes out.
That's a KBT car. Oh, from the pit lane, I see. Yeah. Oh, 143 dives up the inside down the front straightaway and into turn one. Not a change for position, obviously, but it is to get one of the laps back from that Pro Sport car. And as they arc their way into turn one here in a couple of moments on your camera, I don't know if we'll be able to pick it out or not. They're about 6 cars deep in the pacing order. They were when they came across start-finish anyway. Man, that is just a ball of headlights.
It's almost excessive. Here comes the 01 Hammer Audi coming across.
Yep, pads and tires done. At least front tires done on that car.
the Ginger BMW comes across start finish line. A little bit behind the pack as they head towards the hairpin.
Look at that pack going through 6 and down into 7. That away shot gives you a real idea of what the density is like when they're all bunched up here. And they're all accelerating, probably through 90 miles an hour or so at that point, even the production cars.
That'd be a cool photo from the hairpin looking towards 6.
Yeah.
With just that line.
Yep, I think they're doing drone shots here that sort of the traffic snaking its way through, 8 and 9 up in the braking zone there for 10.
Is that what that thing is up there?
Yeah, the red and green lights. Directly across from us here, I think. Yeah. When I was down at turn 17 earlier working on the camera, you sort of have to reset. Not every tire squeal is, a panic moment. Like, oh my God, what's happening? Because every car is on the limit of grip on the way through, that initial arc into 17.
Yep.
With these, with DOT tires, just constantly arguing for grip with the front of the car.
Yeah, because
sometimes the rear of the car.
Throwing the car up.
Yep. It just constant tire squeal down there.
Yeah, it's okay to take the camera away from.
Yeah.
Maybe go service that over by the car.
Oh, I don't have a problem being there. You're far enough away from the outside of 17 that it's not really a major cause of concern.
Yeah.
Along back straightaway and into turn 17 here on our back straightaway camera. That is mostly headlights at the moment. Through comes the 143, then the 981, then the 983. So at least for a moment, Race Hero shows the lead gap as 2 laps, which is quite right. And this Pro Sport Aston can kind of set about getting down to business here. It's not the only thing of interest, but at the moment it is sort of setting us up for, this last third of the race. Yeah, go ahead, JT.
That was just Team ACP coming across the line right there with number 52.
Oh, so it is 6:55.7, so that will have been that brief pit stop they made at the end of the full course yellow there. I do wonder if that was just the top off.
It looked like they were doing something with the car because it was going for quite a while. And I believe they may have also done a driver change.
Okay.
Need to keep an eye on the Team GTR, 2.5 behind the.
Oh yeah, that was 17 seconds under full course yellow. Obviously, that compresses now that we've gone back to green. But that 981 car is pretty easy to pick out at night. Maybe not from this distance, but in general, it is. That is the red camo Porsche Cayman.
Let's say, yeah, I can see the 197 from here.
Oh, they've got the blue sort of underbody glow, yeah. I haven't picked out any identifying features on the GTR and the number 99, so. It's funny, we're, like Joseph mentioned, closing in on our second WRL race distance mark, right? So at the end of 16 hours, we'll have done 2 8s back to back, essentially. Although, as it obviously scored as a continuous race, that GTR car it's sort of in the position you would expect it to be in, right? We talk about, it's bottom end of the top 10, middle pack, and then you look up and it's, fighting for a top 5. It's kind of the same here, although it's had a much wilder path getting there, ups and downs. Here we are coming up to the end of 16 hours. We look up and GTR 99, top 5, albeit 5 laps off the overall leader. Oh, actually, there comes the 99 just behind the 981.
Yep.
So they're in that lead chunk of cars that came across start-finish there. And they reappear outside of turn 6, underneath the Corvette bridge.
Somebody's side by side going in a 3 there.
I would not be shocked if that's who that is.
Coming through 4 right-hander, 5 left-handers. Being very careful with the exit there.
So there's
have we? Are you guys following the 981 and 99 battle, I imagine?
Yes.
Okay.
Battlefield 4, sorry.
Yeah, it's very hard to pick out from this distance through turn 6 and 7, particularly in the dark. And forward-facing cameras won't help us much there either.
Well, let me take the timing tower.
No, that's not going to do much for us either. I think they've already come through, at least on this camera. The turn 14 camera might be the next one that gives us a decent vision of, or identifying feature on the car.
Yeah, because they're exiting turn 10 right now.
How happy do you think Ryan is to not be conscious of this?
I mean, I'm overjoyed for him.
It depends. Can you hear the Choice Racing BMW every time it comes by? He might not actually be asleep.
I believe that was one of those cars. Possibly both of those cars nose to tail through 14. But again, it's so hard to pick them out, even at night here. And they're so quick through turn 14, right? You're not gonna get much other than a blur.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye through 17. We might have a better shot there.
Yeah, they're starting to come into 17 now. As the 143 approaches start finish line. It's when it's by itself like that, it is booking. Yeah, that is awesome to see just how quick it is.
99 through. There's 983.
There's the 9. 02, 522 right there. 981.
What happened?
982.
233.
Yeah, 981 lost 7+ seconds.
Yeah. The story is there. That is sort of the end of that, by the way. There's really not a follow-up, at least for the 981. They've got 7 laps in hand over the Choice Racing BMW still. However, over the next little while here, you'll keep an eye on that 99 because it's under a lap behind the number 52 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates.
Now, obviously we've recently pit, but if that gap does not expand massively, who do we think's faster in a pit stop?
I haven't been paying much attention to pit stop times, to be honest with you. I have to be honest. I generally pay attention to that stuff and really hone in on that stuff when you know it's going to make a difference towards the end of the race, and you can just kind of back time things through Race Hero. We've never been in a phase of the race where that's mattered, right? I mean, you settle in and you let things happen. There's no reason to project out 18 pit stops. 20 pit stops to the end of the race. You just kind of let it happen and let the other variables dictate where cars are and how they get there. That stuff will matter.
I was more leaning to the fact that is such a large difference in time there. I'm just wondering if possibly there had been like a small mistake or
on the 52?
Whatever. On the 981.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about 52 and 99. No, I'm sure the 981 made some mistake.
Or it was forced wide or something.
Let's find out there.
Because if that's the case, we can watch over the next few laps to see, watch that gap to see if it massively expands or if it's kept in a relatively similar range. Because if they start to run similar lap times, a faster pit stop by Will to Win can have them leapfrog back to take that position.
Nothing noted on the race control log here.
They come across the line and wow. Team GTR is bucking it right now. 223 won that last lap.
Yeah, they were very close to their PB not that long ago. They were down into the 22s. Yeah, I think it was a 22.4, 22.3, 22.4. And I think that's the only team that's really that close to their ultimate pace. The Pro Sport car's been quick, but still a couple of seconds shy of where it could be. And I mean, realistically, and we see, we don't always see 5-lap margins, but slower car on the way into turn 7. Thunder Bunny? It may not be, but it looks like it has the dimensions of the Thunder Bunny car. It's a little shorter, shorter front to rear and a little shorter top to bottom.
I was wondering if it was possibly the Fat Crack Racing.
That could be. I don't have enough awareness of what that car looks like that far away.
It's 1,000 feet away. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's Thunder Bunny coming across the line here. Hey, there's a 45 going alongside the 245. The two Lexuses together again. I love that. I'm loving it.
It drives me nuts that that team name is 94 Motorsports and neither of those cars are number 94.
So those cars are currently sitting still 3rd and 4th in GP3 right now.
Yeah.
Separated by 4 laps between each other. Unfortunately, 15 and 19 laps down respectively from the leaders in that class, which is the 605 from Round 3 Racing.
Team GTR has caught the 143. Now, this obviously isn't for position either, but
they're in a hurry.
What is this going to? Is this going to put it 2 laps? Just under 2 laps, or just under 3 laps behind the 140?
Yeah, because they're currently 4 laps down.
Right. So this will go 2.9, etc.
Or 3.9 in closing.
No, I think it's tough to tell. I think it'll be 2.9.
Because if he's currently at 4.0,
do we think it's 4?
According to the timing and scoring. Because the 143 is going to cross the line first.
No, it says 2 laps and then 1 minute and 18.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's either going to go just under 3 or just under 2. They've... no, you know what? It'll go just under 2. 340 laps complete from the 143. 338 complete from Team GTR.
Oh,
so it will go just under 2.
I'm looking above it.
Yeah, no. That's fine. That is where this is going to land. That GTR car is really quick at the moment.
Yeah, it is.
A message from Tim Myers on his pit lane. Lawless Allen is in the 02.
All right.
Steven Anderson has been installed in the 01.
Okay. So 02 just did 227, 226 flat for the 01. So good times in those Audis right now.
Yeah. The pace has not really come back to the number 52, even after that long-ish stop. Did you say that you think they did a driver change?
Yeah, I thought they did.
Yeah, they may have, and it's just taking the new driver even to take some time to get up to pace. But they haven't cracked out of the 230s yet, so this is where it's really coming to the 99. And is going to be coming in large chunks towards the 99.
As they cross the line again at a 23.4. So that's consistently under 225.
This time ahead of the 143, who has slowed down a little bit, and the W2W car, the 983 overall leader, has picked up their pace actually.
I mean,
and is closing back in on the 143.
Well, if the 143 is going to let the 99 by, he's going to lose a few seconds. So
that is true.
Yeah.
No.
And it's not like it was a bad lap. I mean, it was 26.3.
Yeah.
So it's well within that range there.
Yeah, that's fair.
Timing is showing 1 minute and 9 seconds from that 52 team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW, currently 3rd in GTO. With that, that GT4 spec BMW just flying. Already a 25-second gap over the 981 will to win Porsche. That is the fastest lap for the 02 Hammer Motorsports Audi TCR, 2:23.4. So yeah, Alex is flying. Why not? It's the perfect time to do so. Conditions are fantastic out there. .46 of Ginger Racing comes across start finish line here. They are currently up to second place in GP1, running pretty decent laps right now. Unfortunately, the gap to the leaders, which is the 110 Thunder Bundy Racing BMW, is to the tune of 14 laps. So right now, they just need to try to stay out of trouble and just watch Thunder Bunny. It's the 64 Mazda Miata comes down pit lane here. That is the open throttle entry. Currently sitting 6th in GP3. Good solid run from them. They had just set their fastest lap.
That stop is on schedule for them.
Wait, that's... It lights up green to show it's the fastest lap, but it shouldn't be. Okay, cool. Interesting. So yeah, they're unfortunately 5 laps back from the number 20 Slipstream Mazda that's currently holding 5th in class. We're starting to see quite a bit of spread there out in GP3 from the leaders of Round 3 Racing. All right, going back into GTO. Again, the Team GTR BMW is absolutely flying right now, consistently under 225. This last lap, they were 10 seconds quicker than the number 52 car ahead of them. So that gap is now closing as the 52 comes across the line. It was just this last lap, 58 seconds. So we're going to take a look about 50 seconds and we'll see how that gap is with the BMW. Meanwhile, they pull a 30-second gap over the number 981.
That's happened in a hurry, man.
It helps when you're averaging 5 seconds a lap quicker.
No, but it doesn't feel like it's been 5 laps. I'm sure it probably has been, but it does not feel that way at all.
So we are 8 hours and 15 minutes remaining. How does that feel?
I still don't have that desperate pull to be horizontal, but I am definitely feeling more tired than I was when I told you I was feeling okay 2 hours ago.
99 comes across the line, 23.4 again, 49.5 second gap. And I don't know if you saw, but the 02 Hammer a moment ago put in their fastest lap at a 23.
That's Lawless Allen.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
What
was the lap time?
23.1.
Wow, that is quick. When Tim told me to look at the lap times, he said it was like a 27 flat. Yeah, I mean that's getting there.
I remember seeing Hammer
23.1 is right.
The 01 doing a 26 flat not too long ago. They're down to a 24.9.
I think it was just a lap in traffic. Negotiating things. Shaking out after the full course yellow. Mm-hmm. It's 51.
Yeah, 51 coming down. That is Headquarter Automotive. Again, their recovery from having a massive amount of time lost earlier. Yeah. They're now up to 217 laps, working their way up, so they're 13th in GP3. they still have quite a ways to go to catch up to Fat Crack Racing ahead of them in the Honda Accord to the tune of 27 laps, I believe.
Of light to moderate interest to us here at the moment is... Well, I was going to say the wind's actually kicked up a little bit, but as soon as I look back up again, it's...
the flag's doing nothing.
The flag's dead again. So much for that.
Teammates comes across the line at a 2:34.8.
Yeah, that car just has not found the pace over the last couple hours. Again, I'm not sure if that's a driver issue or if that car is nursing a problem. It would be understandable even to be a driver issue. You know, low visibility, lower grip, not wanting to damage the car. I get all that, you know, completely. But it is allowing this 99 to just take chunks of time out of it to the tune of 10 or 11 seconds a lap here.
As 99 crosses the line there.
24.5.
Yep.
Gap's down to 39. So give this probably 5 to 6 laps, and I think this is going to change hands, and we're going to see W2W Pro Sport and GTR.
Yep. I'd say in the next 15 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Looks like we're getting ready to start shift changes for some of the marshals out on track.
Yeah, if they're doing something like 4 hours at a time, then that kind of makes some sense here. Although that is a lousy rotation. Only allowing yourself to go get 4 hours of sleep or rest at a time is brutal.
Ginger Racing comes on pit lane. I think that is
46. That is not for us to decide. That is for the man with the script and the prediction.
Absolutely, but I could have sworn I remember
What did I do?
car on pit lane right towards the end of the safety car.
No, we were just trying to decide if the 46 from Ginger Racing is due into the pits or not. Yeah, almost certainly not here. Based on Race Hero, anyway.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Are you hanging in there, Joseph?
Miserable.
Are you?
Is that an Ohio thing or?
Yeah, general malaise.
Yeah, fair.
No, I find the time loss statistics for GP1 are really interesting.
Can you go into some detail on that? Because we can't see that here. I love that statistic for virtually any race, but I would love to get some detail on that.
So, for the number 44, obviously sits third. I have a time loss statistic of 1 hour and 57 minutes for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds about right.
For Ginger Racing, I have a time loss statistic of 1 hour and 21 minutes. So, about 20 minutes better than PC Racing. For the 110 for Thunder Bunny, I have a time loss statistic of 18 minutes.
Wow.
So, I mean, that makes the difference right there.
I mean, that literally tells the story of GP1.
Right.
Incidentally, do you have gap to class leader statistics?
I can't pull that on demand.
Oh, okay. Okay. What was the second car? You said the 44 was 1 hour 57.
And then the 46.
46 was what?
1 hour and 20.
Man, that's still a lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you think about that, right? That these are cars that they will have nominally finished a 24-hour race. They will not have, you know, the 44 won't do any more than 22.
Yeah. Do you have those statistics for GTO by chance?
Yes, I do. So the 983 I have is having lost 38 minutes. Now, obviously, if everybody loses time, then nobody loses time. But I'm not taking that. I'm not taking that into account.
Sure. Yep.
143 I actually have as having lost only 19 minutes. So I wonder if something's going on there. It's a little odd. And 52, I only have as having lost 2 minutes. So if you want to view it as a measure of efficiency,
well, we know that 52 has lost a lot of time over the last couple of hours just not having the on-track pace. So that, I mean, 2 minutes is obviously not a realistic amount of time with pit stops and everything, but if you're not counting pure pit stop laps...
Well, it's not that it's not counting pure pit stop laps, because it is. It's that it's not counting yellow flag laps. So, if somebody comes out of the... There's a quirk that I need to address at some point, where if you come out of the pits, I think it's if you come out of the pits in a yellow flag condition...
That time loss doesn't get counted.
Or it doesn't get counted quite right, because it's based off of the last X number of passings that we've seen in a class. And so if the last 50 passings have all been under yellow flag conditions and people have been turning 5-minute 30s,
right,
that's going to skew that statistic a little bit. That also, but it does mean, by the same token, if 52 has been doing all of their pit service, or at least close to it as much as they can, under yellow flag conditions, it's entirely possible that they really haven't lost that much time, that they've been really good about timing, well, or really fortunate, I suppose, in timing yellow flag conditions.
Yeah, I mean, they've had, pit stops under green here, and admittedly they haven't been setting the world alight with pit stop time, as my race hero just wigs out a little bit. So let's kind of recover here. The pit stop times aren't setting the world alight, but if that's not time loss as such, because we have pit lane passings, confirmed pit lane passings, then its actual time loss outside of confirmed pit stops probably isn't all that high. It's just lost more time from being less consistent.
Yeah, and that feels about right to me.
Yeah.
To be honest, so if you look at some of the other teams on the list, it's a little more cut and dry. For example, we go down to the tail end, the cars that we know have had a lot of trouble, but in the number 7, time loss is about 3 hours and 3.5 hours. The 01 lost about 4 hours. Stratus 59's lost nearly 5. Yeah, I mean, just think about
where's the 99? Do you have a number for the 99?
The number for the 99 was, I think, around... It was sub half hour, I think. Yeah, about 27 minutes all in total. So that means that they've basically taken all of their pit stops, or at least a good number of them, under green flag conditions.
I'm intrigued there because the 983 number you gave me was one of the highest in the class of cars that haven't had a ton of problems. But it doesn't feel like that's been the case. I mean, they literally, other than the...
One of the things that's skewing this is that we had three or four yellow flag periods in a row that didn't get flagged as yellow flags. So that will make that time loss look worse than it is, I think.
Oh, right.
That question mark? Maybe not, actually.
At the end of this lap, Team GTR will see the 52 car ahead. I mean, the 52 has had great consistency watching these lap times. Unfortunately, it's just there's nothing they can do about this charging BMW from behind.
Yeah, there's nothing they've been able to do about anybody really coming up from behind, with just the pace having kind of come out of the car over the last couple of hours. GTR is going to get there, like you said, in the next lap or so. And then W2W is less than a minute behind now. Behind GTR now. So looking at a total of about 70 seconds there. And that is going to come down by, chunks of 4, 5, 6 seconds a lap.
The time loss statistics between the 605 and the 197 are pretty interesting. The 605 I have is having lost 14 minutes, and the 197 I have is having lost about 18. Now, if you combine that, actually that makes sense. That actually explains a lot about GP3, doesn't it?
Other than the fact, I mean, the overnight's made a lot of pit stops lately, but that wasn't where most of the time loss came from.
That's the gap right there. 3 seconds.
Just come through start finish.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily explain where that time loss came from, or where that gap pivoted from being,
Well, I don't think it has to
narrowly
have
in favor
pivoted.
of-
I think...
No, but it did at some point, because we looked up on timing where overnight was basically in control for a long period of time, or decently in control. It went from being a minute plus margin in favor of overnight to being a lap plus in favor of round 3.
I don't think
that
that's
happened all pretty
necessarily...
quickly.
Well, just because we perceived it all of a sudden doesn't mean it happened quickly.
I suppose it's true. But I couldn't identify any events on Race Hero that would lead me to...
I don't think it was any singular
What
event.
created
I think that they've just been a little slower on the pit stop rotations.
It is possible. And they, like I said, they've made more stops lately, so maybe that was a big part of it.
I believe the 159 is on pit road. Start racing currently 10th in GP3.
That's been a day for those guys as well.
They're looking pretty good. I
They
think
had
they were
a
up to 5th.
2-hour stop. Yeah, 3 laps ago.
Well, keep in mind this is the one that lost the wheel in turn 13.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Holy cow, that was 2 hours ago?
Yeah.
Yep.
That feels like it was like 3 minutes ago.
Officially under 8 hours.
We sure are.
We are through the 2/3 mark and into our final. There's the 99. And there goes the 52. So that move is done.
Did it 2 in 2 seconds.
Yep, that's 3rd overall changing hands. And now you wait to find the 981 to be sort of the next car to come through. But we're into this final 3rd now, the inaugural 24 hours of Sebring here on DriversEye Live. Thanks everybody for sticking with us in the tough hours, myself included.
You're welcome.
It's
I'm gonna end up making myself breakfast soon, just to like wake myself up.
Yeah, the worst part about all-nighters for me is that you are hungry when you shouldn't be hungry, and your body, even though it's decided that your stomach has decided it needs food or wants food, your body isn't really ready for food. So you get stuck in this limbo where, well, I could eat, but what's my body going to do when I do that? Or I could just sit here and be hungry, which is also kind of a miserable experience.
Yeah, see, don't talk about food because Tim's going to come up here and force feed you.
Can he airmail
Make
it?
me eat banana pudding that's been sitting out since 11 o'clock.
352 laps after 16 hours. Pretty good.
I meant to do that math, actually. 352.
Ginger Racing has just had about a 10-minute stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I
About
find
the
it
right time for a
difficult.
brake change.
I
If you're
don't
going to do
believe
it
that
late, but they've had some long stops here. Lap 287, 18 minutes and 30 seconds. They've had multiple short stops since that one long one. I would guess that one's already done. Either that or, excuse me, they are facing or fending off some kind of recurring issue here. Or multiple new issues, perhaps.
Looks like Will the Wind's getting ready for a pit stop here. You can see some activity getting ready at the pit wall.
Guys,
Looks like we will have a driver change.
I have tremendous prediction news for everybody.
Boy. Does it think 143 is going to win?
983, 50% chance of winning.
Oh, boy.
143, 49% chance of winning.
Fascinating.
Place your bets.
Well, yeah, I don't know there. I mean,
I'm telling you to place your bet. If you think it's wrong, go to the window for 983.
Are we making choices with 8 hours to go?
Wait.
Full race to go.
Wait, we got to back up here. Does your script genuinely think this is a toss-up, or is this your script throwing its hands in the air and saying, "Well, I'm out"?
Well, I haven't asked it yet, so I don't know what its pure motivations are.
I assume the issue here for
Go get a
GTR.
coffee.
No, I have one here, but I've already had one, and it's on an empty stomach, so I don't think I can do that. I assume the issue here for GTR, the number 99, is the fact that even if, okay, the W2W doesn't have the sustained pace, over the next 8 hours, and there's no reason to believe that it won't have that kind of pace, that GTR will also have to overcome the Aston Martin in order to be in with a shout.
Well, there's that, and somewhat curiously, the script still likes the 52 over the 99.
Odd. It may not have caught up with the 52's.
I think the issue is that the 99 has one or two really solid drivers, and then the rest are just. Well, I'll put it this way: it has one or two exceptional drivers, and then the rest are, air quotes, simply just solid.
Yeah.
So what we're seeing now is we've got an exceptional driver in the overnight stint. That is a nightmare. Wow. Okay, that is hellish.
That definitely needs some raving music.
Right. So, I think our perceptions of where 99 is going to end up are a little skewed by the fact that they've got a really good driver, or at least that they're putting really good times in right now, and that's not necessarily representative of the lineup as a whole.
Overall pace.
It's a great indication of potential. I mean, if you've just bought one of those cars, I think you see that and you're encouraged by it. But it's not necessarily an indication of where we should expect that car to end up in 8 hours' time.
Yeah, that could definitely be the case. Get ready for pit stops. I'm seeing quite a few teams here getting ready. Looks like we should be seeing one of the Will to Win cars, Thunder Bunny. Looks like both will have driver changes. 45, MX-5's rolling down pit lane. There we go, 159 leaves pit lane. Not in a lot of hurry, unfortunately. They are still holding on to 10th.
Imagine the car breaking down at 1:30 and then being woken up and saying, "Hey, it's 4 o'clock. You want to get back out there?"
I mean, if it was me, I'd be like, yeah. Because I mean, it's still Sebring.
Yeah, that is true, but I think at a certain point now, maybe I'm biased because I would be down for a nap,
Yeah, like what is that age crossover where it's like, I think I'd rather have the sleep.
My second Thunderhill. Whenever that was, so like 24. Yeah, I don't think we're done with this GTO battle.
No, not by any means.
So I'm really curious to see how this plays out, and there's an element here of coulda, woulda, shoulda, and it comes down to, could the brake change for the 983 have gone any quicker? Does it just take longer? Did they feel like they need more parts to be replaced for that car to be strong through the rest of the race?
Yeah. All right. A little bit further down the pit lane, I see the 13 of JNR. Looks like standard service. Here comes the 110 Thunder Bunny right in front of us. Looks like they're going to be doing a driver change fuel. .240 all the way down pit lane. Looks like it has its hood up, so that is not going well. I believe that is one of the Matt Connolly Motorsport entries in GP2, I believe. No? What am I thinking?
Which car is this?
I'm thinking the Rent to Race, the 240.
Yeah, that's they're down in GTO. They've had a rough race.
Yeah. But they're back out, so I'll take that. 981 pulls up. Dress getting out. Fuel going in. Looks like fuel is finished on the Thunder Bunny car. Looks like they're just finishing up belts on the inside, making sure radio is hooked up correctly as the 13 gets rolling. Good to see JNR staying out, getting a lot of laps under their belt right now after the unfortunate start to the race. Slightly long for Thunder Bunny here, as they still have that driver's side door open, and driver's being assisted. The car fires up, and away it goes. Excellent. They still have a 17-lap lead over the number 46 Ginger Racing BMW. So as long as that car can keep firing and keep rolling, they should be in good hands. All right, fuel is done on the 981 Porsche. Just getting that windshield nice and clean. Checking the front grille, making sure it's nice and clear. Finishing up the driver belts. Car's looking pretty good. As it's refired. And away it goes. It's always good to see those cars fire up pretty quickly and be able to pull away from their box without issue. As you get in the later stages of the race, there's always that the fear of hesitation.
Yeah, especially if your car doesn't have a working starter.
Yeah. That was Choice Racing, correct?
That sounds right.
Yeah, the 522. It's great to see that Stratus MP01 back out, circling around.
As you had said earlier, they had lost something to the tune of 5 hours. But it's back out and it's running under 230s right now, which is a fairly decent in GTO.
Yeah, it's a little slow, so clearly they've still got some nagging issue that they're working through. But
yeah, and again, the driver hasn't been out for 5 hours.
right, and the track's going to be a little cold. Obviously, there's no sunlight to pump heat into it, so it's all things that are kind of working against them.
Yeah.
All right, looks like I have a new car coming down pit lane here. Our returning car looks like it's 45 MX-5 from AOA. Unfortunately, since they were just in a moment ago, they may need to be troubleshooting some teething issues. That car is still 8th in GP3 right now. They still have a good 14-lap lead over the 3 fast guys in Denny Toyota, sitting back in 9th. Comes the 33 Corvette. They've been having a nice quiet run in GTO lately, up to 11th for that KBT Racing entry.
Yeah, one of two Corvette C5s in the field, along with Braunschweig. It's only 2 spots ahead of them in their class.
I'm loving it. I love the C5.
I think I still prefer the C6. I think. I could be swayed.
I think it's the better car.
Ooh.
But
you just have Daytona associations with it.
I've always
all right.
felt very, very warmly towards the C5R myself. That was one of the first real race cars I got to see and hear at a racetrack. So yeah, I think I'll always have a soft spot for those. Yeah, that Toyota 86 is flying down the straight next as it passes the 64 Mazda Miata on driver's right, heading towards turn 1. That's 64 being of open throttle. He's currently sitting in 6th right now in GP3.
981 has come in for a stop.
So I'm thinking that is just slightly delayed on the timing, because the 981 is what I was calling out for their stop.
Well, that's so the timing is just getting because it waits for the outlap to wrap up, and it doesn't know if the basically it doesn't know if the pit loop is before or after the time loss. So there's an extra, basically a buffer lap either before or after. Mm-hmm. So now we know how much time they lost. What was it, like 2 minutes and change?
Yeah, something like that.
We're full course yellow.
Yes, as I just said a moment ago.
Oh, well, all right, great.
You were talking over me again, man.
Consciousness is, fleeting.
So here's the thing. The 981's pit box is the pit box before the start-finish line. So I'm wondering if that is why that whole timing situation played out there.
Let's see if we can track down 4 off drivers left at corner 3. Now we've only got I guess now it's a full course yellow, so of course it's going to be standing.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any flashing lights from where I am. Seeing the 701 round 3 car come in for its stop.
This is to drivers left. I think I'm No, that's the wrong part of the track. So no, I definitely didn't see it.
605 comes in from the lead in GP3. We've got a 3-lap gap over the 197 Overnight Motorsports. Looks like driver change in fuel. Incoming driver gently helping the driver exit the car. In comes one of the Hammer Audis. I believe is it the 02 that has the white and red livery?
I think that's right.
Okay. So I believe that is the car that is on pit road at this time.
We still don't have an ID for the car that's brought out the yellow.
Still not seen a safety vehicle of any kind from my point of view.
This onboard will be silent, but it should be a good view.
I see headlights facing me. I'm just not sure where that is.
Could be 9-4. That's a
Turn 13, maybe?
There's a handful of cars that have gone missing.
It's hard to tell if that is...
Of course the picture breaks up right as we go by.
Leader in GTO and overall, the 983 is right here on pit lane doing driver swap and fuel. 52's coming into its box, having to wait a little bit for traffic as the 605 pulls out. Here comes the 44, still missing that rear wing as it very carefully tries to find its spot, which I believe is directly ahead of the, a few spots in front of the 52. Yeah, lots of cars on pit lane right now. 456 goes by. Here comes the 678, which is going to be pitting right by that 52.
Well, let's look to drivers left here.
Okay, yeah, is that turn 13 then?
Blue lights. That's not the... I'm not going to speculate.
That's not... Do we know where Team GTR is?
They're still circulating. I don't have them missing. Cars that I'll tell you cars that I do have missing. That I don't have an account for. The 46, the 84, and the 33 for KBT Racing. I don't think it's the 33. It doesn't look like.
Team GTR comes down for its pit. 981 fires up, getting ready to go. Here comes the 601.
Oh, it could be the 46. It could be the 84 for 94.
I am first behind the pace car.
959 in its box, or 969.
Unless there's two pace cars.
Okay, so that is.
I think it's Ginger.
Yeah, I'm leaning that way as well.
We still haven't called it, but that would be the 46.
Yeah.
Your second in GP1.
Yeah.
Everyone's diving into the pits, which surprises me a little bit. I mean, you made that point already, but I can't quite nail down. Is it just convenient for everyone?
I think one, because it is a full course yellow here, which is always a great time to pit, just because the amount of time you are essentially saving by pitting under yellow instead of under green flag conditions.
Maybe if you've
also,
already
how close are we
caught
to the windows.
if you've already caught the pace car, I agree with that. If you're in a position where you're still coming around to collect the pace car, I'm not sure I agree.
Mm-hmm. So when was the last time we had a good amount of pit stops? So, for example, when was the last time we saw like the 983 or Team GTR?
I mean, it would probably be when we were working on the oil dry situation.
Yeah, so I think we're starting to get close towards that window anyway. So that opened up at just before 3 a.m.
Yeah,
So
27, 22. All right, yeah. So we were approaching pit windows.
Yep.
So I'll buy that.
That caution came out at 2:52 a.m. Green flag, starter stand here. So that was pretty quick. Stratus first car across the line. That might catch the 9 and the 7 as they come down pit lane here. And somebody else. Okay, that's 3 fast. And Denny, the 86, coming into its box. They've managed to work their way back up to 9th. Still have a 13 laps to reel in number 45 AOA Motorsports Mazda. Alright, so we're looking at a 6-lap gap between the 3rd place 44 PC Racing and the 2nd place 46 Ginger Racing, which we believe may have come to a stop out in turn 13, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I still haven't seen them the entire yellow flag period.
We don't think that's a fuel issue, because we did see Ginger Racing on the pit lane a couple of times previously.
Yeah, and their most recent stop was an 11-minute stop. That was only about 8 laps earlier. So yeah, I mean, it's possible. I think you guys mentioned the possibility that they might be nursing an issue. It's possible that it's bitten them again. I have a question for you guys actually being there. The camera shots make it look awfully hazy and dusty. Is that accurate, or is it a bit clearer there?
It looks a bit more clear, at least where I am at the tower. That said, it might be different in certain parts of the track, like 17, for example.
Yeah. Okay.
It looks like there's a big issue for the Rent and Race 240 BMW. I think it's an M2. It's being towed by rope out of the pit lane here by one of the safety trucks.
Oh, yeah, I can just see it in shot.
Yeah, it had been in its box for quite a while with that hood up, so it looks like that's going to be going back to the paddock for at least some time, if not done for the rest of the race.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what they decided to do with that. Interestingly, I'm only showing them as having lost 2 hours during this race, but that can't possibly be true because they're behind the 59 Stratus, which has lost 5 hours. So unpack that math.
Man, I love the colors of that number 9 Team ACP BMW. This looks fantastic, especially under the lights.
They always have a decent scheme. I actually saw a somebody had gone to the trouble of painting up either an Assetto Corsa or R Factor scheme in ACP colors. I think it's the first time I've ever seen a Creventic / club racing scheme done up. You know, there's an Irish Mike scheme, but it's out there published by Irish Mikes, so that doesn't quite count, I don't think. Race Control is marking that 4 off as being the 46, so that would be Ginger Racing.
Okay. I'll make note of that. If I knew where the pen went. There goes the 197. They're still holding station second in GP3, 2 laps back. Once again, trying to claw their way forward. Trying to reel in the number 605 from Round 3 Racing. Looks like fastest car last time by in GP3 was the Sweetwater MX-5, followed by the Round 3 Racing. Quite a few cars doing under 250 in that class right now. '99 Team GTR comes across the line, does a 226.2, so pace goes up just a little bit. We saw them do very consistently under 225 for quite a while there when they reeled in the number 52 from Team ACP and took that 3rd position where they currently sit. I'm seeing
that's an interesting thing.
I'm seeing the number 33 Corvette as missing. It has gone salmon on Race Hero.
I had seen it in front of I think it was parked in front of 3 Fast Guys and Denny in the pit lane. I think they're just in their stall.
A long time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure enough, I can see the tail lights all the way down there. Those are quite distinctive. Those C5 tail lights.
Sure. All right, so at least my short-term memory is not that bad at this point of the night.
No, you're on it. You're on the
all
ball.
Right,
After how many hours?
Far
don't
too
count,
many.
Don't count. Don't do the math. No more math.
No, that's wow.
I said no more
Sweetwater
math.
crossed up into 17.
Oh, just getting loose?
Yeah, I just pushing.
Those bumps are nasty.
Actually, they just turned their fastest lap of the race.
Never been
my
more alive.
Goodness. They've got a ringer in that car because they've just improved the PB in that car by a full second. They've broken into the 240s.
Yeah, sure enough.
That is
That's
wild.
fine.
Actually, I'm gonna stay on this car for a bit.
Yeah, go for it. It's awesome how much speed they can carry into turn 3.
Yeah, I don't know how much of it's the camera or what, but some of these cars, I mean, this is general production. I'm just like, are you sure you want to take that corner that fast? And it comes out just fine.
Yeah, no, it's. I was at turn 3 earlier this evening to go check the camera that had gone down there, and yeah, no, you could hear the tires squealing, but how much speed that MX-5 could carry into the corner was fantastic to watch. It was absolutely flying through there. Looks like the 981 will win. Porsche also is going its fastest at a 224 flat.
It's only shaved off like a third of a tenth of a second. I'm gonna need you to try harder than that.
The important thing is they're lapping almost 12 seconds quicker than the 4th place Team ACP car. And with a gap of a minute and 45 thereabouts, that pace is excellent and essential into reeling in that BMW during this stint.
Yeah, Team ACP.
Which one?
The 52.
Ooh, does a 228.7 that lap.
Yeah, but
Excellent.
it's really not up to pace right now. Look at the opposite lock on the way into that's under braking, by the way. So that's braking and turning on the way into 17, and just deciding, yeah, I would like to continue to carry speed through here, so I'm just gonna kind of dab a oppo.
I assume there's a bit of lifting of the brakes just to try to avoid locking up over the bumps, or trying to help rotate that car to keep it from plowing straight. So it's not surprising to see a bit of dancing as you're starting to turn that car in towards the apex there by the bridge.
Do you happen to have eyes? This is slightly changing topic. Do you happen to have eyes on where 983 and 143 are on track relative to each other? Because we've got a 3-lap gap in timing, but I don't know.
Both just cross start finish line.
Yeah, so it's exactly 3 laps.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know.
So that is the 983 of Will to Win, leading overall and in GTO, 365 laps complete. They have a 3-lap gap over the number 143 Pro Sport competition Aston Martin V8 Vantage. 3rd place GTO is that Team 99 GTR, BMW GT4, I believe. Who's been setting crazy laps past hour and a half or so. 4th place is the number 52 Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. Currently trying to match the pace of the number 981 Will to Win Porsche as well.
We're looking at about now down to a 1-lap gap between PC Racing and Ginger Racing. Ginger Racing still hasn't rejoined the race. We're not sure exactly what's happened to that car. If we were going to speculate, which obviously we're gonna,
of course,
it couldn't have been anything too catastrophic, because at least we know it wasn't a detonation, right? Because they didn't have to put oil dry down.
Yeah, it was a relatively quick safety car.
Yeah, so and the car wasn't disabled. I mean, maybe an axle breaking. Would that be clean enough to the surface, but still take the car out of contention for this long. Maybe a gearbox, but usually you can nurse a gearbox home.
Yeah, I don't think it's an axle just because of how quickly they were able to recover the car. Because I think if the axle breaks, you're most likely going to need a flatbed, correct? That's not something you can really tow via rope.
I guess it depends on whether or not it's locked the axle it's locked the wheels together. Because if the axle goes free, then you should be able to tow that. It's just that there's not going to be anything, propelling the car forward anymore.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know. Got a report from about 8 minutes ago at turn 15 that number 969 has spun and continued.
Okay. That's the Honda Accord from, let's say it was...
I'm actively trying to find it.
Backpack Racing, they're currently 11th in GP3.
Yes, and they're still circulating, they're still doing fine.
Yep, just a spin and continue. Unfortunately, 15 laps back from that number 159 Start Racing Mazda Miata.
33 for KBT Racing has come back out. That will be the Bull Terrier Rescue Corvette. 18 and a half minutes that they were working on that car.
Unfortunate, but not horrible considering we still have over 7 hours to go.
Don't remind me.
Yeah, it comes across the line there. Doing a 232, so back up to speed.
Yeah, I don't remember if I made this point or just thought it, but PC Racing now is under a lap to Ginger Racing.
Yeah, they're going to retake that second position in GP1.
Am I reading this right, that Ginger Racing was the car that caused the full course yellow?
That is our belief.
Yeah. I saw blue LEDs, but I couldn't make it out from where I was up at turn 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to leave Thunder Bunny with a 25-lap lead in GP1.
Yep.
That might be a full hour gap, actually.
It's more. Give me a second and I can do that.
It feels like not that long ago, that gap was about 3 laps in favor of PC Racing. 3 to 4 laps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it's really turned around as long as it took for PC Racing and now Ginger Racing to break down.
I think we have a stuck on board, by the way, Joseph.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I thought I had my playlist running. Whoopsie doopsie. Hold on. What would be fun? Fat crack.
Yeah, so about hour and 7 minutes gap between first and second in GP1 once PC Racing moves up that position.
Wow.
Sorry, what was the number?
An hour and 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Have we, I think we've had a driver change for the 52.
I believe so.
Yeah, they stopped under that full course yellow, and immediately that car's back into the 27s.
It took them a few laps, but yeah, they got back under the 230 there. Yeah, they're trying to counter, I believe, the 981. I want to say, who was running very quick. They set their fastest lap of the race. I think they did a 24 something.
Yeah, I mean, I go back and forth on whether this is a cover thing or it's just the way the driver rotation shakes out. I think if you are you have paid a drive, you have to give them their time, right? Which is correct. On the other hand, I think there are very few drivers that would turn away a result if it were staring them, in the face. If it meant a difference between driving, let's say 2.5 hours versus driving 3 hours, I think you would, allow that to happen if you really wanted the result. So in this case, I think it was just, this is the way the 52 rotation shook out. he or she, I guess, got their 2 hours in the car, and it's just not quite up to the same pace as the rest of the top runners in GTO. Now, something to be said too for being an amateur driver thrust into the throes of an overall lead battle at the 24 hours of Sebring. I think there's something there as well. In the middle of the night, it's not an easy task either.
I'm gonna need a reason to take my attention away from GTO.
You need a reason to look elsewhere?
A little bit, because I think I'm gonna drive myself insane if I'm just looking at the same 3 cars for the next 7 hours.
I mean, look, a lot can shake itself out. You're starting from a place. You're not starting from the normal WRL race starting point, right? You're not looking at it from, okay, everybody's on even footing. So I get that. We shouldn't kid ourselves and pretend that these margins are immediately accessible to people, and that these are easy to chase down. The one thing I think it's still worth keeping an eye on is the 605 and 197 in GP3. 2 laps is eminently doable there, with the right consistency and a little bit of luck going your way as well. So, let's not lose sight of that one. But aside from that, I do agree a little bit.
Yeah, the GP3 point is well taken. That is one that I keep forgetting really should be advantage 197, and somehow,
well, we think it is.
I'm fairly confident it is, but somehow it's like the pace of the 197 is should be overtaking the 605, but it every strategy decision seems to go in favor of the 605.
Yeah. Interestingly, too, now that we've had a large portion of the overnight running here kind of run under something resembling a consistent green flag, or near enough to it, and all the problems for our GP1 class leaders, we now have the top 7 back being all GTO cars. And your top production class car is, in fact, the GP2 leader from Chill Out Systems.
Yeah, I think we would still have a GP1 basically nipping at 4th, if not in 4th or better, if the 44 hadn't had its issues.
Yeah, I agree.
So that is slightly disappointing, but it's regression to the mean. They've had the same sort of quality of issues as everybody else on track has.
Yeah, it was bound to find at least one of the unaffected runners. The technical gremlin, the one thing you don't really have an immediate answer for that's going to take you a minute to fix. And I think just so happens it was PC. Now, that hasn't found the 983 in any way, shape, or form. I don't think it's really found the 605 at that point either. And like you said, everything that happens in GP3 just seems to sort of immediately go their way. No fault of their own or anybody else's own, just the way things have shaken out. They've stabilized that margin right around 2 laps.
Yeah, it's tough to... It's tough to really have strong, educated opinions on how a strategy decision could have gone, because you don't unless you have the counterfactual.
The decision was.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, yeah, you can't possibly. I mean, I guess you could, but we can't in the moment conduct an analysis of the alternatives.
Yeah.
GP1 is going to be fascinating for me for all the wrong reasons.
Is that sort of a morbid Walking Dead kind of situation for you?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Because it's going to get to the point where it's like, when can the GP1 leader just kind of pack it in and just run the last 2 laps? If they so chose. I'm not suggesting anybody would have a strong preference to do that, but maybe 7 hours later would be slightly tempted.
Yeah, I do wonder a bit if there's a point at which, and I'm not a driver, so I can't make this call. This is just speculation. If you feel like you've had your fill, I've done my stints at Sebring, I don't need to do another hour or 2 hours in the car. If I can sacrifice half of my time on track, sitting in the pits, and we're not risking breaking the car, and we can bring this thing home and still win the dang thing, then we should take advantage of that. You know what I mean? I don't know how many drivers get to that point and say that, but I'm sure it's out there.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't, but and that's not
just some of these gaps are they're comically large, but the teams are still out there. They're still circulating. They're still doing laps, which I kind of appreciate, to be honest. You know,
absolutely, yeah.
J&R Racing, J&R Racing is still. I mean, all the troubles that we've documented that they've run into. They're 114 laps behind GP2, and they're still going for it. You know.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of amazed. We've seen attrition in GP2, but Matt Connolly, I think the 21 is the only one we've truly lost, right?
And they have at least one other car.
Yeah, the 245 is still circulating. It literally just flashed there on time while I was sitting there looking at it.
Yeah, I was trying to remember, because I think they brought a GTO, but I don't think they ran it.
No, that GTO car was placed in GP2.
Right, okay.
And it looks more like a GP2 car anyway. I think they just didn't have something submitted there for it and have the class picked out.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
The 981 and the 522 from Choice are basically locked together on track. 6 laps apart, but still basically right there. Man, if only sunrise were like an hour earlier here.
I have my lights on in my home office just at 100%.
Yeah, I mean, I would here, but that creates glare issues. Not that I'm spending a whole lot of time looking out the window at the moment, but
my point is that's my strat.
You want to talk about something interesting other than just numbers and gaps?
You had me at hello.
We have yet, under any circumstances during this race, to mention the 2022 schedule.
Ooh, okay. All right, I'm into it.
And this is something we should absolutely do when we have more viewers during the day tomorrow.
No, this is a good... What do you mean tomorrow? It's 5 in the morning.
During the day today, during the daylight later today.
That was yesterday.
On the day, in the day. We should do that at some stage. However, if we're looking for some time fillers here, now's not a bad time to bring this up.
No, all right, let's no, hold on. No. We'll cover the schedule later. We'll cover the schedule at like 9.
Oh, come on, what are we going to do?
Let's
grab a cookie.
If you were going to build yourself a WRL car that didn't exist, like, in the paddock already, either build or buy or purchase, those are synonyms. What would you do? What would you construct for yourself?
JT, the prompt here is if you were going to buy or build a WRL car that didn't already exist in the paddock, or you were going to purchase a car to run in WRL that didn't already exist in the paddock, what would it be?
Let's see, something a bit unique.
The 20.
Have we seen a Lotus Elise?
No.
I feel like it would be tough to get a load. Maybe not. I guess if you
You would have to take a lot of power out of that thing
You
because
think?
it's so light. Yeah, to get.
Or can we add weight?
Only 200 pounds.
Okay.
Is there a new class coming next year? Is that confirmed? Is that a thing, or is that still in the like discussion phases?
That's kicked the ball around a little bit, and somebody decided to pick it up and run with it. As far as I know, I don't. What was run at the experiment that Stratus did at VIR was not a, hey, this is coming. This was a, hey, let's help the series gather data and information.
Yeah, let's see
with
what
a vision towards establishing a place for, cars that are underweight. Well, not underweight, but at a lower weight to be competitive against cars that are not underweight, but also people are spending a lot of money to race. I don't know. I mean, Lotus is an interesting thought.
Ideally you'd want something a bit on the lighter side, even if you do have to sacrifice a little bit of power, just because that might be better on tires, might be better on the car.
Yeah.
What about... This might be a little bit left field, but what about the more recent four-cylinder Mustang?
I'm not a big Mustang guy. That's not really my wheelhouse. I could see it being, and I'm actually kind of surprised we don't have anything like, we have the core Mustang, right? But no Camaros, no Mustangs really, at least in GTO. I am a little surprised that's never found its way here.
And I would say the most recent generation of Mustangs seem to be rather decent when it comes to handling.
So would you build one or buy one and build it up, or would you go get a GT4?
Well, if we're going more on the unique factor, ideally you'd want to build it up, but the idea of going and buying a GT4 is very attractive if you would also want to race elsewhere.
197 is in, by the way, from overnight.
Because the GT4 package can race in so many different places.
Yeah.
So that is the benefit to buying one of those kind of classified cars. Is just there's technically a bit more raceability in terms of where you can go run it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's also quite a bit easier instead of having to try to develop and go through all the teething issues of building your own car. But building your own car gives you that uniqueness factor.
So along those same lines, I think my answer here would be, because the rule book is so open in allowing you to do so many things, especially in GTO.
Yeah.
I think either taking an RX-8, and it's a heavy car, but okay, it means you can run quite a bit more power, and doing something kind of unique with it. Or
if you say LS swap RX-8, so help
no,
me.
absolutely not. No,
Okay.
if anything, I would take the engine out of the RX-8 and put that in something else. I would look at maybe doing something like, let's take what the NP01 concept is, right? It's an entry-level, closed-top, tube-frame prototype.
Yes.
Right? I think there is an opportunity moving forward for that car and cars like it to not for that marketplace to explode, but for people who want to do something unique like that to have a place to race them competitively against each other as something like a prototype class. I don't know what's coming in the future. I don't think it's a prototype class. I don't think that's in the stated goals of the World Racing League. However, there are a lot of these NPO ones out there. It would be neat to try something like a base chassis, a two-frame type chassis, lightweight, meant to be lightweight, to throw like an old Renesas engine or something in the back, right, that powered Star Mazdas or whatever back in the day, take some power out of it, and really nail aero. Right, really do a nice job on a comprehensive, well-thought-out, integrated aerodynamics and bodywork package. I think something like that here would be very interesting if the series gets to a point where they find a place or a home for these NP01s. So that feels a little more like Joseph's wheelhouse, but I would be very interested to do that, and then I would throw the rotary in just for an added bonus.
All right, so you want a Norma with a...
That's about right.
Civic engine.
No, with a rotary.
Here's the thing, though.
With the RX-8 rotary.
Don't get me wrong. Awesome. But here's the thing. You also want to do well.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. So, but that's the question here. What, and we talked about this a little bit earlier. What is your motivation for getting into racing in the WRL? Is it to go out, get results, and do all these things? Or, you know, there is, I think, a legitimate space for people who are motivated by the ability to do something different, build a car up, and run through these teething issues themselves.
Yeah, no, passion is definitely going to be a massive motivation factor. But at the same time, I think you want to see some results that
that's
show
probably true.
It doesn't burn you out.
Norma might not be the right answer. I just think it would be interesting to see somebody else tackle the NP01 concept in a different way.
A lot of people
and failing that, just run an RX-8.
A lot of people don't need another project car.
I do. I don't have one.
You do, yes.
Well, that's the prompt. I don't know. I think that's probably what I do. Joseph, what's your... Where do you stand there?
On your concept specifically?
No, on the answer
idea.
to your own question, your own prompt there.
I was kind of hoping that asking it would spark something for myself. I don't know that it has.
No inspiration.
Or sleep. Because the only thing I can think of is... I don't know. I'm biased a little bit by like my memories of like 90s WRC, but I'm a little bummed that nobody's done more, or nobody ever did more with the Ford Germany Focus.
That was the big hatchback, right? The one that the movie star. Yeah.
Well, no, so basically the one that I have, but but in a hatch,
okay.
and so by extension the ST and the RS. I don't.
You're saying your gen.
Yeah, I thought that car. I thought that car made a lot of sense. It just had a stupid transmission attached to it on the automatic. It's a relatively lightweight car for what it is. It's not a juggernaut by any means. But I always thought that if you took all the, bits and pieces out of that and turned it into a race car, that it wouldn't be that bad. It's pretty well behaved as a road car.
Sure.
It catches a lot of flack because it's a compact sedan, and so why shouldn't it? I don't know. I would really enjoy seeing somebody put something interesting in a mid 2010s Focus. Basically, yeah. I don't know.
My first car that was mine was a Mazda 6, 2006 Mazda 6.
Sure.
The 3-liter.
There you go.
V6. But that car is so heavy. I mean, as a passenger car, the car weight of that car is like 3,400 pounds.
That ran in World Challenge, yeah?
Did
The blue,
I think
blue
Tri-Point.
white livery?
They had green and white for a while there. Randy Popes and two others. I think the team was Tri-Point.
Somebody's last name started with an A. Can't remember.
Lawson Oschenbach?
It may have
No,
been.
not for Mazda. I don't think so.
Hold on. Google to the rescue.
I really enjoyed those cars, actually. Kind of what pushed me towards getting a Mazda 6, when I was old enough to do that thing.
There are...
but I don't know that car has a place in WRL.
There's a couple people in this field, Brendan, who have raced in Speed World Challenge Touring Car.
What's the name?
Edinburgh.
I'm not going to do it twice.
Oh, Altenberg. Jeff Altenberg. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know that a 6 would have a place here. I think to get the numbers right. Oh, they did have the blue and white one. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. I don't know what getting 3. I mean, when you strip that car out, it's probably about 2,800 pounds, 2,700 pounds. What getting that car to an appropriate power to weight ratio looks like.
More boost.
But it's not a turbo.
No.
I mean, the Speed 6 is, but that's even heavier. The regular 6 was, I mean, mine was a 6-cylinder, or a 3-liter V6.
Okay.
I don't know.
The thing that would be comical about that, a little bit less so with the 4, but still to a degree, is that you would have to probably develop your own body kit for it.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you were to build a general production car, it would obviously, a lot of that would be driven by the modifiers and what it's worth it to do.
Sure.
If you were to run in GTO, I mean, 9-to-1, you're looking at a 30... Let's say you can get your car down to 3,000 pounds, 2,900 pounds. That allows you a good amount of power. When you're looking at 300-ish, So there's potential there to make a difference with some aero choices. And I don't know, much like, Braunschweig moving up from GP1 to GTO, are there abilities to drop modifiers in GTO that make it a better option? Even if your ultimate pace won't be there, you can do more with aero. You can do more with suspension. I don't know. You'd have to do the analysis on that, but are there any race prep cars existing now that have a place in WRL that just don't run here? I mean, TCR, the only car that really runs is the Audi. We don't see the Golfs ever. We don't really see any of those.
Are there any GX cars laying around?
Well, we think maybe one of the Caymans was at one point a GX car, but I don't know how to differentiate between that car and what ran in World Challenge in that same era. I think they were built up around the same basic platforming concept, but I don't know what the detailed differences were. I don't think you could run the 6s because those were tube frame. You could run the diesel dogs that Mazda Speed ran at Thunderhill for their dealers. But those things were not quick.
Yeah. Were those... Was there a portion... Was somebody ran on, biofuel, didn't they?
Here?
No, in GX.
Oh. I actually don't know.
I'll look that up.
That is a class lost to history, man. I have no
memory
reference other than tube frame Mazda 6s and BGB Racing or BGB Motorsports Porsche Cayman. That's pretty much it. Oh, didn't Lotus build an Evora to run in GX?
Yes.
Yeah, with Alex Strobe ran the car in ALMS. I don't remember who ran the... Is it also Alex Strobe? Ran the car in Grand Am?
Possibly.
Yeah. And that was a disaster of a car. From the outside.
I wish
I-
they would just set the Porsches.
Who's that? Alex Job?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is you have these manufacturers that are literally just trying to, like, they're basically brands that are unknown to huge swaths of the world, and so they just pick up a brand name that is effectively unused.
Yeah.
Or has fallen out of favor, I guess. So obviously I'm referring to Proton picking up Lotus. It's so irritating. I know why they do it, but it's so irritating.
Magically make Proton a better brand or a better manufacturer.
Well, and that's what I mean. Like they're not acquiring the brand to make themselves to improve themselves. It's a weird PR play, and it just everybody. I don't know. I really should just be less precious about these old brands. But it's silly to be like, oh well, yeah, Lotus has really lost their way. Yeah, they've been acquired like 3 times since Chapman died. So like, what? I don't know what you think is going to happen, but anyway.
The O2 Hammer's running very quick.
I assume there's been a driver change at some stage here recently. Maybe not. Maybe this is a double for Lawless Allen. I'd buy that.
And with the number 7 ACI Motorsports, last lap of 23.7.
It'd be interesting to see how much progress they can actually make here.
They've done 307 laps, so I mean they're making a good recovery.
Oh, sorry, I meant the 02.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's not a whole lot of GTO cars around it, and you've really got to push to make up any.
Yeah, they've got 12 laps to the Corvette.
Yeah, even onto the production classes, that's a lot of slinging the car around trying to make up the difference.
Again, 6 hours and 50 minutes to go. So
yeah,
we haven't even seen daylight yet. So
yeah, 12 hours is not, I think, a reasonable gap to expect them to try and pull. So I wouldn't even try at that stage. But that car is still going fairly rapidly in the hands of old Lawless Allen. So, maybe they think there's still a chance of something meaningful if they keep kind of hustling the car.
I found
not really at risk, but pushing,
Found a race car engineering article about the upcoming GX class. Basically, I think it looks like this was written in 2011 or 2012. Eligible cars already announced for the class for the Lotus Evora GX, Porsche Cayman, and Mazda with a Skyactiv D turbo diesel.
Yeah.
In a model to be determined, which obviously it became the 6. A couple interesting paragraphs, which this is speculation that obviously never came to pass, but it's so funny to me in hindsight that this was even never considered. That now the list is expanded to 13 models from 12 different manufacturers with a curious list of models. Some seem to be direct acquisitions from touring car classes such as the Chevrolet Cruze. So the WTC, they thought the WTCC Cruze was going to come over to Grand Am. And also the WTCC and BTC Ford Focus. They were hoping to get the Toyota GT86 from the VLN and Super Taikyu. In the GT300 trim. And then they thought they were gonna get Reese Millen in a Hyundai Genesis Coupe.
There's no cohesion to that, as a vision.
No,
that's
it doesn't
just
make any
cars
sense.
that have the same rough performance and brands and models that are vaguely desirable to a young audience.
Can you
nothing
imagine
else to that?
Can you imagine if that class had actually gotten the entries like they thought it would? How confusing would that have been to be on the sidelines and watching that and be like, oh yeah, those are in the same class together. A Porsche Cayman and a BTCC Focus.
Yeah. Well, if you don't know any, let's say,
if you didn't know any better, you'd be even more confused.
If you didn't know any better and you have no frame of reference for alternate classes and structures of cars, you're looking at, like you said, a Focus and a Cruze up against a GT86 and a Lotus and a Mazda 6 diesel for some reason, and a Porsche. Yeah. And all of those things, without any context, are somehow competitive against each other, and that doesn't make any sense. Then if you do know anything about these classes involved, you're looking at it like, well, how on earth do you balance, in any meaningful way, an NGTC car, a WTCC car, Super GT? Any of these options are just, that's baffling. I mean, that class was a train wreck as it is in terms of BOP and consistency. Yeah, JT points at the 981 here during a pit stop. A little smoke out the left front.
Running a bit hot there. Still seeing quite a bit of smoke. Fueling is still going on at the front of the car. The fire extinguisher personnel is right there at that corner, watching the fueling, and I assume the smoke as well.
Yeah, you'd hope watching them. I assume it's the brakes.
Just from heat. Yeah. Fuel only for the car.
Oh.
They're telling the driver to go. He fires it up and away.
Yeah, because if he sits there any longer, it is
then there will be a fire.
Yeah.
We're at that point where we're just starting to see the pit stops come alive again. Stratus comes in for fuel only and is back out again. Not a big tank to fill up, so quick pit stops. I see the 159 Miata a little bit ways down. Not in too much of a hurry, unfortunately.
Brendan, before I forget, real quick, stream switch to overs. When is that going to happen next?
6 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay.
I saw the 64 Miata go by a moment ago as well. That is the that was the open throttle car, currently sitting 6th in class. I also want to point your attention, gentlemen, to the number 240 rent race BMW. We saw that go behind the pits under tow from one of the safety trucks.
Oh, interesting. I don't think I caught that.
Yeah, it had been in a stall for quite a while with the hood up until they eventually decided to bring it back into the paddock.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently it's back out according to the timing.
All right.
So, great job by them. I was getting the sense that it was going to be a bit more terminal, but love the spirit.
Ad?
Yeah, I think now's a good time.
Okay.
We'll take care of business with Cooper Tires and rejoin you here at the World Racing League Live from Sebring International Raceway, DriversEye Live. The inaugural 24 Hours of Sebring enters its final 7-hour stanza here. So thanks for being with us through the night here. We'll be back live very shortly.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now. Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie. My niece, your cousin. And Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
And back on DriversEye Live from the inaugural 24 Hours of Sebring. Thanks everybody for joining us this morning. 6 hours and 43 minutes remaining for all intents and purposes. And that brings us up to about just about 5:15, or just past 5:15 in the morning. Sunrise due here in a little over 2 hours, which is still kind of a bummer, but those first couple of wisps of light are kind of motivational game changer here. So We won't see them from our vantage point at start-finish, facing to the north. But we'll see them on camera, and that's a pretty pleasant alternative, I think. Hopefully it provides the same amount of energy.
I took the opportunity, by the way, to rerun projections. Things are, as we draw in, things are slowly drawing back towards the 983, and the time basically running out on Pro Sport to be able to close that gap.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, they're on similar pit rotations here, but remember that the Pro Sport car had jumped out at it wasn't this full course, it was one before it, right? The one at 252. When we went back to green from that Pro Sport car jumped up the inside of turn 1 and was able to unlap itself from 3 to 2+, basically. And now, based on the looks of things, it is still pretty close to 3 laps based on Race Hero. Find them on track to be able to confirm that, but it doesn't really look like it's come very meaningfully back in the direction of the 143, very much, if at all.
Yeah, and to do my best, John Madden, analyzing racing, if you're behind a car, you're going to have to go faster than him to catch up to him.
In fact, it is over 3 laps. Yeah, there goes the 143. It did lap more quickly that time, but I haven't seen any consistency out of that car since I came back up here. That would lead me to believe that, oh yeah, I can start chasing this car down. It'll pick off a couple of seconds a lap and we'll be good, you know? I just haven't seen any evidence of that from that car.
Yeah, I think some of it's a little driver dependent.
Yeah, of course.
When we looked at lap time distributions a while back, my takeaway from it was that they were awfully close, but that the 983 had a little bit of just a higher number of those laps that were kind of, maybe a couple seconds slower. And again, that could be down to driver. So, it's entirely possible they, if it is a single driver or a couple drivers, if those drivers get back into the car, maybe the balance swings back towards the 143. But, I mean, as crazy as it sounds, with just a little under 7 hours to go, you've got to make up 3 laps times 2 minutes 30, or at least 2 minutes 25.
Yeah, and the longer you wait to find that pace, the harder it is, or the more pace you're going to have to find. And I don't see that. Now, even a little bit, I think, would help the 143's case, but the 983 has been just...
Who is that in front of the 346 that just sent it sideways into turn 17?
The car way out in front?
Yeah.
I do not know. Could be one of the AOA MX-5s.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. It's worth keeping an eye on Team GTR as well in all of this. They are pretty consistently also in the 224s and have little by little been clawing their way back into this. Now, I don't think they're close enough to do anything with W2W, over the course of the next 6 and a bit hours. But they could almost certainly still get the 143 if things stay as they are.
Yeah, at that pace, doing 5 seconds a lap quicker, they need 25 laps to regain a lap from the car ahead if they're consistently able to do 5 seconds quicker. Not sure we have that much time.
I don't think anybody has that sort of pace. I don't think anybody's set themselves apart. I mean, the hammer cars are growing rapidly, so there's that. At least the 02 was, but I don't know. I don't think anybody's got it here. I think for a lot of these teams, you've kind of made your bed with your run through the first 16, 17, 18 hours, and now you've got to sort of pony up and protect it, you know? Not necessarily driving like a fool on track, elbows out, you know, make the car wide, block, etc., but, you know, protect what you've built over these first 16 or 17 hours and make sure that, you know, you're not going to be under threat when conditions change here. And as much as anything, my guess is that the pace differential means the lack of pace differential means that everything is actually fairly secure at the moment.
Yeah. At least going just solely on pace.
Yeah. But any unpredictability is going to be exactly that. You know, it's just going to be random luck one way or another.
Yeah. Here comes number 20, Mazda MX-5.
So there was a report in the race control log that the 20 had suffered some kind of impact at turn 5 and continued on, but it doesn't look like they've lost any time, so it's not clear to me if that's
143 is in.
If that impact was with another vehicle, or
tire wall.
Yeah, with the tire, but they don't seem to have lost any time, like I said. So oh no, that's a lie. They have come back through and recorded a 3:39.
Mm-hmm.
So they have had it off. But the reason why that is relevant, and I think they've come into the pits now actually, is even though they've had their share of issues, they're still running 5th in class in GP3.
Yeah, and they have entered the pits. Trying to also keep an eye on the cars behind it, the 64 Open Throttle and the 808 Sweetwater Racing. Timing is showing a gap of about 14 seconds for that 6th position.
Open Throttle appears to have either come out of the pits or gone into the pits this lap.
Yeah, that's why we're going to need a moment for timing to play out, but I'm interested to see how that.
What does that mean to
changes here.
play us out?
To play out in the next minute or so as both cars cross the line, and here we go, it's updated, so now there's a gap of 8 seconds, because now Open Throttle is heading towards turn 3, I believe.
Ginger Racing appears to have come out of the pits.
Ah, excellent.
So we're back to our cohort of 5 GP1 cars. I think it's safe to assume that we're not going to see. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that. We certainly shouldn't see any movement.
Position-wise.
In that bottom 3. Basically, the top 5 is set. The order isn't, but the constituents are, because 210, I think, has run out of time to overtake anybody.
Mm-hmm.
So that basically, the reason I point that out is that solidifies the assumption we made earlier about the 44 PC Racing getting a top 5 or better, and so that, I think, we can more or less say that they've secured the Eastern Championship in GP1.
Who's also looking good is the car on pit lane in front of me is the 983 will win, pitting from the lead.
143 has just come out, actually, as you say that.
Okay.
Or no, or maybe they've also just gone in. But we might have both those
943
leaders.
Is right here. Fuel and driver change. Thunder Bunny's coming in as well. The 110 from its lead. That is also going to be fuel, possibly rear brakes. They put down a
Thunder
pan.
Bunny?
Yeah, they put down a pan directly behind the right rear of Thunder Bunny. That may be just in case of fuel spillage. 983 peels out.
That might be regulation, because I've actually seen a couple people on race control get dinged for not having that.
No, you are required to have a fuel catch system of some description.
I just haven't seen them lay anything down.
I think they
specifically
usually
to the
do.
side.
Yeah, it should be mentioned. I don't think I've seen a single call out for an actual fuel spill.
No.
Correct.
No, I also was thinking about this recently as well. The incidence of contact over the last several hours, virtually nil.
Yep.
Right, it was never very high to start with, but I don't think we've had any car-to-car contact.
I had that thought, which I then immediately followed with, is that because there actually hasn't been any contact, or because nobody can see it?
Can see it. No, that's a fair point, actually. I think some of it is, it's probably column A, column B, you know. I think some of it is everybody is driving more conservatively. It's at night. Field is thinner. You know, there are a bunch of reasons now to not even have the option to hit another car. You know, like you just don't spend that much time around other cars. You know, also, if something does happen, especially up and around a corner from a flag station or a far distance from a flag station, there is a chance it's not going to get caught.
I mean, you're even trying to avoid curbs at this point, let alone other cars.
Well, right. So there's that as well. And what are you chasing at this point? What is anybody chasing at this point?
Yeah, nothing's really up for grabs other than really, I mean, top spot in GP3 is still, I think, in some contest. The predictions don't show it, but I think in a few hours' time it'll be a little more clear whether or not there's anything in that. And then the 983 and the 143 is still not completely settled, although, as we mentioned, that's moving away from the 143 as time falls off the clock. It's a little silly to do anything aggressive, really, unless you're in completely clear air, because all you can do is hurt yourself. Yeah, like the only thing you can do to help yourself is to be consistent and boring, frankly.
Yeah, and you know what? The cars that are really good, you know, if you feel like you're coming from behind, you've got to close a margin down and put the effort in and put the time and the work in. It kind of seems like things are favoring the cars that are quicker at the moment anyway. Like there's really not much happening that is explicitly in favor of, or works out in the favor of a slower class car.
Third place in GTO is in.
Ooh, GTR's come through and done a 239.1
on its pit entry though.
Oh, it's
because the line should be right here.
It's not. It didn't trip pit entry. That's why I didn't realize what was happening.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. All right, disregard.
You know, I think I'm willing to state now, as Wildenwind gets ready for another stop, I don't think at this stage Core Motorsports can take the win in GP1.
That's fair. You're ruling them out mathematically?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and
CNN
put
is
my
projecting
foot down on this. I don't think they can do it.
Do you want to back up 8 hours and make that same mathematical call? Because I think that's probably accurate.
Key race alert.
Ooh, interesting. The 51, watching it come down on a pit lane here. The front lower portion of the grille where it meets the splitter bent in quite a bit.
I'm thinking about what car that was. Oops, sorry.
White
Car that was.
MX-5.
Yeah, no. I remember now.
Okay.
I just had to think about it. Oh man.
Pit lane getting a little busy here as the 117 comes by.
Yeah, are we an hour and a half from our last full course yellow?
Ish.
Hour and 20. Yeah, hour and 25.
Yeah, with the fuel spill, however, I guess that was about a week ago by now. On the back straight, I think that was just a long enough caution. It's kind of reset everybody's fuel, so everyone's on the same sort of offset from each other as they would have been at the start of the race.
Now just separated by 4 laps.
Yeah, if you're lucky. I think this is its.
M82.
Oh, he says you're number one with me.
Is that what just happened?
I believe so.
Oh man,
Just the two of us.
that's a Cayman there. Oh man, he is not happy.
I think it's worth thinking about what is the situation that Thunder Bunny finds themselves in GP1, because you have 6.5 hours here, right? You have 6.5 hours where any mistake, anything you do that jeopardizes the finish of this race is gonna feel a little bit like throwing it away.
Yeah, I mean, so what's 23 laps? Just shy of an hour? Just around.
I think
an
we
hour?
decided it was 23 might be about an hour. Yeah,
Yeah. So
because 25 was
let's
going
say
to be
you
an hour
have
7.
an hour to play with, right? When do you consider that, and what is the risk of just? Is there an inherent risk in just shutting the car down and parking? I don't know.
Well, I
Might
just mean,
restart.
I mean, it's a 24-hour race, right? Where I'm tired, I'm not doing anything. Like,
Yeah.
I these are not, I don't think the 110's got a flappy paddle gearbox. It looks like he's manually shifting gears. So
That's correct. Yep.
yeah, there's so many. You can't really relax, right? If you relax too much, I guess you can fall back on the things that are second nature. But if you relax too much, you risk doing serious
I wouldn't.
damage.
Yeah, I wouldn't. But you also have adrenaline. Once you're in the car and that's your lot for a while. Driving a race car quickly, especially if you don't do it for a living, right, can provide a decent shot in the arm.
Yeah, sure.
So the question is, over the next 6 hours, if you have this margin to play with, what phase of that 6-hour period poses the most risk to you?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Is it sunrise? Is it as the track warms up and gets greasier? Is it the end of the race? That final hour?
Well, it's certainly not the final hour, because it won't matter. If they get to the final hour with this gap, then they're done.
Sure, no, I understand. But so where is the risk, right? If you are going to not run every lap from here to the checkered flag, where do you take that pause? I feel like the play is to hold it as long as you can and then park once you know you're in the clear. But at the same time, if you really believe that tired drivers and a warming, greasier track is going to pose a real threat to your car's well-being, then, maybe that's worth considering as well.
Yeah, I don't think I'm advocating for just, stopping the car in the pits. I think definitely there's no reason to rush through a pit stop. I think that much is clear, right? Take every opportunity to check everything over. If you've got a checklist, go through that checklist. If you don't have a checklist, start inventing things to put on an imaginary checklist.
Yeah.
Because there's just... Maybe this is too risk averse. I would be... I mean, it's such a perfect situation, right? That this is kind of just fallen into their lap. They haven't done anything, spectacular. They've been rock solid.
Cast your minds back to when this was a popular thing, right? Parking the car and riding on your 10 lap, 15 lap, 20 lap margin at a place like Le Mans, right? It wasn't the teams, it was occasionally the factory teams that, had that kind of margin that did it. But a lot of times you would see, like a privateer Porsche team that had found its way onto the GT podium or the GTS podium or something like that. They would be the ones to park the car and protect their result. And if I were in their shoes, it would be because I don't know that this situation is ever going to present itself again. Right? Where we, A, get an invite to Le Mans, we run the race, we have, near enough a faultless run, and are on the class podium with, a car that will probably almost certainly make it home if we just take care of it. We've done all the right things, at least to this point. I don't know. You can grab the other one, right? You can grab the other one. This one's got the mic. I don't know what this 24 hours of Sebring means to each of these teams individually.
Right. It doesn't. It means.
But we know
really
the event's
exclusively
not
what
coming
you want
back
it
next year.
to mean.
Yeah, we know the event's not coming back next year. So let's take that for what it's worth, and let teams decide how how they want to handle it. But Thunder Bunny is really the only one in those shoes at all at the moment. Or in that situation at all.
There may well only ever be 2 24-hour races at Sebring.
Yeah, at least for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
The question is how much do you protect that class win? I don't know. That's a subjective thing because there are, I think there are some risks with parking the car. Can you get it restarted to go out and take the checker flag, etc.? I don't know. And will you look back on the experience and say, man, if only I wish I hadn't sat in the garage and waited my hour margin out. I wish I had been out there doing the laps, putting in the time like everybody else. I don't know. Probably not a right answer there either.
I heard a hot rumor that Ryan might be back.
Yeah,
I am.
how you feeling?
If I had known I was going to oversleep my alarm by an hour and a half, I probably would have gone back to the Airbnb.
How long were you down
there?
there? I have no sense of.
So I left at 2:15.
Is that right?
Something like that.
Slept for 3 hours?
Okay, so that's the thing. I don't think I actually got to sleep until 3, which was how I anticipated it was going to go.
Sure.
I wanted to at least get 90 minutes. So I gave myself until 4:30 was my alarm. And then, so I guess I only overslept an hour. So I woke up at probably 5:15, 5:20. And then I walked to Hammer, grabbed a piece of pizza, grabbed a cold Red Bull, whereas mine's warm.
Yeah.
Over on the table. Wandered around a little bit, tried to get woken up. I actually feel quite good. But if I had known I wasn't going to be back up here until 5:40, then
Just go back.
I probably would have gone back to the house and slept and got better sleep. But it is what it is.
I noticed you were in my rental car, which had my sweatshirt in the back.
Oh,
I went to go. No, I didn't want to. I didn't want to open the trunk of the car and wake you up.
It's all good.
No, I'm good now.
The trouble was trying to get my
out, so.
good. The trouble was trying to get my brain turned off when the rental car is parked right there under the speaker.
Yeah.
For the PA.
It's off now, I think.
Yeah. So there was a lot of things I thought I could have done to help myself get to sleep, but at some point you have to draw the line of, am I going to invest another 15 to 20 minutes of trying to improve conditions to get to sleep? Or if I just waited that 15 or 20 minutes, could I, in fact, go to sleep anyway?
Right.
So it was tough in the first half, not going to lie. But I feel good.
I like how you're complaining about how hard it was to fall asleep.
I'm not saying that it was hard to fall asleep.
Joseph and I.
I was just saying in general.
Wah.
Just saying, right?
JT is also
I don't think
offended.
any of you have a 12-hour workday combined with a 3-hour commute total to do on Monday.
No, but I have an hour. I'm not going to get to sleep until midnight midnight tonight.
Oh, neither am I. Actually, I'll probably not get to sleep until 1.
No, well,
So
yours is bigger, so. No, I will get a second wind here when the sun starts to come up. It always happens that way, but here, this last little hour or so has been a challenge. By the way, what happened to Scott?
Scott, as
I don't know that you're the right person to answer this question.
just my level.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So I actually opined about that.
Yeah.
About 30 minutes to 40 minutes prior to me actually going to sleep. And my goal originally was, hey, you know what? When Scott gets here at the midnight that he said he's going to get here at, I will almost certainly take that opportunity to go to sleep, and then I'll be back up at like 2 or 3. And I'll be good to go, and it'll be fine. And Scott will have covered for me, and you guys can then also get some sleep, and we'll feel
That
good.
is not how anything shook out.
And
Even remotely.
as I asked him this question at 11:30, he replied to me that I was, in fact, stupid for assuming that he would be on at midnight
Oh.
because he told me he was going to a party. So that means he gets 2 hours either direction,
Fair.
and I should just know that.
Oh, well,
And I said, which seemed silly to me. I was okay, fine. So 2 then, that's fine.
yeah.
And then at about 1:45 or so, I began talking about it again. And then he gets on Slack and says, oh, well, actually, I am not very useful. I'll wake up in the morning.
Okay.
So I actually thought he'd be here by now.
No, we haven't heard from him.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, when I'm scheduled to go to work at 9, it's okay. I've got that window
Yeah.
from 9 to 11 to get in there.
It's fine. I'm rebounding here. I just fighting through looking for things to talk about there for a little while was a challenge.
I don't know. We're good. We've had lots to talk about.
Yeah.
What's your favorite 90-degree corner in motorsport?
Did Money Pit just set? Oh no, it's a 10-minute lap. Never mind.
Favorite 90-degree corner.
Indianapolis.
At Le Mans, the bank left-hander.
I am a big fan of turn 10 here.
Oh, 13 here is pretty good, actually. I don't like 10 here, but I do like 13.
See, I'm the opposite. I do not like 13, just the way
I don't-
you have to set up for it.
I'm not very good at it, but I think it's an interesting corner. The bumps in the camber.
Oh, very interesting.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I just never get it right.
No, that's fair. Also slightly different, but I don't know. I think my favorites is probably between Indianapolis at Le Mans and 13 here.
I think my favorite 90-degree corner is the second to last turn at Monaco, where you can then continue to turn right and go into the pit lane, or it's just a right-hand turn.
Is that
That's not really
Larascos?
90 degrees.
Well, the first part is, and then you have to turn right again to get past the extra little bit of arm.
So the 90-degree where Schumacher got stuck.
yes,
Yeah, but that's kind of one
Accidentally.
corner. Is it? Brass cast, I consider one corner. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
no, the at the end of the lap.
Yes, that's brass cast.
I thought he got stuck.
No.
By the tunnel.
Nope.
No. Okay.
No. Rascast is it sort of has an arcing right, and then it tightens into something like a 90 right.
Like a
But that
later
is
cut.
all one corner.
My level's still very high.
So, you're wait. Which levels? You're here. You're.
Yeah.
Oh,
Here
well, you
it
didn't
is.
tell me that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, is this better?
Yes, much
Okay,
better.
there we go.
It's very peaky.
All right.
You gotta specify, man.
That is the GP3 leader coming in for pit stop. 6:05 round 3 racing.
Yeah, this.
It's still very high.
Yeah, that's my fault. I gotta
That's
turn
on
myself
schedule
down.
for the 605.
Yeah.
Excellent. They've got a 4-lap lead over Overnight Motorsports.
Yep. Again, not at all going Overnight's way here.
No, unfortunately.
Ironic.
No, indeed.
Ironic, isn't it?
I assume GP2 has virtually nothing left to play for either at the moment.
What do we think the odds are? We're 6 hours to go, so probably no. But yeah, that's 8 laps. You'll say, what do you think the odds are of the 110 catching the 678? But I'm gonna say small.
That 678 is fast and consistent. I would say there's a good chance the 117 catches the 110.
The 110 is
a different class.
Yes.
No, well, so is the 110 and the 678. Yeah. It's just an overall deal.
Hold
Why
on.
is the 110 not ahead of the 678? Did they have an issue?
The 110 has been kind of there. Remember the car that was leading GP1 by a while
was PC Racing.
Was PC Racing, right.
And then they broke down for like 2 hours.
Right.
And then so 110 just kind of inherited the lead. And so here we are.
But so has GP2 gotten ahead of the 110 on pace?
It was always ahead of the 110 on pace.
Wow.
The 110 just inherited the class lead because PC wasn't there anymore.
Got it.
Yeah.
This is Halloween.
It is. Marching towards 6 o'clock here. Which means it'll be time to shift the broadcast over to the final portions on both Facebook and on YouTube.
The new boy.
I keep looking out my window being like, is there sun yet? And there is not.
It'll be later for you than for us, won't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but
this time of year.
I can't really trust the cameras to be truthful messengers of daylight.
Let's see.
Supposedly we are an hour and 45 away from sunrise.
What about nautical twilight?
That's true sunrise, not the nautical twilight sunrise, which just means you have some light, which I would imagine is 30 to 40 minutes earlier. It's like, I think we're an hour away from reasonably being able to expect to see any signs of potential sunlight.
Here we go. I have answers. You want answers?
How long until VFR conditions exist, Brendan?
It's VFR.
Oh, it is VFR.
It's always
You can do VFR at night. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
Very fun riding.
1,000 foot ceiling and 3 miles visibility. Oh, yeah. Day or night. Always VFR. All right. Yeah, night. I mean, it has different currency requirements to be able to like carry passengers and stuff at night when it's VFR. But yeah, VFR is VFR,
okay.
man.
There goes
Day or night.
Fat Crack Racing.
Nautical twilight start, 6:44 a.m. Astronomical twilight start, 6:16 a.m.
Oh, that's only 25 minutes away.
This is the number now. 6:16. This is the goal.
It's like the 605 in the pit.
It has already left, actually.
Oh, perfect.
It was a good stop, though.
Sweet. You love to see it.
And it's round 3 racing for you.
701, by the way. I'm not sure it'll matter, but they've just been handed a 1-lap penalty for a crew member having their visor up during fueling. They're not the only team to have gotten that penalty. Several have, but that's a podium place car.
Yeah.
And at the rate that GP1 attrition has been affecting things.
701 is a podium place car?
Yeah.
Again.
That is a wild statement on what has happened in GP1 overnight.
Oh, yeah, because Money Pit Racing ran into trouble.
Sure.
As did Ginger.
Yeah, but the 701 was missing for 2 hours. Hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah.
It's a wild statement on the going-on there. If we are going to try and find some, not battle, but margin of interest here, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall isn't a bad one.
No.
I think GTR has probably got a decent handle on third just based on its pace and consistency, but at least the 52 and the 981 here, to some degree, will provide interest over the next little while. Also remember that as we get into the daylight hours, the temperature is going to come up a little bit, and that's going to throw a little curveball at some of these teams as, you know, their cars are exposed to the heat and energy of the daylight again. And it is scheduled or expected to be warmer today than it was yesterday. Right?
Mm-hmm.
High yesterday ended up being, I think, 75. Today, I looked earlier, it was 81. Roughly. Oh, no, it's 77.
Okay.
So not that much warmer, actually. Pleasant with partial sunshine, is what it say.
It do be like that.
Yeah.
I assume my 3:30 rain came and went without actually coming.
Yeah, nothing happened.
Nary a drop.
No.
Just hold on.
I could have sworn I saw some, but I tried to verify it and I could not find anything.
Yeah, when I was out there, it was bone dry, man. The grass was wet. That's just because it's humid.
Yeah, I vaguely remember some sprinkles, but that's about it. Oh, Ryan, you must have been asleep when we had a half-hour yellow flag period because somebody decided it would be a fun idea to like dump oil for the entirety of the back straight.
Oh yeah, I am unaware of that.
Yeah, 2:52 a.m. till about 3:25.
Wow.
Yeah. 9 full course yellows so far, by the way. Last one, believe it or not, our last yellow flag was starting at 4:16.
Mm-hmm.
That's getting on for an hour 45 now.
Wow.
That's is this the best we've done overnight? Longest green flag run since the 8:40 to 12:45 run.
So, looking at the weather radar again, I don't like to belabor this point, but I like to think of this as my pet project with DriversEye Live at this point. This rain that had been north of Tampa and St. Petersburg and that sort of thing has now shifted further to the south, which now does put it in line with Sebring, but all the way out to 7 o'clock, it's not even anywhere close.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything to happen here.
Yeah,
I wouldn't either, but again, I am at least going
especially
to
as
keep...
the sun comes up.
Right, that's true too.
That chance will go from virtually 0 to 0.
Zero.
The
By that.
the problem, Ryan, is that you're trying to apply continental weather patterns to Florida, which is
Yeah, that's probably...
I lived here for 3 years and never figured it out.
Okay.
yeah.
Leaders in.
It is baffling. Leader is in?
Yep.
983?
Changing left rear tire.
That's an oddly specific thing to be working on. When was the last time that was done? Probably at the brake change, right?
Yeah, I think
Just
so.
around halfway?
You said the leader's in?
Yeah, the 983.
That's early, by 17 laps.
I wonder if they knew they had an issue at the left rear.
Yeah, I think so.
Now they're torquing the left rear. Did they replace it, or is this maybe it was coming loose
No, I
and
think
they're
they replaced
retightening?
Yep,
Sent on its way. Did you see fuel go in that car?
I did not, but it was already in its box when I got up and noticed it.
Okay. So 3:48.9 is the lap time, including the stops. It was probably stationary there just over a minute. We only watched it for about 30 seconds. I don't know, man. That's not a lot of time to get a car jacked up and throw a tire at it.
Yeah.
And add fuel. Can't imagine.
Yeah, I'm thinking probably just the tire.
Yeah. And you know what? Maybe if you're gonna at this stage of the race, take every precaution. Well, to a point, right? You can't do that 6 or 7 times. Give up in a minute when you don't need to, because then you will lose your gap. But you've got over 3 laps to play with here. You know, if you think there's a vibration, if something doesn't feel right, trust your gut, bring the car in, let somebody with an eye, a set of eyes on it, look at it, and make that determination. And if it's going to cost you 45 seconds or a minute to change something once or twice between now and the end of the race, yeah, it's probably not a bad idea. Take the hit and, live to fight another day. I'll wait that out. Set myself up for that here. Oh, man.
A lot of action at the WRL tent here.
The which tent?
WRL?
Oh, is there one right below us?
Yeah.
It's a good place to hang out.
Yeah, I believe that's where the marshals will meet for their shift change, which I think is about to go. Because, yeah, there's a lot missing from along the pit wall.
So, to those of you who are watching on YouTube, at 6 o'clock, and on Facebook for that matter, but specifically on YouTube, at 6 o'clock, things will shift over to part 3, the final part of our broadcast, and that'll run through till the checkered flag at noon, and a little bit beyond. Not very far, but a little bit beyond. The link will get posted here momentarily in the chat for part 3. There it is. By all means, set yourself up for that. This one will end, so we can have it archived and move on with the sort of closing quarter of the race here. If you're on Facebook, we will also move to a new part of the stream. That'll be part 4, and all you need to do to be able to follow along is to refresh the World Racing League or DriversEye Live Facebook page, and there you will find the new part of the video when the page goes live. So keep that in mind here in a couple of moments' time. We haven't been going out in the PA for some time, so if you're listening down in the pit lane, again, just a reminder, pick up the new link to the part 3 on YouTube, or refresh the WRL Facebook page, and pick up with part 4, so you can join us from here to the checkered flag for the final 6 hours of the inaugural 24 hours of Sebring from the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Myself and Ryan, Joseph, and JT will be back with you in just a moment.